Hello, everyone, and welcome to this live stream with myself, Alan Caylow, and Jack the Film Fanatic, where we today reflect on the 007 movies. Woo, yay! In anticipation for No Time to Die, which is the 25th movie and Daniel Craig's fifth and final film, which is due to be released in just over a month. Woo, not long. Today we're going to be reflecting on the Sean Connery movies. And we're just talking about the official one, so sorry, never say never again. We will not be discussing that one yet. We will be discussing it, but not yet, because it doesn't count. And it's a remake. It's a remake of Thunderball, so that in that sense it doesn't count either. But so we're going to be talking about Dr. No, From Russia with Love, Goldfinger, Thunderball, You Only Live Twice, and Diamonds Are Forever. Next time we will jump back and do On Her Majesty's Secret Service because that has George Lazenby. But for now, let's go through era by era. So let's begin with Sean Connery. Okay.
Sean, yes. My favorite Bond.
In that case, I think I'm going to let Alan kick this one off because Sean Connery is his favorite Bond. And Alan, would you like to give us your thoughts on the very first movie of the series, Dr. No?
Dr. No, the one that started it all for the James Bond series in 1962, I think it was. This was a really good movie. Is a really good movie. It's a really good way to kick off the James Bond series. However, taking into account that it's the very first one right out of the gate, Dr. No, I mean, I really like it a lot. Always have. I mean, it's a Bond classic in its own right, of course, but I've always felt that Dr. No feels like the pilot episode of the Bond series because this is the very first one. They clearly don't have the Bond formula, so to speak, in place yet. They're still working out just what is the Bond formula and how you make a James Bond movie and what are the ingredients and all of that. I mean, Bond still had some growing to do as a film character, and the Bond franchise would have plenty of room to grow. But for a first step, this was a really good movie. It's a great first step. I won't say it's the best of the Bond films, but I mean, for the first time out of the gate, it's really good. And as you say, Sean Connery, he's my favorite Bond. He was the Bond who planted the flag and laid down the blueprint for all the other Bonds to follow. And he was magnificent in the part. I mean, he had the charm, he had the suave, he looked great. He's a wonderful actor, great screen presence. And he was awesome, absolutely awesome in the part. Let's see. Again, they're still working out the kinks because one of the hallmarks of James Bond is that he usually has a few gadgets to help him out with. He gets his gadgets from Q. There's no Q, and Bond has no gadgets. He only has his gun. Basically his gun and his wits for this first film. And interestingly, Bond starts out with a Beretta, but then, of course, they give him his classic Walther PPK. But no gadgets and no M to get the gadgets from. So that's one thing. I like all the locales in the film. I think it's a great cast. I mean, besides, of course, Sean Connery. Let's see. I mean, you've got Ursula Andress as the very first Bond girl, Honey Ryder. Everybody talks about the scene where she comes out of the sea for the first time, and that's a great iconic moment. So she's great as the first Bond girl, Honey Ryder. I do think it's a little disappointing. Joseph Wiseman is Dr. No. I mean, it's a good performance, but he's not given all that much screen time. He only appears like in the third act of the film, and I mean, I do like that scene at the dinner table where he insults Bond. He tells him, you're just a stupid policeman. That's a great bit. Of course, he's got the robotic hand as well. And he crushes something on the dinner table or something like that. That was amusing. Was it a wine glass or something, or I forget what he crushes, but anyway, that was a good scene. But the fight, the climactic fight between Bond and Dr. No, I mean, it ends before it begins. I mean, it's over much too quickly. So I don't think the ending of the film quite packs the punch that it should. It should have been a longer fight. There should have been more chaos, because I just think the ending is too rushed. Too rushed in this.
I mean, the film was actually only 1 hour 50 minutes, so it could have gone on for another 5-10 minutes, and we could have extended that fight, perhaps.
Sure, easily. I mean, I do like the Doctor No, the laboratory set, or the nuclear scientist set, or whatever that set is at the end. I mean, I think it looks really colorful. It looks really cool. I like all the locales in this film that Bond goes to. Let's see, other cast people. I also want to mention, Bernard Lee as M. But by the way, sorry, I made a mistake earlier. I said there's no Q for Bond to get his gadgets from. I should have said Q, not M. So my apologies there. I just caught myself there.
That's all right.
Yeah, let's see. Bernard Lee. Lois Maxwell, of course, is Miss Moneypenny, the secretary who has an eternal crush on Bond that I guess will never be. I mean, Bond obviously has great affection for Miss Moneypenny, but he's not going to have sex with her. So she's always going to be wanting him, but he doesn't seem to return it, at least not completely. It's just flirtation. It's just, playful flirtation between those two. That's all it's ever been in this series. But yeah, playful flirtation, but that's okay. Actually, I mean, I guess there is a sort of, I guess there is a Q. Peter Burton as Major Boothroyd. That's really the name of Q. But again, he only comes in to give Bond his new Walther PPK.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any
gadgets
for him. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. We all want Desmond Llewellyn as Q. Yeah, he'll come in the next movie. Like I said, the great locales, all the stuff on the island is great. I do think the scene where Bond is confronted in his room by oh God, I'm sorry if I'm not good with names, but the guy who's trying to kill him, and he shoots Bond, but he has no more bullets in the gun, and then Bond shoots him. It's a good scene. The scene with the tarantula is pretty
weird.
Pretty weird. Although I don't think that the tarantula is actually on Connery. I think it's some special effect. So it's not actually, the tarantula is not actually crawling on Connery.
That's definitely one of the more stranger scenes in the film, much like the title sequence as well, which is weird.
Yeah. Not only that, but I was going to say, when he kills the tarantula, it's like timed like a Looney Tunes cartoon. When he hits it, it's like dun 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 dun. Like, it's kind of funny, but
yeah. Exactly.
He did it. That's all, folks.
Yeah, exactly. Another piece of evidence that they're still working out how to make a Bond film. I mean, the opening title sequence for the very first time. I mean, there's no actual Dr. No theme. I mean, we get the classic James Bond theme, da 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 da, the one that everybody knows. But there's no actual Dr. No song at the beginning. I mean, it looks cool. It looks interesting. And by the way, it was stuntman Bob Simon, not Sean Connery, who does that very first gun barrel where he's in shadow and he leaps in the air and fires the gun at the audience. That's Bob Simon, not Sean Connery. And amazing that they would keep that gun barrel for the next couple of movies. Connery wouldn't actually get to do a proper gun barrel until Thunderball, which is kind of surprising, but okay.
They did that because they changed the aspect ratio of Thunderball. That was the first Bond film in, I think, widescreen. But yeah.
Yes.
So, okay. Well, that's an interesting explanation. Okay, that's how they did it. And of course, how the James Bond theme, as we're getting to the end of the opening credits, it morphs into the song "Three Blind Mice." 3 blind mice, here they go. 3 blind mice to the road.
Also, it actually changed earlier as well, because there's a part when you see those silhouettes of the dancing women, and there's the kind of like the reggae drum beats going, and then it goes quickly into the 3 blind mice, which is very bizarre, isn't it?
Right, right. Well, I mean, the three guys, who play the so-called three blind mice in it. I mean, they do have an interesting part to play in the film, I think.
Yeah, I think they're
Yeah,
basically the assassins who kill Strangways and is it Strangways or kill some people in the beginning of the film.
right. Exactly. So it's just a cover that they're doing. They're not really blind or you're walking with canes. It's just a ruse, if you like. Um, But again, I mean, overall, this is a very entertaining first Bond movie. I mean, you got Sean Connery leading the way. He's great in the role of Bond, and again, Ursula Andress as Honey Rider. Great locales. I mean, it is great fun. I just think that Dr. No should have been given more screen time. The ending is a little too rushed. Bond doesn't have any gadgets yet. It's just has the gun. So there's definitely room for Bond to grow, but I will definitely say this is a very good first movie in the James Bond film series. As far as how I would rate it.
Oh, sorry, Alan. One more thing. What do you think of Felix and Quarrel in the movie as well?
Oh yes, of course. I'm sorry. Yeah, Jack Lord is Felix Leiter, the first Felix. Yeah, no, he's really good. I mean, Jack Lord, he was great. This was definitely before he was on Hawaii Five-0. Yeah. So, but Jack Lord as the very first Felix Leiter, very good. Quarrel, John Kitzmiller as Quarrel, the Islander who helps Connery. Yes, he's very good in a good supporting role. It's too bad he gets killed later
he dies.
on. But, yeah, gets
also, is
blown
it
up.
fair to say that the action sequences are very meat and potatoes, kind of very basic, straightforward, not quite established as of yet? Although they are pretty good, though.
They're pretty good. They are pretty good. Yes. But again, there's definitely room for improvement there. And I mean, certainly by the time we get to the next movie, and you got that, you got the big action fight. I mean, we'll talk more about From Russia with Love shortly, but yeah, I mean, there was room to grow in the action scenes. Yeah, some of the action scenes could have been better, but again, I'm very forgiving because again, this was only the first movie out of the gate. But for the first time out, it's very, very good.
So, also, what about John Barry's score?
John Barry's score, yes, great classic score from John Barry. He would be with the James Bond series for many years. Through which movie? Living Daylights? Is that the last one he did?
Yeah, yes. I mean, he did have a couple of breaks in between, but yeah, that will be his last film.
Yeah, and it's not because he died or anything. I mean, he would. I mean, he is gone now, sadly. But I mean, he would live for quite a few years. He just moved on to other projects, I guess.
Yeah, I guess he was tired of it as well. He'd done it for so long, and there's only so many ideas you have for James Bond.
Apparently, he was going to do the score for License to Kill, but he got very ill at the time, so he had to get someone else to do it. And then afterwards, I don't know, maybe he just thought he did enough for the Bond series, but yeah.
I suppose. But yeah, John Barry, one of my very favorite composers of film scores, and he never did a bad score for a Bond film. Some scores are better than others, I suppose, but basically all of his scores for Bond films are great. Even if you don't care for the movie, at least you can say that the film music is great. You never go wrong with John Barry. But yeah, great score from John Barry. So yes, overall, I like this one very, very much. And I guess on a scale of let's see, the 1 out of 10. I mean, it's only the first one, but I guess for me, this lands between a 7 and an 8. So I guess I would give it. Well, I guess on the average curve, 7.5. So average curve, I'll give it a 8 out of 10.
Oh, lovely. That's a good score. Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much for that. So, Jack Attack.
Yes, Dr. No, the very first James Bond film. I think this is a great film. This is a really fantastic way to open the franchise. I mean, this isn't my favorite Bond film of the Connery era, but this is definitely up there. It's in my top 3. The Sean Connery Bond era. I mean, I really like the way the film begins with the iconic gun barrel by Morris Binder. And of course, it's Bob Simmons in the gun barrel. And then you get the title sequence, which I think is pretty good. But like Alan said, they haven't quite perfected the formula yet. You know, there's no Bond song. We won't get a Bond song really until the next Bond film, From Russia with Love. But yeah, I mean, the stuff with the Three Blind Mice is quite interesting. But I think Terence Young's direction here is great. I mean, he really does a good job of establishing the character of Bond. Like, I love that whole scene where he's at the casino table, and she's like, "Oh, my name's Trent, Sylvia Trent. I admire your luck, Mister, Bond, James Bond." That's just brilliant.
I think that's the best delivery of the line, actually, in the entire series. Nothing has ever topped that line for me in terms of the delivery.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it's a great delivery. I think it's a great delivery of the line. And actually, I watched an interview recently of Eunice Gayson from a couple of years ago before she died, and she said that Connery, when he was doing that scene, was really nervous, and he had to do a lot of takes of him saying the line "Bond, James Bond" before he sort of perfected it. I mean, I think Sean Connery is brilliant in this film. His first performance as James Bond, and he's very cool. He's very charismatic, and he's tough when he needs to be as well. Like you could definitely see him knocking a few guys out, and he definitely does get to sort of knock a few guys out here in this film. And I like the Bond girls in it. Like, I like Sylvia Trent; she's quite good. And Eunice Gayson said that before Doctor No, British women on film, they were really sort of confined to parts like the wife and stuff, and they weren't really allowed to be sexy on film. So this was sort of the film that sort of opened up parts for British women in film.
Fucking take that, feminists. You think the women haven't had the limelight? Take that. Sorry, ran over.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, so I mean, I think the characters here are really good. I like Bernard Lee as M. It's kind of interesting in this film that instead of MI6, they say MI7, which it's never brought up again. But
I don't know whether that's an error or whether they all just transitioned to MI6 after this film.
I mean, when I think of MI7, I think of the Johnny English films. Like, can you imagine
Johnny English?
That'd be interesting, yeah. No, but I mean, I like the scene where Bond, he gets the Wolford PPK, and originally it was the Beretta in the novels, but they decided to change it for this film. We don't have any Q in this film. We'll get that till the next film. But I like Lois Maxwell as Miss Moneypenny, and all the scenes between her and Bond are very good. Yeah, I mean, I think the locations are great. I love going to Jamaica in the film. I think that's fantastic. It's a beautiful location, and even though this was made on a pretty low budget, I mean, it's got the lowest budget of all the Bond films. It doesn't really look cheap. I mean, it looks like they spent money on this film. Yeah, I mean, I think we have some brilliant scenes. Like, I love the scene where Bond's on the island, and you got Ursula Andress as Honey Rider coming out of the water, and she's like singing underneath the mango tree, and then Connery singing it as well, and she's like, well, what are you doing here? Looking for shells? And he's like, no, I'm just looking. That was quite funny. But yeah, I mean, I like the characters here. Like, Quarrel's very good. Jack Lord as Felix Leiter's one of the best actors to play the role. I mean, it's kind of a shame that he didn't come back to the series. I mean, they wanted him back for Goldfinger, but he was demanding like a co-starring.
Is everything all right, Alan?
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, you're just making some noises when I was talking. I just wonder if something going on, but.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
No.
No worries.
Okay. But yeah, no, I think Jack lowered his Felix Leiter is pretty good, and yeah, it's a shame he didn't come back to the series. They wanted him back for Goldfinger, but he wanted co-starring role with Sean Connery, like an increased salary and all that, and a bigger role in the film. So they said no, but no, I mean, there's some pretty iconic scenes. Like, I love that whole scene where Bond goes to the airport, and there's that guy, the chauffeur, and he pulls over the car, and they get in that fight, and he's like, get up, and he just knocks him out, and then the guy asks for a cigarette, and then he bites into the cigarette, and there's cyanide in it, and it's interesting that they sort of introduce Spectre here, like in.
Yes. In what? Jack. Oh no. Oh no, it's not the Wi-Fi again, is it? Oh dear. I do apologize to our viewers. We may have some technical glitches.
Okay, so he'll log back on in a moment. Chill out.
Yeah. Well, hopefully. While we have this moment.
Sorry about the noise. Yeah, I was just saying sorry about the noise earlier. I was just humming, but I guess I'm doing this with the headphones on, and I guess it amplified my humming. So sorry about that.
No, that's fine. No problem. While I've got this moment, I will say hello to our two viewers. We got Lauren210 and Sam Harrison in the call with us. Well, not in the call, but in the chat. Sorry. So hi guys. These two are subscribers of mine, Alan. I'm sure you've heard of Sam, but
hello there. How are you doing? Hello, Sam. Who's the other one?
Lauren210.
Hello, Lauren210. How are you?
Oh,
okay. Gosh. Waiting for Jack.
Yeah. It's not like this has happened before.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Again, I don't mean disrespect, but geez, what is up with his Wi-Fi? It seems to do it every single hangout.
Yeah, it is kind of a regular occurrence. Yeah, with Jack.
Oh well, I just hope it doesn't happen too much tonight because we got another 5 movies to get through. So
yeah, exactly. Okay, come on, Jack. You got the link. Come on back.
Yeah, no, Lauren. If you're gonna watch the new film No Time to Die, I would recommend you at least watch the Craig films. There's 4 of them: Casino Royale, Quantum of Solace, Skyfall, and Spectre. If you watch them, then No Time to Die will probably become a bit clearer to you because it's meant to be a conclusion to Daniel Craig's films. So I would advise you watch them. But if you want to start further back, that's fine. Actually, on the subject, while we're waiting for Jack, Alan, what was your first Bond film that you ever saw?
My first Bond film was Moonraker, 1979, with Roger Moore. My mom took me to see that when I was 10 years old. And I've been a Bond fan ever since. Yeah. Thank you, Roger, for being my first Bond. Yeah.
Take a giant step for mankind.
Yes.
Where are you? Why do you hide?
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Ollie, I don't know what's going on with Jack. Do you want to jump in with your opinion of talk?
It's fine. He's back now. I'll let him do it.
Okay. He's back now. Okay. Welcome back, Jack.
You were saying, Jack.
Sorry about that. Just bloody Wi-Fi had to fuck up when I was in the middle of my sentence. But just to sort of wrap up, I guess, on Dr. No. I mean, I like Jack Lord as Felix Leiter. Quarrel's a good character. It's interesting in this Bond film that this is the only sort of Bond film where you see Bond be a little bit racist. Like, there's that scene where he's on the beach and he tells Quarrel to, fetch his shoes. And in the books, Bond was the character of Bond is quite racist. So it's kind of interesting to see in this film that, Bond is a little bit racist, and they never really bring that up in the films afterwards, which I'm kind of glad because it would have dated the films if Bond just was racist to everybody. But no, I mean, I think Ursula Andress, though, she's stunning as Honey Rider, and I like Honey Rider, her sort of backstory, and the scenes of her on the island are great. Quarrel's death is quite interesting, where he gets burnt by this flamethrower. They go on about this dragon throughout the film, and Bond's like, "Oh, there's no such dragons," and
How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah, How to Train Your Dragon 3. God, yeah. No, that was interesting, and I agree with Alan though in terms of criticism. Like, I think I think Joseph Wiseman is excellent as Dr. No, but he only appears in the last 20 minutes, and I know they're sort of trying to build up to his reveal, but it just kind of feels like if they introduced him halfway through the film, that would have been better.
Yeah, I mean, that scene where one of the guys dies in that chamber. Isn't that his voice we overhear, or is that someone else?
Oh, what scene are you talking about?
There's a scene when I can't remember who he is. A guy goes into this like room. It's basically a chamber, and then there's a voiceover.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's Professor Dent that goes in there. Yeah, and
yeah.
Speaking of Dent, I love the whole scene where Bond's in that car chase, and the car goes over the edge, and he's like, "Oh, where were they? What happened?" And he's like, "Oh, I think they were on their way to a funeral," which is quite nice. They sort of introduce Bond with a sense of humor, because in the books Bond didn't really have a sense of humor. Sean Connery sort of introduced that to the character, but that's a funny one-liner. And I kind of like scene where he seduces the woman, and he's waiting for Dent. He's like playing cards, and then we see that Dent comes in, and I love that scene. It's a classic moment where Connery gets out the silencer and his Walther PPK, and he's like, "Oh, that's a Smith and Wesson, and you've had your 6." And he shoots Dent in the back. Very cold-blooded. Like, he shoots him in the back twice, but a very good nonetheless. Sort of introduces us to Bond as a killer. I mean, I think the film, the soundtrack is great. The Bond theme song by Monty Norman, that. I mean, it's just classic. It really is a classic song. A classic Bond theme. And I love the scene where Bond, is in his apartment, and he's like, sort of laying out, what he's going to do, and then. Of course, you had that scene of the tarantula that Alan was mentioning. I mean, that was kind of stupid because tarantulas aren't poisonous, and the way they sort of time him hitting the tarantula, it's like something out of Looney Tunes. But nonetheless, I think the film is paced very well. It's only an hour and 45 minutes. I like the ending of the film where Bond is talking to Dr. No, and we see that he says, "Oh, you're just a stupid policeman." And we see that he's got these hands, like these metallic hands or whatever. And his idea, his plot is kind of interesting, that he wants to stop these American space shuttles, from taking off. That's interesting. And I think the set design is great. I love the production and set design by Ken Adam. And we have a brilliant scene where Sean Connery's Bond is climbing through this air vent. That's done really well, and I do like the final fight. I mean, it is a little bit rushed, but I do like the final fight between Bond and Dr. No, when he can't escape the reactor because he's sort of he's got the metallic hands, and he's trying to grip onto something and he can't. That's done well. And the ending is pretty good, where they escape from the place and it's blowing up. I like the ending where Bond's with Honey Rider in the boat. He sort of lets go with a rope. That's the end. So yeah, I mean, overall, Dr. No, I just think it's a great film. It's a great start to the Bond series. Sean Connery is excellent as James Bond. Ryder's great. Joseph Wiseman's Dr. No is great, although he could have been in the film a little bit more. Love the set design. The soundtrack is brilliant. Some great action scenes as well, like the car chase and stuff like that. And it's a fantastic film. I mean, this film's really, it just keeps going up and up each time I watch. Each time I watch it, and my only criticism really is Doctor No could have been the film a bit more. But apart from that, it's a fantastic film. So I'm going to close off by giving Doctor No a very solid 9 out of 10.
Ooh, excelente. Oh, we have a third viewer, Harry. Welcome, Harry. Hello. Right, I'll keep this brisk because we're already 30 minutes in and we got another 5 movies to go. So, Doctor No. I'm pretty much more on Alan's side here, I'm afraid, but no, I still really like this film. It's a pretty good start to the what would be over 50 years of movie magic, I think we can say. But and it's probably my third favorite of the Sean Connery era. Yeah, I mean, Doctor No, it's a pretty good one. I guess my only criticisms of it are there's some things that are weird, like the scene with the tarantula is a bit strange, and don't quite know why that's in the film. But the title sequence is probably the weirdest of the series. But then again, it was the first one, so I'm not going to knock it too much. But the fact that the music changes 3 times, I would have just had the whole title sequence have the Bond theme. To be honest, it would have been fine like that. But no, they changed it when the women were dancing to this like reggae, like someone was banging the bongos or something, and then the 3 blind mice. Like, what? It just comes out of nowhere. But considering that the assassins in the movie are the 3 blind mice, and then they've got the old men walking in the sequence, it's just a bit weird, that's all. But it's still visually quite nice. I mean, you got the polka dots and all that, and obviously the Bob Simmons gun barrel, which is quite nice. I think the story's pretty good, and it's just something quite fun for the first movie. There's nothing too complicated. It's an easy watch. It's 1 hour 50 minutes. It doesn't drag too much for me. Of course, you've got Sean Connery, who is he's not my favorite James Bond, but he is one of the best, and he defined it. And I love his introduction when he's in the casino, when Sylvia Trench introduces him, and she said, "I admire your luck, mister," and he goes, "Bond, James Bond." And he's just, Connery is brilliant in this film. He just oozes cool. He's tough in the fight scenes. And when he interrogates the bad guys, he's great with the women. And he just is Bond. I mean, he's definitely, I can see why they cast him. He's definitely an ideal casting choice. Although I do think his best performance is yet to come in his third movie, but I still think his performance is good here. Ursula Andress's Honey Rider. Well, she is a classic Bond girl. I think it's actually kind of wrong to call her the first Bond girl, because I think Sylvia Trench really is the first Bond girl. But still, Honey Rider is an amazing Bond girl. I mean, her backstory is interesting. How she wants revenge for, I think it's her dad. Is it her dad or her brother? I always get mixed up with that.
Yeah, it's dad. Yeah.
Oh, it's her dad. Yeah, because I think, that was it. Domino, it was her brother. But yeah, oh, that's fine. And I mean, wow, she rocks that bikini. I mean, nobody rocks the bikini better than Ursula Andress. Sorry, Halle Berry, but it doesn't. That didn't work quite as well for me in Die Another Day. But we'll get to that later. The action scenes are pretty good, as I said. They're kind of meat and potatoes. There's not much to them. They're very straightforward. The car chase is a good one. I like the scene when Bond gets the driver to pull over, and then he has the fight with him afterwards. It is pretty short and it's pretty basic, but you know what? I'll forgive it because it's the first movie. As Alan Caylow has said, Joseph Wiseman as Dr. No, really, he's just not in it enough. That's the problem. He's menacing enough in that last scene that he's in. But he just does not get enough to do, which is a real shame. But that dinner scene with Connery is good, and I guess the final fight could have been extended. I mean, the film wasn't exactly long. The film could have padded out for another 5-10 minutes to extend the fight. I think that would have been good, because I think his death is just very anticlimactic. But the actual final fight, the final battle itself, I guess, is quite a spectacle or at least it would have been for the time. And yeah, it's a good film. I mean, obviously not all of the formula aspects are in place yet, but yeah, it's just it is what it is. It's Doctor No. I mean, obviously the MI6 regulars, or sorry, I should say MI7 regulars, are pretty good in this film. Bernard Lee as M obviously is always a highlight, and Lois Maxwell as Moneypenny. She is definitely the best Moneypenny. I don't think anyone will come close to her. I mean, Naomi Harris is a strong second for me, but Lois Maxwell will always be Moneypenny, and her first scene is one of her best scenes. The way Connery interacts with her, they have such a good chemistry. It's great. And obviously Desmond Llewellyn is not in this film yet, but he will be in the next one, which is good. And we have Major Boothroyd, who is, you know, okay. He just comes in and gives Bond the gun, and that's really it. There's not much to say about Doctor No. I mean, obviously there is no title song because they didn't think of one, and they didn't really have all of the formula elements in place. I mean, you know, what could they have done? You know, is it a hey or a ho, a hi or a no, yes or a no? You know his name, Doctor No, da da, Doctor No, da. I mean, it can't really be done. It wouldn't be practical. So, yeah, a no to the theme song, but the score itself is pretty good by John Barry, and I think he will go on to do great scores as this series progresses. Quarrel and Felix are also great allies as well. I really like them. Jack Lord is a good Felix. He's probably one of the best, although he only did one film, which is a shame. But there we go. And it's a good film. It's a good, solid, entertaining film. And I think Terence Young directs it pretty well, actually. I think he pulled it together, and clearly it was very successful because, well, hey, without Dr. No, we wouldn't have No Time to Die, which is the latest movie that's coming out. So I will give Dr. No an 8 out of 10, but it's not perfect. That's all I'll say. But okay, let's move on to the second film, From Russia with Love, starting with Alan Caylow.
From Russia with Love, yes. I love this movie. I think this is one of Connery's very best films and very best Bond movies. And it's also interesting to know that Sean Connery himself picks From Russia with Love as his personal favorite of all the Bond movies he did. Excellent choice, Sir Sean. I just think it's great. I mean, again, this is definitely a progression from Dr. No. I think it's a step above Dr. No, although don't get me wrong, I think Dr. No is a great film, but From Russia with Love, I think, is even greater. Has a better story. The villains get more screen time. Connery is growing wonderfully in the role as well. He's more assured. He's more confident. I mean, he was confident to begin with, but even more so in this one.
Yeah,
I just think he's also given a better story. He's given a better mission to go on, sending him to Russia. Let's see. He gets his first gadget from Q, played by Desmond Llewellyn. He gets the briefcase, the briefcase that has the hidden knife and gold sovereigns, and has the gas device in it. Also can contain a rifle that Bond can put together. So that's the first official gadget that Bond gets in the series. You got a terrific cast in this film. I mean, of course, besides Sean as 007, I mean the villains are great. I mean, you got Lotte Lenya as Rosa Klebb, very evil woman, and it's also hinted at that she's a lesbian. The way she kind of puts her hand on the other lady in the film.
Fine looking girl.
Yeah, Daniela Bianchi. Yeah, she's. I mean, Lotte Lenya. I mean, she is one of the best villainesses I've ever seen. I mean, Lotte Lenya. I mean, she's been gone quite a while now, but I mean, she was said to be a really sweet, nice lady if you met her in person. But here in From Russia with Love, I mean, she's evil persona. I mean, she is.
I mean, the way she goes back crazy at the end of the film when she tries to knife Bond with the shoe. I mean,
yeah. I know. Like, damn. I mean, this is one scary bitch. She really is. So, So she is great in this film. Robert Shaw as Donald Red Grant, the Spectre assassin, who ultimately fights Bond in that classic train fight. I mean, he's a great heavy. He's one of the best that I've seen in the series, because I mean the guy just has sheer brute strength, great presence, and again a really good solid performance from him, Robert Shaw, and we'll get to the train fight in a moment, but he's really good. Let's see, and then of course you got the regulars like Bernard Lee as M. He's good. Lois Maxwell as Miss Moneypenny. Desmond Llewellyn, good old Desmond Llewellyn, making his very first appearance as Q. Good old Desmond Llewellyn, always charming in the role. This was his first appearance. Nice to see Eunice Gayson back again as Sylvia Trench, one of the few Bond girls to be in more than one Bond movie. Nice to see her again.
Yeah, I think until recently she was the only returning Bond girl. Obviously now we've got Leia Seydoux coming back for No Time to Die, but yeah, for a long time Sylvia Trench was the only returning Bond girl.
That's right. So it's nice to see her again in a small part this time around. I mean, it was a supporting role to begin with in Doctor No. It's a supporting role here, but it is nice to see her again. And then of course there's the main Bond girl in this one, Daniela Bianchi as Tatiana Romanova. She's very good, very lovely lady, and again, she has a lot of charm about her, and I think she makes a really good love interest for Bond. I really liked her in this. She also has the distinction.
Is her mouth too big?
What? Oh, is my mouth too big?
Is her mouth too big?
Is my mouth too big? No, it's just right for me. That is. She also has the distinction of being one of the very few Bond girls to have actually saved Bond's life, because we get that final fight in the hotel when Rosa Klebb is trying to kill Bond with her spike-tip shoe. Oh yes, Rosa Klebb, the woman who has the poison spike-tip shoe, and she's trying to kill Bond with the shoe. I mean, he's holding her back with the chair, but can't really do much more than that. And Tatiana shoots Rosa Klebb and kills her. Yeah, one of the few Bond girls to save Bond's life. So that's another good thing about Tatiana. Because sometimes Bond, he needs a little help from his friends to survive the adventure. There's also a moment in the gypsy camp fight where it looks like Bond's going to be killed, and he gets a little help. Actually, from all people, Robert Shaw's Red Grant, who basically he ultimately wants to kill Bond, but he's postponing Bond's death for a while. So he helps Bond out of a jam.
He wants to do it, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. But so yeah, she's a great Bond girl. I've always liked Daniela Bianchi, Tatiana Romanova. Again, great locales. Again, we're going to Russia for this one. It's just a great adventure. Oh, of course, I have to make mention of Pedro Armendáriz as Ali Kerim Bey, who helps Bond in Istanbul. It's a really good, solid performance from him. I mean, he's basically the guy who helps Bond out in Istanbul. He has a really good supporting role in this. He's very charming, very, very likable.
Quite sad that he dies, though.
Yeah, it's sad that he dies, and also that the actor himself was dying of cancer. Although he looks like he's in good health when you see him. I mean,
makeup and hair can do all of that stuff, can't they?
I guess so, but I mean, there were a couple of scenes I know where he's standing in place, and I think when I watched the documentary From Russia with Love, it's like they had to prop him up on this wooden board prop behind his back. I guess because there were moments when he was in real pain. But he had to get on with the scene. He was determined to get the movie finished before he died. But in reality, he was dying of cancer. But he was determined to finish the film. And yet there are other scenes where he's walking around just fine, and he's smiling, and he looks okay. So, but yeah, the sad reality is that he was dying of cancer, and very sadly, he took his own life in a hospital. Right after he finished shooting his part, he had a hidden gun. He smuggled a gun into the hospital and shot himself.
Oh my God.
Very, very sad. Very, very sad.
And sadly,
nonetheless.
I was just going to say, The reason he got cancer was because he did that John Wayne film, The Conqueror, which was shot in Nevada near a nuclear test site. And he got radiation from that, and that's how he got cancer, sadly. But yeah.
Oh, I didn't know he was on that film. Yeah, no, lots of people did. Yeah, John Wayne and everybody. So yeah, very sad. But as a final film performance, he's really, really good as Karen Bay. I really liked him a lot. Really great action scenes in this movie too. I mean, the train fight between Bond and Red Grant is a classic. It's well choreographed, well shot, and the fact that it's also very claustrophobic because they're fighting in a enclosed space. And also, there's a great heated exchange between Bond and Grant before they finally get into the fight, which also has a lot of great dramatic tension to it. So it's a really, really good scene. It's definitely one of the best scenes in the whole Bond series. I think that train fight, it's a terrific action scene. The scene where Bond's being chased by the helicopter, he's on foot, and so he has to go into his briefcase and he has to get out the rifle and shoot the helicopter down. But that's a great chase scene. Oh, and the fact that the helicopter is like trying to run Bond over, and the helicopter comes frighteningly close to Bond. And unless I'm mistaken, I think that was Connery himself doing that stunt. I don't think it was a stunt double. I think Connery decided to be brave and do it himself. And man, that is great. Great stuff. And then, of course, later on, the chase in the boats, where Bond and Tatiana are being chased by the bad guys in the boats, and he fires the gun and fires the oil cans, I guess, in the water, and the cans blow up and they blow up the boats. That's a great action scene. And of course, the final hotel fight with Rosa Klebb is also great. Again, it's a great adventure. It's well written, well shot, lots of great characters, lots of great tension in this movie. Did I mention the locales? Great locales. It's a really solid adventure. And you know something? As much as I love Goldfinger, which we will talk about next, and even though so many Bond fans say Goldfinger's the best Bond movie, Goldfinger's the best Connery Bond movie, I think I'm with Connery on this one, that I like From Russia with Love a little bit better, just a little bit better than Goldfinger. I mean, I love Goldfinger, okay, but I think I love From Russia with Love a little bit more because I find the story a little bit more intriguing for me, just by a little bit. But yeah, I love From Russia with Love. I don't see any flaws in it. I think it's a terrific Bond film, and one of Connery's.
What about the opening scene?
Oh yes, the opening scene where it looks like Bond is being hunted down on some like wealthy, like outside a mansion or something. He's being hunted down by Red Grant, and it turns out that it's not really Bond. It's another bad guy who was wearing a Bond mask who gets killed. But basically, Red Grant's being trained to kill Bond. So that was a really cool way to start the movie, because you really do think that it's Bond being killed, and that it's some guy wearing a Bond mask. So yeah, the opening scene right out of the gate is great. Oh, and of course, I have to make mention of the first proper theme tune we got from Russia with Love, sung by Matt Monro. Although oddly, they saved the theme tune for the very end of the movie rather than at the beginning.
Yeah.
Instead, we hear an instrumental version of From Russia with Love. They show the opening credits over, scantily clad women. Yeah. And I do have to agree with what everybody else says, is that the lighting, while it looks good, it's kind of hard to read the credits.
Yeah.
Reading it on the women's bodies. I mean, I thought it was a cool idea, but
it doesn't really work. I mean, conceptually it's a good idea, but execution-wise, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, especially because
that idea better. Goldfinger. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. And I was going to say that some of the women that they use for that opening title sequence are like belly dancers, and so they're flexing their bellies.
Yeah,
that makes it even harder to read the opening credits on their bellies, because their bellies are constantly moving. But yeah, when we finally get to the Matt Monroe song at the very end of the film, I mean, yeah, it's a great classic ballad, from Russia with love, sung by late great British singer Matt Monroe. So that's a great Bond theme. I like that a lot. That's always been one of my favorites. So overall, I think From Russia with Love is a total James Bond package. It's definitely one of my very favorite Bond movies. It's currently in my top 5.
Do you have any criticisms of the movie other than the title sequence?
Other than the title sequence, no, I can't think of anything to criticize about From Russia with Love. I really don't have any criticisms of it. So I love From Russia with Love, and I'm going to give From Russia with Love a perfect 10 out of 10.
Woo! Excelente. Okay. Moving on to Jack.
Oh, From Russia with Love. Well, I'm
that's the one.
Yeah. I'm in total agreement with Alan on this one. I think this is a fantastic Bond film. I mean, this is a film that I initially wasn't that keen on when I first saw it. Like when I reviewed it back in 2014 originally, I think I gave it like a 7 out of 10. I mean, I thought it was good, but I prefer Dr. No and Goldfinger and a few of the others, Connery era. But going back to it since then, I've grown more of appreciation for it. I mean, I think the first time I saw it, the first few times, I thought it was quite slow, but rewatching it like recently since 2014, my appreciation of this has just gone up and up and up. I mean, I think it's a fantastic film. I mean, I like the title sequence and song. I mean, the title sequence isn't the best, but it's not one of the worst either. But yeah, it is a little bit confusing, like with the credits. Like I will agree with Alan on that. Like you can't really make out the names, because the way they're sort of. I mean, I think they did a better job of that title sequence, that idea with Goldfinger, where they projected the images of the film onto the girl that's painted
the text.
gold.
They didn't project the text on there.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's not the worst title sequence, but it's just it's not one of the best either. It's hard to make out the names. You can't really see the names because it's projected on this belly dancer's body. But yeah, then you get into the film, and I think the pre-opening sequence is very good, where you got Bond, or what we think is Bond, and he's attacked by Red Grant and he's killed. And it turns out it's this guy wearing a mask, and it's this training operation. That was a nice way to open up the film. I think Sean Connery here is just fantastic. I mean, I think he's even better here than he is in Dr. No. And in fact, Sean Connery, I think, went on record saying this was his favorite Bond film out of all the ones that he did. And I could definitely see why. I mean, I think the film... I think what's so great about it is it's a great Cold War spy thriller. I mean, and not only that, it's also very faithful to the novel. I mean, the only thing they changed from the novel was instead of it being Smersh or Smersh or whatever it is in Russian, they had it be Spectre instead. Apart from that, the film is very, very faithful to the novel. And it's brilliant. I mean, you've got some really great action scenes. I love the train fight between Red Grant and Bond, and it's a really great action sequence, like confined space where they're just slugging each other, and then Bond kills him with the wire. I mean, I kind of like Sean Connery's one-liners here. Like, we see Red Grant keeps calling him old man, and then when Bond kills him, he's like, "Oh, good night," whatever, old man. That was quite funny. But no, I mean, I like this story in this, the whole thing about the Lecter device. And this film really brings Spectre into the forefront, which I really like. Like, you got Kronstein in this film, that he's playing that game of chess, and we see that he's number 2, and he sort of planned this whole thing. And you got Rosa Klebb. I mean, I think Rosa Klebb is a brilliant villain. I mean, we find out that they sort of imply in the film that she's a lesbian. Like, there's that whole scene with her and Tatiana, and she's like, "Oh, you're a fine-looking young woman," and all this stuff. But I mean, she's very threatening as well. Like, at the end, of course, she has the spiked shoe, and she's trying to, attack Bond. That's quite good. And I like that this film sort of introduced, it introduces Blofeld into the series. I mean, we don't see what he looks like, but I kind of like that. I mean, we see that, we get a close up of his hands, and he's got the white cat and everything. That's very good. And I mean, I think the whole intrigue of the film is great. And I like Bond's allies in this. Like, I like Karen Bay. The actor does a very good job. That scene at the gypsy camp is very good, where Bond's, watching these girls fighting over him, like they have to fight each other to the death. And then you got that great action scene at the gypsy camp. That's great. And I like the introduction of Q here. Desmond Llewellyn as Q, and that scene where he gives Bond the briefcase, like he's got these gold sovereigns in the briefcase, and it's like tear gas in the briefcase. He has to open the briefcase a certain way, so he won't get the tear gas in his face. That's very good. And I also like Lois Maxwell again as Moneypenny. And I mean, it's just a really fantastic film. Some really great action scenes. Like, I like the action scene where Bond's attacked by this helicopter, and it kind of reminds me of the scene in North by Northwest where Cary Grant is running away from this airplane. I think it's sort of referencing the film. But I mean, Connery has some great one-liners. Like, I like that scene where he's with Karen Bay, and Karen Bay shoots the guy coming out of this. There's this poster, and this guy's coming out of the mouth of this like poster. And Karen Bay like shoots the guy, and Bond says, "Oh, she should have kept her mouth shut." That was quite funny. And I like the scene where Bond first meets Tatiana or Tanya, where she's there. He's like, "Oh, is my mouth too big?" He's like, "No, it's it's big enough for me." That is, that's quite a nice scene. And we see that they're recording it down, to use against Bond. But I mean, the film, it's just a really great, spy thriller. I mean, this is, before the Bond series sort of became a lot more over the top and fantastical. Like, I think the more over the top elements sort of start after this film with Goldfinger. But I mean, it's a brilliant film. I think Terence Young's direction is really on point. I think, Robert Shaw as Red Grant, he's just such a great henchman. He's one of the best henchmen of the whole series. And he's a great actor. He was great Jaws as well. The final part of the movie is really good, where you got Bond on the train, all that stuff's good. And I like the scene where he confronts Tatiana, he stops her, and he's like, "Oh, liar," and, hits her. And,
yeah.
We see that she sort of gets upset.
But the end, sorry to interrupt.
Boat chase, and then he. Sorry.
I just wanted to ask you a quick question. In regards to Tatiana, there's this whole, I think, idea that she has sort of fallen in love with Bond. I mean, do you think they should have done that, or do you think they should have not bothered? Because obviously he doesn't reciprocate the same feelings, so it seems kind of a waste to really put that in there. But then again, she's quite a simple woman, should we say. I think she's not played as a very intelligent, or not written as a very intelligent character, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I don't think she's an idiot, but I mean, the whole.
No, I'm not saying that, but not the sharpest tool in the shed.
Yeah, I mean, the whole love story thing. I could see what you're coming from, but the film is called From Russia with Love, so it kind of makes sense that she falls in love with Bond. Yeah, and I mean, I did like that scene where she's talking to Bond. He's like, "Oh, speaking to this device," and she's like, "Oh, James, do you love me? Am I like all the other English girls or whatever?" And then M and Moneypenny and all is listening in, and he like stops the tape. He's like, "Miss Moneypenny, can you please get out?" And then she's like listening to the tape, and he's like, "Oh, Miss Moneypenny, stop listening in." That was quite funny. She's like sort of saying, "Oh, James, I love you," and like all this stuff into the device. That was quite funny. And the Lecter device thing is interesting. That it turns out, Spectre wanted it. But yeah, I mean, the final boat chase, that's good. And we see that, Bond blows up all the barrels and kills them. And funnily enough, Walter Gotell is in this film, who would later go on to play General Gogol in the Roger Moore films, from The Spy Loved Me up to Living Daylights. He appears in this film as a different character. Yeah, and I like the scene where Kronstein gets killed as well, where they get the poison tip spike shoe and they're about to kill Rosa Klebb, but they kill Kronstein instead. But yeah, the final fight, like the epilogue, is good, where Rosa Klebb's, she's disguised as cleaner, and Bond, pins her against the wall, and she tries to stab Bond. And I like Connery's line, after Tatiana, shoots her. He says, "Oh, she got her kicks." Like, that was quite funny. Yeah, I mean, the ending of the film's good, where they're on the boat again. And someone pointed this out to me, and they're right. I mean, pretty much nearly all the Sean Connery Bond films end on a boat. Dr. No ended on a boat. From Russia of Love ended on a boat. Thunderball ended on a sort of boat thing. So You Only Live Twice.
Goldfinger
Forever.
cousin, actually.
Yeah, Goldfinger's the only one where he doesn't end up on a boat at the end, which is quite funny. But I do like the end where he throws the sex tape into the water, and you got the song Matt Monroe's From Russia of Love. Although saying that, it is kind of weird they played that song over the end credits instead of the main title sequence. Like, they play the instrumental over the main title sequence, then the song at the end. But I do really like the From Russia of Love song by Matt Monroe. It's a very good song. So, I mean, overall, I think this is a great film. I don't really have any complaints. I mean, maybe my only one sort of minor complaint is, that scene where Bond's looking for bugs in his hotel and they keep playing the Bond theme. Where he's like searching for bugs in his hotel room, and they're like playing the Bond theme. That's a bit of a weird editing choice there. I don't know why they decided to play the Bond theme when he's searching for bugs. And maybe the pacing is a little bit slow at points, but apart from that, this is an excellent film. This is one of my favorite Bond films and one of my favorites of the Connery era. So I'm gonna give From Russia of Love a 10 out of 10.
Wow. Throwing out all the gold stars today. Excellent. Okay. As for me, I pretty much agree, although I wouldn't go as far as to give it a 10 out of 10, but I do really enjoy From Russia with Love, and I think it is an improvement over Dr. No. As Jack and Alan have said, it's like a classic sort of Cold War spy thriller. And for me, what immediately improves this film over the first one is that the villains are stronger. The fact that we see the inner workings of Spectre as a group is great. And the fact that, we have a group of villains this time makes up for having Dr. No in his own film essentially becoming sidelined until the end of the film. So that is great. My favorites, I guess, are probably Rosa Klebb and Red Grant. Rosa Klebb is hilarious. I mean, she's such a stern, aggressive lesbian. But she puts up a good fight against Bond in the last scene, which I think is quite good. And again, as you said, like the scene when she's examining Tatiana, implying that she's a lesbian, which says, "Oh, you're a fine-looking girl. If you don't do as you do, you will be shot." She definitely asserts her authority, shall we say. For such a small woman, she's quite tough. She's very tough.
You're not here to ask questions.
Yeah. Exactly. As for Red Grant, he's probably one of the best henchmen that we've had in the series. And again, the fight with him and Bond on the train is probably the best action scene of the film for me, or one of them. I also like Kronstein, although he doesn't do as much, but he's still good. And obviously the cameo appearance of Blofeld is pretty good, although Blofeld will reveal himself until You Only Live Twice, which we'll get to later. But this film is great, and it packs a punch. It's definitely a bit more serious, although it does have some charming, funny moments. But I think the action sequences are immediately better. This film has a bigger budget, and there's a lot more spectacle. The gypsy fight, I think, is great. The gypsy camp fight is probably one of the best action scenes in a Bond movie. It's great. It's so good. And the music for this film is really good as well. Especially during that fight scene. John Barry did a great score this time. I love the opening scene as well, when we think that Bond has actually died, although it's not actually Bond. It's a guy wearing a mask of Bond, but still, the tension that is built in this film is very good. Kerim Bey is a good ally. I think Kerim Bey is a very good ally. It is sad with terms of the actor, the circumstances he was under when making this film, but his performance shines through, and I think Kerim is a good ally, and I think him and Sean Connery have some good on-screen moments together. The Bond girl Tatiana, or Tanya, as some people call her, but yeah, Tatiana's good. I like her. She's very simple. She's a bit simple-minded, but I mean, she's not dumb. I wouldn't say she's dumb, but she's not as sharp as other Bond girls. She definitely plays a very sort of lovey-dovey character, but I mean, yeah, as Jack said, the movie is called From Russia with Love, so I guess that was the reason why they had to kind of write her as a love interest as such. But Bond clearly doesn't love her; he's just kind of using her for what he wants. So, good old James. I think the film is paced very well. There's a couple of slow moments here and there, but it's not too bad. I mean, the scene in the hotel, there's some weird editing with the Bond theme playing when Bond is just examining his room in the hotel. I mean, I love the Bond theme, but is it really necessary to play it there? It's a little unnecessary. It's just a bit random.
They could have done a good joke where, like, well, I mean, it would work for a Bond parody version where, like, he opens a drawer, they play the Bond theme, he closes it, it stops. Yeah. He opens it, they play it.
Yeah. I have to admit that that's one part in the film that kind of made me laugh. I mean, Bond's just looking around his room. And they play da 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 da. He's just looking around in his room.
Yeah, exactly.
But other than that, I love the film.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, you can look back on it and laugh, but I mean, I think Peter Hunt was the editor for this film, and that's just a bit of a weird choice. Perhaps he was asleep one day when he was editing that scene and just left it in there by mistake, but it just stands out like a sore thumb. But yeah, never mind. But yeah, again, I love that train fight, and I love the gypsy camp fight. Overall, the action scenes are pretty good, and when Bond and Tatiana go to get the device, the Lecter device, that explosion that happens just before is pretty intense. Actually, that's pretty good. And obviously the climax when there's that helicopter chase and Bond shoots the barrels as well. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And this film definitely spent its budget a bit more, I will say. The music, as I've said, is very good.
Quite like, yeah. Sorry to interrupt all. I was going to say I quite like Connery's line after he shoots down the helicopter. He's like, well, we could say one of their aircraft is missing, but yeah.
Yeah, I suppose that's pretty good. I mean, actually, Sean Connery is fantastic in this film. He's pretty even better than he is in the first film, and he's definitely settling into the role and he's finding his own way of doing it, and it shows on screen. I mean, especially in the well, people call it the sex tape scene, but it's not actually a sex tape. It's just them in bed, but we don't see the actual sex. But Bond and Tatiana are there, and she's like, "Is my mouth too big?" He's like, "No, not for me, not from where I'm standing, Lash." But yeah, that was quite a good scene.
I think they should be a sex tape. It would be a bit too hardcore for the audience.
Yeah, too risky. Oh, come here, Lash. That's it. Back and forth. Yes. I mean, oh, that would be a bit uncomfortable viewing. But
yeah, I could see why. I could see why Anya is called Triple X, if you know what I mean.
Oh God. We haven't got to the Roger Moore era yet. The MI6 regulars are actually good. Actually, I don't know if you guys mentioned this, but it's Desmond Llewellyn, his first appearance in the series, which first of many actually, first of many appearances in the film series as Q. He's good in this film. I mean, he only comes in for the one scene. I mean, there's no Q branch yet, but he comes into the office and gives Bond what he needs. And I mean, it's great to see Desmond in this one. It's funny how young he looks in this film compared to as he would age. I mean, obviously people age, you know, I'm not stupid, but it's just interesting to go back to this film and see how he was in the 60s. And also the start of the film with Sylvia Trench is good as well. The fact that that Bond is still seeing her is interesting. He normally just sees women like once and then he moves on to the next one. So
yeah, it's kind of interesting in the two films she did that she was dubbed over. I mean, you can hear her voice in the original trailer. I don't know why they dubbed her over. But
oh, yes, thank you for mentioning that. That's another criticism I have of this film. The dubbing is not in sync with some of the dialogue. When the characters speak, the dubbing doesn't seem to really be in sync to me. I don't know why. I think it's just a poor editing mistake. So that's one thing I would criticize about this film. But thanks, Jack, for bringing that up, because I totally forgot about that.
Actually, I was sorry, just before you move on, I was going to mention as well, I read somewhere recently that the way Sylvia Trent's return for this film, apparently they were going to have a return throughout the series as like an ongoing gag, but Guy Hamilton, the next film, decided to scrap that idea, which is a little bit of a shame, but it's nice that we still had Sylvia Trent in 2 films. But yeah, anyway, sorry for interrupting. But
no, it's fine. No apology necessary. I think it would have gone a bit tiresome if she came back for a 3rd film. I think it was probably good to, have her come back once, but you don't want it to be too ongoing. But anyway, the title sequence for me is sadly not very good. It's one of my least favorites. Just, it's not the worst, but you can't read the titles, so therefore it's kind of redundant, really. If the titles weren't projected onto the women, it would be different. If you actually edited the titles and put them and overlaid them on the women, if you know what I mean. So actually go to the editing room and actually write the titles there. That would be better, because then you could read them. Yes?
It just makes... I was just going to say, the idea of it, they just did that. They just took that idea and did it in a better way in Goldfinger, projecting the images of the film onto the body of the gold-painted women. Like you were saying, you can't really make out the credits, the names of the actors on the belly dancer. They should have just put the credits beside the woman instead of on her or whatever, or projected. Just like you said, it's just kind of disorienting. You can't really make out what's going on. But yeah.
Yes, that's true. I mean, and I guess visually it's not too bad, but again, it's those titles. That's the only problem. I mean, obviously, I'll watch the Dancing Women any day, but conceptually it's a nice idea, but again, execution, it just doesn't work because you can't read the titles. So, yeah. Also, the song, the Matt Monro song, which is I guess the first ever Bond theme song, really, is very good. I really like it. I mean, it is a ballad, but it's probably one of the best Bond ballads out of the lot. And the lyrics are great. It's such a nice tune, and he's got a cracking voice. I mean, he always has had a great voice, but yeah, interesting that they chose to put it at the end of the film. But I don't know if it would have worked with the title sequence, to be honest. But it's not till the next film where the formula of Bond would kind of fit. Would slot into place, so to speak. But that being said, I don't mind. I mean, the song is at the end of the film, and the fact that it's there is still great. So I don't really want to go on too long because we got other films to get through. But I think this is a great Bond movie. It's definitely better than its predecessor for me. It's more serious, although it does have some good one-liners in there. It's got some great action. It's a big spectacle, and it proved that the series was going to have a long-standing success. So. Yeah, great job, Terence Young, and his direction is definitely more confident this time. So, excellent job there, Terence. So, as a final score, I will score From Russia with Love a 9 out of 10. Okay, let's move on to the halfway point of the series, Goldfinger, Connery's 3rd movie, directed by Guy Hamilton, released the next year later, 1964. My God, when this film came out, did it hype people up? I've seen the behind the scenes of this and the behind the scenes footage of the premiere of Goldfinger. It was huge. At the time, this is probably the biggest one. It was just, what is it about this film that is just so good? So I'm going to hand the virtual microphone over to Alan to. Alan, were you around when this film came out? What were your initial thoughts on it?
Let's see. This movie came out in 1964. I was born in 1969, so still was not in existence yet when Goldfinger came out. But yes, Goldfinger, Butterfinger, ouch my finger. Yeah, okay, Goldfinger.
Devil finger.
Yes, indeed. For many Bond fans, and I'm going to acknowledge this, there are many, many, many Bond fans who pick this film as the greatest Bond movie ever made, and that's perfectly fine. It's an excellent choice. It's an all-time classic. This is the Bond movie that really, truly went through the roof and solidified James Bond and solidified Sean Connery as James Bond, and it was a box office smash, although it would be topped by Thunderball, which we will talk about later. Oh boy.
Yes.
But we'll get to that one shortly. But Goldfinger really was the first James Bond blockbuster. It really truly was. The lines were going around the block at all the theaters when this film originally came out. And it is indeed a terrific Bond film. Now, I don't pick it as the #1 greatest Bond movie of all time, but before you get mad, before you get angry, oh, how dare you not pick Goldfinger as the #1 Bond film of all time? It is in my top 5. So I love, love, love Goldfinger, okay?
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I think all three of us can say that. All three of us can say our top Bond movie is not this. I mean, again, in my top 5 for sure. My favorite Connery movie for sure, but my favorite Bond movie in the series, sorry, that goes to Skyfall for me.
Okay, yeah, but I mean that doesn't mean we don't love Goldfinger, because I just want to say briefly there are a few snarky purist Bond fans out there who actually, they try to throw that bullshit at you. Real Bond fans pick Goldfinger as the best James Bond
don't
movie.
pay attention to anyone like that.
Yeah, exactly. Look, all I can say quickly, because I do need to talk about the film, I love Goldfinger. It's in my top 5. Shut up. that's basically it. Okay, I do appreciate Goldfinger. However,
how dare you, Alan? How dare you?
Yeah, I know. I also have to say, I do think, maybe I'm in the minority here, but I do think there are a couple of itty-bitty flaws in the film. I don't think it's a perfect Bond film that many people say, but I do think it's near perfect. This is a near perfect Bond film for me. And suffice it to say, I do love it and appreciate it. So about the movie itself, I mean, first of all, Sean Connery, he is totally in his element here. This is certainly his most popular Bond film, I think, of all the ones. This is the most popular one that he ever did. And again, I think by this point, the filmmakers have the Bond formula in place. They got the gadgets, they got the spectacle, they got the great villains, you got a great Bond, you got great Bond girls, and it's just a terrific adventure.
And not only that, this is where the formula took place, the Bond formula, which we still have today.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, this is the movie that, so many people look at this film as the model, the definitive model of the James Bond formula. You got to have your pre-title sequence where Bond is on some sort of mission, not necessarily connected to the main mission that he goes on for the rest of the film, but have him go on a short mission at the beginning, basically just to establish how cool Bond is as an agent, and just to get everybody in the audience warmed up for the main adventure. Yeah, for the main adventure that's going to follow. We got Bond swimming underwater. He's got the suit, and then he just takes off. He gets out of the water. He takes off the diving suit, and he's already dressed in this really cool white.
Isn't it weird how his suit actually isn't wet underneath that?
Not at all.
I've always found that strange.
Yeah, well, it's a really excellent MI6 suit. I mean, it's top of the line. It's made by Q Branch, so it's going to keep him extremely dry. But the fact that he's able to swim in that while wearing a suit and tie underneath is kind of strange. But okay,
he's his arse off.
Yeah, he's an MI6 agent, and okay, Q Branch makes him really cool stuff. What can I say? But yeah, Connery is fantastic. I mean, brave, suave, great with the ladies, tough, funny, and on top of that, he's given a terrific adventure, a terrific script this time out, and it's definitely a fantastic performance from him in a fantastic Bond movie. Even though I admit I have a couple little quibbles with it, I'll get to those shortly. But overall, for me, it's a near perfect movie, and that's great that this is the one that most people point to as either the best Bond film or at least the best Connery Bond film. And it's great that it was such a huge box office hit back in the day. So you got Connery, he's great. You have a very memorable villain in the form of Gert Frobe as Arik Goldfinger, the man who loves gold, even though his voice was dubbed because, Gert Frobe was a German actor. And I've heard some parts of his original recording playing the role. And yeah, he didn't speak English all that well. So that's why they had to dub him. But still, he's definitely a great physical. Yes?
I was going to ask, where did you hear his original voice? Like, do you have a clip of it anywhere we could listen to? Or
I think if you watch the documentary about the making of Goldfinger, which was on the original DVD release of Goldfinger, I think it is posted on YouTube, and they play a little clip of Gert Frobe actually speaking as Goldfinger as he originally did it, and his voice it sounds like German mumbling or something like that. It's
on the Blu-ray as well because all the special features were transferred over. They're the same ones, so you should find it on the Blu-ray which you've got.
Yes, exactly. So it looks like, you see, I'm looking at the Wikipedia page. It looks like his voice was dubbed by Michael Collins. That's Michael Collins you're hearing as the voice of Goldfinger, although Gert Frobe is
not Michael Collins. Not Michael Collins, the astronaut, or Michael Collins, the IRA guy, but yeah.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yeah. Stage actor Michael Collins. Yeah, as it says here.
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
But he is a great physical presence, and with Michael Collins' voice, besides who does Michael Collins doing really good voice, very memorable voice for Goldfinger. Yeah, that iconic line, "No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die." Yeah. He's a great, memorable villain, a very larger than life villain, and I like him very much. You have Harold Cicada as Oddjob, one of the greatest henchmen that has ever been in the James Bond series, with that classic bowler hat that has the blade on it. And of course, the climactic fight between Bond and Oddjob at Fort Knox. Memorable scene, but he's a memorable henchman, and he never says a word. He never utters a word until in the end when he's being electrocuted. But other than that, he's a silent henchman. He just lets his brute strength and his bowler hat with the blade do the talking. But he's a memorable henchman. He's one of the best.
Oh yeah, and there's that moment, Alan, where he crushes the golf ball as well in his hand.
That's right. And again, never says a word, but you don't forget him. He's very, very memorable. And let's see what else. And of course, the original cast members. Bernard Lee as M. He's great. Desmond Llewellyn as Q really gets to shine. Of course, when he in that great iconic moment when he gives Bond the iconic car, the Aston Martin DB5. Has to be said that the classic car. It's the car we would all like to own. Actually, before I started talking about Goldfinger, I looked up online how much would you have to pay if you wanted to buy an Aston Martin DB5, and in American dollars, you can buy one for $450,000. That's what it's going to cost you if you want an Aston Martin DB5. Fair amount, yeah. But if I had it, I would buy it definitely. I love that car.
I'll just get a loan on buy it.
Yeah, really. Yeah, I mean, I do have a couple of toy versions of the Aston Martin DB5. That's probably the best I'm going to do. Yeah, that'll do. Can't drive it, but it looks cool on my table in the living room.
You can just pretend that you're in your current car that you're Bond driving in that.
That's right. Or but that's okay. I'm happy just to have a toy version of it. That's fine. That'll do me just fine. But yeah, the Aston Martin DB5, the iconic car with all the gadgets, the guns, the exhaust systems, the ejector seat, the shield, the windows that are bullet resistant, and just a wonderful sleek look and design of the car. It's the car we would all love to own. So it makes its first appearance right here in Goldfinger, given to Bond by the one and only Desmond Llewellyn as Q.
I was just going to say, Alan, I love that line that Connery says to him. He's like, "Ejector seat, you're joking." And Q says, "I never joke about my work, 007." That was
yes. I was about to say that. You beat me to it. So yes, I love that line. it's a great moment in the film. Absolutely. Lois Maxwell, great as Miss Moneypenny. And then of course you've got the classic Bond girls. Honor Blackman as Pussy Galore. A very risque kind of name.
I must be
It's amazing that it.
Not very subtle name.
Yes, exactly. Says here that the character's name was originally going to be. They said the name of the character was originally going to be Kitty Galore, but they decided to just go for broke and call her Pussy Galore. But I guess they figured they could get away with it because pussy can also be short for pussycat. Oh, what a cute little pussycat! So
well, I mean,
get away with
what we think it means, but I mean, if this film came out nowadays, it would be panned.
Probably. Well, I mean, in 1979's Moonraker, we get a character named Holly Goodhead. We
also got a character. We also got a character called Chewie in the Man Golden Gun.
Yeah. And there's parody names. I know there was an episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine where they did a James Bond spoof, really, and there was a Bond girl in there called Mona Loves It. So I always like that.
And in Austin Powers, they have Ivana Humpalot.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's dozens of them. We can go all night with this, but yeah, Pussy Galore, the first racy named Bond girl, and Honor Blackman. Honor Blackman, she's great. As you know, she used to be on the Avengers. She was pre Diana Rigg on that show, and lovely lady, and also just a great screen presence. And again, it's hinted at that she too is a lesbian because she and Bond first meet on the plane after he wakes up from, I guess, being given a drug, and he wakes up. And he sees her, and he's trying to put on the charm, and she tells him, "You can turn off the charm. I'm immune," which hints that she's a lesbian. But later on in the movie, Bond and Pussy Galore, they have a little roll in the hay, and Bond converts her. It's like, yeah, Bond, go Bond.
It's like that thing of actually kissing her because she likes it,
Yeah. No,
actually,
I mean, they said, go on.
I was going to say, they were talking about that scene recently in Good Morning Britain, and they had this debate on whether James Bond was a bad guy, and they showed that scene. There was like some feminist on there saying, "Oh, but Bond, he's a rapist. What he was doing there was a rapist." And I was just like, "Oh, for God's sake!"
It's not rape. It's not rape.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he tells her he tells her, "Let's play," and they start playing, and after a few moments, she decides that she likes being kissed by James Bond.
Yeah. Yeah, converted.
I mean, if she really wanted to, she could have kicked him in the crotch or something like that. But no, she decides she likes it. So.
Also, people forget this was in the 60s. I mean, times were very different. So, I don't want to debate about all the feminist stuff now.
Yeah. But I just wanted to say, it's been said about James Bond. He's a man so sexy he can convert lesbians, and that's basically what you see in Goldfinger with that classic roll in the hay with Bond and Pussy Galore. So that's great. But anyway, I love Honor Blackman as Pussy Galore. She's great. Shirley Eaton as Jill Masterson, who sadly meets an unfortunate end by being painted in gold paint.
Wow, what a beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, oh my goodness. And I mean, that's a great iconic scene. I mean, the painted gold lady lying dead in Bond's hotel room. So Shirley Eaton, she's not on screen for too long, but when she is there, I think she's quite delightful. Jill Masterson, very lovely lady. And I think that was very brave of her to have her entire body covered in gold paint. And of course, they left a little splotch on her lower back without the paint because, so she didn't suffocate to death from skin suffocation. So I think that was very brave of her to do. And of course, they did have a doctor on standby, in case something went wrong. But she survived it, and it's an iconic mission or iconic picture in the film, an iconic moment.
Yeah.
And she was really good in the role. It's a supporting role, but she was quite good in that. I also want to make mention of Tanya Mallet as Tilly Masterson, who plays she's the sister of Jill Masterson. Although her part, it's a small role, and sadly she gets killed in the film by Odd Job. And also very
I think
sadly,
that's a bit anticlimactic, isn't it? Because they're setting her up for this path of revenge, and yet she gets taken out just before we even get to know more about her. Really, it's a shame.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, Jill Masterson, yeah, Tilly, she's the sister of Jill. Jill Masterson gets killed. Tilly's trying to revenge her sister's death, and then Tilly gets killed, which is kind of sad.
It's kind of a waste, really.
Yeah, kind of a waste, really. Yeah, lovely lady. Very sadly, Tanya Mallet passed away very recently, although they didn't quite say what it was. Interesting, though, Tanya Mallet, I didn't know if you knew this. I thought it was interesting to read that she was actually the cousin of Helen Mirren.
Oh,
Helen Mirren's cousin. Yeah. Apparently, Helen Mirren wrote some nice words about Tanya in her autobiography because they were related. They were cousins.
oh.
But yeah, she was a very lovely lady. It turns out Goldfinger was her only film role. She decided she didn't really like film acting, and so she went back to her first job, which was modeling, because she was a very lovely lady. So rest in peace, Tanya Mallet. You are missed. It's a good performance for what it is for her small screen time.
Yeah,
and she does get to be in the great car chase scene in the film when Bond's being chased in the Aston Martin by the bad guys. And then there's the moment where the car stops and Tilly runs out of the car, and unfortunately she's cut down literally by Odd Job and his bowler hat. But for the brief screen time that she's there, she is quite good. And rest in peace, Tanya Mallet. Great action scenes in the movie. I mean, of course, the car chase with Aston Martin is one of the big ones that sticks out in my mind. The fight between Bond and a bad guy in the hotel room. And he does eventually get the guy electrocuted. He throws the bad guy into the tub and hurls the electrical fan into the tub and electrocutes the bad guy. Shocking. Simply shocking. That's great. Classic Bond theme by Shirley Bassey. I mean, Goldfinger. For many people, it's the most iconic Bond theme ever.
Yeah.
Although I
think it's the best of the 3 Shirley Bassey songs. I think it's the best.
I agree with you. It's probably, definitely the best one. It's the most iconic one. And Shirley Bassey singing it with everything she's got. She did kind of sort of pass out at the end of doing that vocal because she has to hit that really loud long note. He loves gold. And she has to hold that note. And she says she nearly passed out after hitting that.
Tom Jones did the same with people.
Yeah, he actually passed out. That's the thing. What is it with these singers holding the note that they're nearly going to pass out?
Yeah, I know. But yeah, it's an iconic theme tune, and the one and only Shirley Bassey singing it. I'm glad she would come back a couple more times to sing a couple more Bond themes. Of course, Diamonds Are Forever and Moonraker. Let's see. Did I mention all the great action scenes? And I mean, there's also the when they go to Fort Knox. I also love Goldfinger's plot because he doesn't want to rob Fort Knox. He wants to blow up Fort Knox so his own gold goes up in value, which I think is genius. And of course, it has to be said now, obviously no cameras have ever been allowed within Fort Knox, so the filmmakers had to imagine what Fort Knox would look like, and they decided to go for a cathedral of golds, and it is beautiful, especially when you watch it either on the remastered DVD or Blu-ray. It is just so terrific to look at when we get in Fort Knox and you see walls of gold everywhere. It's just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful to look at. It's obviously total fiction. I'm sure the inside of Fort Knox looks quite different, but for the film, it looks great, I think. So I really like that. It's a terrific adventure. Lots of great set pieces.
Sorry, Alan. One other thing. We have a new Felix Leiter, actually. Cess Linder as Felix.
Oh, yes. There is a new Felix. Oh, Cess Linder. Yeah, it's Felix Leiter. Yeah, he's very good. He's very, very good. Yeah, quite a few actors have come through playing Felix Leiter. Maybe Jack Lord is maybe for me is arguably my favorite Felix because he was the first one, and again, he was a well-known actor who went on to do Hawaii Five-0, so he's probably the Felix that I'm the most familiar with. But yeah, Sek Linder, also very good as Felix Leiter in this movie as well. I like him a lot. Great John Barry score, great music. I mean, I love that when they're doing in the action scenes, we hear that da 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 da. You know, that's like during the raid on Fort Knox. That great pumped up action music, really great stuff.
Yeah.
So overall, I love Goldfinger. However, going against the majority who say Goldfinger is a perfect Bond film, and that's fine. If you say it's perfect and you love it and you think it's the best Bond movie ever, that's wonderful. It's a great Bond movie. There's no denying it's a great Bond movie. But I do have a couple of little nitpicks with it, and they both have to do with Odd Job and his bowler hat. For me, I mean, the first nitpick, there's only two of them. The first nitpick is when Tilly Masterson runs out of the car and Odd Job kills her with the bowler hat. Earlier on in the film, just as a demonstration, we see Odd Job decapitate a stone statue with his bowler hat with the blade. A stone statue. Slices the head of the stone statue right off. He hurls the bowler hat at Tilly and kills her. She's not decapitated. I mean, dude, that woman's head would have come right off.
I mean, yeah, she dies. Yeah, there's no gore or her head doesn't get severed. Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe that was a bit. Maybe that was a conscious decision. Like it was a bit too much for audiences to see a decapitated woman.
I mean, I feel sorry for the statue.
Yeah. I mean, look, I totally understand. It was the 1960s, and they couldn't show gore. They couldn't show the woman's head coming off. I mean, maybe we could have heard the sound of the decapitation, but not actually shown it. It probably wouldn't have been necessary. But even then, I guess they decided that was a little too much. So for some reason, the bowler hat blade only breaks her neck, and that's it. But it doesn't take her head right off.
I think it cuts her pulse or something. Yeah.
Right, and I also understand they couldn't really show blood back then. That would have been too gory. But I'm just saying, if you're going to show us the bowler hat slicing off the head of a stone statue, then only logically Tilly's head would have come right off.
Alan, if Quentin Tarantino was directing it, you would have seen loads of gore and like her head would have just flown right off.
If Quentin Tarantino had done it, yeah. If he had been around back in the day.
It would have been more than a bowler hat, you know. There would have been severed hands and severed limbs. Oddjob would have cut her up into pieces with his hat.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just saying, like, I understand this was in the 1960s. They couldn't show gore, but logic says that that's what would have really happened if they'd been able to show it. So that's just one nitpick of mine, because I just think it's a little illogical. And the other nitpick is when just before Bond and Oddjob have their big confrontation at Fort Knox, we see Bond handcuffed to the bomb. He's handcuffed. He's basically a sitting duck, and Oddjob is coming for him. He's coming down the stairs. You know, Bond's a sitting duck. Oddjob could have thrown the bowler hat at him at any moment and probably would have gotten Bond, but he doesn't. Instead, he just chooses to keep running until he finally gets down to Bond and can fight him mano a mano. But I mean, if Bond was a sitting duck handcuffed to that bomb, I just think Oddjob could have easily just thrown the bowler hat at him. Not necessarily aimed for the head or the neck, but I mean, he could have sliced up his chest or something with it and made him bleed or something.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. He throws the bowler hat from a great height and then decides to run. Like, you'd think he'd run down the stairs and then throw it, but yeah.
He'd get a much clearer shot if he did it that way, yeah.
Yeah. So I just think that was another directing decision that I don't think makes too much sense. But that's it. That's all I have in nitpicks about the movie. But because of those two little nitpicks, I don't proclaim Goldfinger a perfect Bond movie, but I do think it's near perfect, because other than those two nitpicks, Goldfinger is awesome. So even though it's not my number one pick as the best Bond film ever, sorry, Bond purists, but I want it known, I love Goldfinger. It's a near perfect Bond movie. It lands in my top 5. I think it's currently number 5 right now. We'll see what No Time to Die does when No Time to Die comes out. But But make no mistake, I love Goldfinger. For me, it's a near perfect Bond film. So even though I don't give it a perfect 10, I'm going to give Goldfinger a more than respectable, very, very loving 9 out of 10.
Fair enough. Oh, yeah, also, Alan, just one more thing. What do you think of that scene when when Bond is in the prison cell and he's trying to get the guard's attention and he's like winking at him and
Oh yes, yes, very very funny. I love that when he comes up to the door of the jail cell and he winks at the guard, and then he does eventually trick the guard and run out, but then he's quickly stopped by the other guards, and so we get that scene where Bond is back in his jail cell and there's like a whole row of guards with guns standing over him.
yeah,
Going out the door. That's very, very funny. Very, very funny. Yes, indeed. So great stuff. So I love Goldfinger. Near perfect Bond film for me. Sorry, Purist, but I love Goldfinger. I give it 9 out of 10. A very loving 9 out of 10.
That's good enough. That's fine. Okay, so we'll move on to Jack.
Well, Goldfinger. I think this is an absolutely classic Bond film, and out of all the Sean Connery Bond films, this is easily my favorite. I mean, I've always loved this film since I first saw it. The beginning, the pre-opening title sequence, I think it's, I think that's fantastic. Where Bond, I think he's in Mexico when he blows up this drug lord's place. That's very well done, and we see he's in the white tux. And I love the scene where he goes to.
Is that the only time Connery wears the white tux, or does he wear it in Diamonds Are Forever as well?
No, I don't think he wore the white tux in Diamonds Are Forever. No, actually, I think he did. Yeah, at the casino.
Oh yeah, I thought he wore it somewhere else. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. But, yeah, so we see that he blows up this place, and I love the scene where Bond is looking at his watch, like he's timing it right to see the place blow up, and then we see that he goes off, to get his bit of crumpet, I guess you could say, I like the scene where he's with the girl, and it's a great shot by Guy Hamilton where Bond, he looks into the girl's eye and he sees the guy come behind him. He sees the guy's reflection in her eye. That was very well done, a great shot. And yeah, I love that bit where Connery throws the fan, like the guy falls into the bath, and Bond throws the fan into the bath, and he's like, "Oh, shocking! Positively shocking." That was brilliant. And then you got the title sequence. I think the title sequence is fantastic. I don't know. I don't think it was Morris Pinder who did the title sequence, but whoever did the title sequence did a really good job. Like, you got the footage from the movie Goldfinger and a few clips of Russia with Love, like put over this body of the gold painted woman, and you got the song, the iconic Bond song, probably the most iconic Bond song, Goldfinger by Shirley Bassey. And it's a brilliant song. Goldfinger, he's the man with the Midas touch. I mean, that's brilliant. And it's definitely, I think out of the 3 Shirley Bassey songs, yeah, we have to agree with you guys. It's probably the best out of the Shirley Bassey Bond songs that she did. Out of the 3 that she did. But I mean, the film is just brilliant. The direction here by Guy Hamilton. I mean, this is where they really perfected the Bond formula. This is where they got everything right, and I think it's brilliant. I mean, I love that whole scene where Bond's in Miami Beach, and you got Goldfinger playing cards with this guy, and he's cheating like Jill Masterton, and she's telling him the guy's hand over his microphone. And I love Connery's delivery of the line. She's like, "Oh, who are you?" And he's like, "Bond, James Bond." And it's a great scene, where he's talking to Goldfinger. He's like, "Oh, your luck's run out, Goldfinger." And we see that he's with Jill, and I quite like that scene where he's got the champagne. He's like, "Oh, it's not properly chilled," and he's like, "Oh, some things aren't done, right, girl. Like listening to the Beatles without earmuffs." That was quite funny, but yeah. So we see that he gets knocked out by Odd Job, and you got that great shot where Bond wakes up later on and he sees Jill Masterton covered in gold. And it's iconic. It's an iconic image, one of the most iconic images in Bond
I think it's worthy to
history.
note they tried to recreate this in Quantum of Solace with Gemma Arterton with oil. I don't know if it quite had the same impact.
Yeah. I mean, even when I saw that in the cinema, I was kind of like, they didn't need to recreate that. But I mean, it doesn't have the same impact. But I mean, it's an iconic image, so iconic that they would recreate it in Quantum of Solace. No, but I mean, yeah, the film, the pacing is just fantastic. I mean, it's about an hour and 50 minutes, I think. The pacing is just, it goes by like a rocket. I mean, it's just lightning fast, really great pacing. I think Garth Robe as Goldfinger is fantastic. I mean, he's just great as Goldfinger. I love that scene where Bond's playing golf with him, and we see that he's cheating at golf. And Bond, he manages to get his golf ball. And he says, "Oh, it looks like you lost the game, Goldfinger." I think that was quite funny. And then he throws him the Nazi gold, he throws him the bar gold on the lawn. And we see that Goldfinger says, "Oh, many men have tried to interfere in my affairs." And then he, gets our job to throw the hat at the statue. That was well done, and I love the scene where Oddjob crushes the golf ball. They actually recreate that scene in Octopussy where Gobinda crushes the die. Although saying that it wasn't as good as the scene here in Goldfinger. But yeah, I mean, I think Oddjob is a fantastic henchman as well. He's one of my favorites. I don't know if he's my favorite, but he's definitely in the top 5 best henchmen.
I think he's definitely the best henchman of Sean Connery. That's my opinion anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Jaws is probably my favorite henchman, but he's definitely, I say, Oddjob is the best Sean Connery henchman. But yeah, so we see that Bond, that he's trying to find out what's going on with Goldfinger, and I love the locations in this film. I love the location of Miami and then Switzerland and all that stuff. It's brilliant. And I mean, one thing I will say though is Bond is kind of sexist a little bit in the film, where he's with Dink. And he's like, "Oh, man talk," and he hits her on the ass and spanks her on the ass. I mean, nowadays I wouldn't really, I'd be criticised, but I mean, it's kind of funny. I mean, I mean, attitudes to women then were different, but yeah. So I mean, all that stuff in Switzerland is very good. I love the scene with Q where we see, it's the first Q branch scene where we see he, brings Bond the DB5, and they do actually reference the Bentley, because in the cars Bond drove a Bentley, but here they replace it with the Aston Martin DB5. And I mean, it's an iconic car, and it's appeared in so many Bond films. It was in this, Thunderball, GoldenEye, Skyfall, Spectre. It's been so many Bond films, the DB5, and it's just such a classic car. You got the ejector seat, the oil slick, all that stuff. And yeah, and I love that scene with Connery's like, "Oh, ejector seat, you must be joking." He's like, "I never joke about my work 007. That's a very funny scene. I think the scene with Moneypenny in this is quite good. I like the stuff in Switzerland as well, where Bond's following Goldfinger, and you see Tilly Masterson. She tries to shoot at Goldfinger, but Bond thinks that she's trying to shoot at him. And we have an interesting scene where he wrecks her tires. He gets this contraption that comes out of his car that, destroys her tires. And I quite like Connery's line, where she pulls the car over, and it's like, "Oh, you don't look like the kind of girl who, should be ditched." That was quite funny. But yeah, so we see that, he finds out, he sees TM on the briefcase, and we see that, he's sort of trying to find out what's going on. And I love that scene where Bond's spying on Goldfinger, his factory, and we see that he is there, and we have a nice cameo by Burt Kwok, who would play Caylow in the Pink Panther films. He makes a cameo in this, and he was also in Only Live Twice briefly. But that scene's interesting where he's with Tilly, and he tries to stop her from shooting Goldfinger, and she activates this alarm. And the scene where she dies is pretty intense. Like, you kind of feel bad for her. She just wanted revenge, for her sister. And the cards after that, I think, is really fantastic. Where you've got Bond in the car, and he ejects a guy out of the seat, and he crashes the car into the wall. And it's kind of funny to see the old granny with the machine gun. That was quite amusing.
Yeah, this is definitely over to some of the more over the top elements, but I think gradually the next couple of films would introduce even more of those elements, like the jetpack and the little Nelly, which we say.
Yeah, especially when we get to Diamonds to Forever, that's where they really amp up the camp. But this is definitely the film that sort of introduces the more over the top elements, the more outlandish elements. But I think for this film, it works. It's not too over the top. It's just the right amount of serious and funny stuff in there as well. But I think the characters here are great. Like, I love Pussy Galore played by Honor Blackman, and I love that scene where he wakes up and he's on the plane. She's like, "My name is Pussy Galore," and he says, "Oh, I must be dreaming." That's a great scene. And I like that bit where Bones, he's trying to put this tracker inside his shoe, and he's like, they're trying to spy on him, and like put shaving foam on the mirror and stuff. That was quite funny. And I think Connery here, he's just at the top of his game. I mean, he's so charismatic, he's so cool, he's tough when he needs to be. And I think Sean Connery, when he was making this film, had a really great time making it, because
you could
throughout
tell
the film he's constantly smiling. You could tell he's having a good time, and on the on-set interviews at the time, he looked like he was having a good time. And I think this is his best performance as Bond. He's just, he's got everything here. And this is the Bond film where they perfect the formula. They got the song, they got the Bond girls, they got the action, they got the great villain. And, you just have so many iconic scenes. Like, I love the scene where Bond is strapped to the thing, and he's got this laser, coming up to, like, literally cut him in half. And he's like, "Oh, Goldfinger, do you expect me to talk?" "No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die." And he manages to convince him that he, knows about Operation Grand Slam. And I think Goldfinger's plot in this is fantastic. Like, the whole Operation Grand Slam, the way he wants to explode a nuclear bomb inside Fort Knox and, irradiate the gold so the price of his gold will go up. It's a very good plot. I mean, it's different from the book. In the book, Goldfinger wanted to steal the gold from Fort Knox, but here they slightly change it. He wants to irradiate the gold in Fort Knox so the price of his gold will go up. I think actually the way they changed the story here a little bit, it makes more sense, and I think the plot here is actually better than in the book. It makes more sense because Bond said to him, "Oh, you only have a few minutes to get all the gold from Fort Knox before you
Yes. Here we go again.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dear.
Okay. Patience, everyone. Patience. Jack will be back shortly.
Oh, well.
I hate when that happens.
I think he was near the end as well of his. I think he was near the end of his discussion, so I didn't really want to jump in and take over. Gosh, we've been on for nearly 2 hours. We'll have to try and be a bit brisker with the next 3 movies. we don't want to be on for 4 hours.
Okay, we will try. We'll
try our best. I mean, obviously, Jack's Wi-Fi dependent, really. But yes, Lauren, the Goldfinger is definitely one of the most popular Bond films of all of them, and it's regarded as the quintessential Bond movie. I mean, yeah, I've seen behind the scenes of when this film was released, and blimey, there was so much hype. I mean, it was. I think it got so much acclaim. I mean, more so than the first two. So, I mean, this was before Star Wars had come out. So, and I think that movie became like the biggest movie ever at that time.
Yeah, it was a phenomenon. It really was when the James Bond phenomenon kicked in, and James Bond mania kicked in with this film. Definitely.
I mean, I'm amazed about the shooting as well, because they pretty much shot all these movies back to back. I mean, if you think about it, they just did them. They didn't stop basically, because they were released year after year after year. It wasn't really until You Only Live Twice where they had a slight gap. They had an extra year to work on it. But I mean, in a way, people complain about Connery getting bored of the role. Well, it's true. Yes, he got bored of the role and showed it. But I think he'd done so much in a short space of time, and it didn't help that he was being harassed by the press as well. I mean, we'll talk more about that when we get to You Only Live Twice. But
yeah,
I don't blame Connery for the way things turned out in You Only Live Twice. Really.
No, I mean, I would have been pissed too. And I think he just felt that the whole James Bond thing was getting more and more outlandish, even for his tastes, especially when he got to You Only Live Twice and they had the big volcano face set, which we'll talk about shortly, and the way he was being treated by the Japanese press, and he was starting to get tired.
Yeah,
that's basically it.
It really is. But come on, Jack, please come back, because we haven't got all night. So.
Jack, come on, Jack.
He really needs to change his Wi-Fi provider. Honestly, I don't understand.
I agree.
Why this keeps happening.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back.
I agree.
Okay.
He's going back.
Jack, hello.
Whoops.
You there? Hello.
Yeah, I'm
We'll be
here.
back shortly.
Yep. All right. As you were, Jack. We need to keep moving on now.
Sorry about that. Just fucking Wi-Fi. Yeah, I was gonna wrap up anyway, and Goldfinger was nearly done. But I like the scene that Alan mentioned where Bond's with Pussy Galore and they're in the barn, and then Bond sort of manages to seduce her, even though she's lesbian. I mean, nowadays that scene probably wouldn't go down too well. Like I said, there was that debate on a Good Morning Britain about that scene, but I think it works. And Sean Connery is a very charming guy. He's a handsome guy, so if you're going to be seduced by someone, then Sean Connery is definitely not someone turned down anyway if you're a woman. But I think the final action scene as well is great. The attack on Fort Knox, and I kind of like the fact that Pussy Galore sort of has a change of heart. And yeah, like the final action scene is great where Goldfinger, I like that scene where he changes his outfit to this sort of general outfit and he shoots the guys. And the final fight in Fort Knox is great. I mean, brilliant. I think the best set design so far by Ken Adam. And I love the final fight between Bond and Goldfinger. And Bond and Oddjob, where Bond throws the gold bar at Oddjob's chest. That's quite interesting. And Oddjob, I mean, he's a really dedicated henchman. I mean, Goldfinger locks him inside that vault to die with the bomb. You'd think he would try and help Bond to get out of there, but no, he's so dedicated to Goldfinger that he's willing to let himself die along with the bomb. But I mean, I think it's a big action scene, like when Bond throws when Oddjob throws the hat and it gets, Bond throws the hat and it gets stuck, and then Oddjob goes to get it, and then Bond, fries him essentially. And I like Bond's line afterwards, like, he's like, "Oh, where's your friend James?" And he's like, "Oh, he blew a fuse." Like, that's quite good. And I like the fact that when they turn off the nuclear bomb, it says 007 on it. Like 007 seconds. Sorry?
Convenient.
Yes, that was a great bit.
Yeah. And yeah, I think the ending is pretty good as well, where they're on the plane, and we see that Goldfinger gets sucked out the window. Like Goldfinger, the Bones, fights with him, and he gets sucked out the window. I mean, that effect is sort of aged now, but it's still a good scene, and I like the line. I like this. I like the line afterwards where Honor Blackman is Pussy Galore says, "So where's Goldfinger?" And he's like, "Oh, playing his golden harp." Like that's quite good. But, I do like the ending of the film where she, where Honor Blackman is there, and she's like trying to signal to them. It's like, oh, this is no time to be rescued, and he pulls the parachute over them. And it's a great way to end the film. And yeah, I also forgot to mention Zach Linder is quite good in the film as Felix. I quite like him.
I think he, like many others, enjoyed Pussy's Flying Circus.
Yeah. Yeah, Pussy Galore's Flying Circus. Not Monty Python's Flying Circus, but yeah. Yeah, so to close off, I think this is a perfect Bond movie. I mean, it's not my favorite Bond film. It's not my favorite of the 4 films that Guy Hamilton directed. I think probably I prefer Live and Let Die to Goldfinger, but this is a fantastic Bond film. Just top-rate, first-rate direction. Just fantastic Bond song. Sean Connery at the top of his game as Bond. Just. The villains are great. Art Goldfinger, Odd Job, Pussy Galore, great action scenes. Love the score as well by I think it's John Barry. He did this as well. Very good, and it's a classic. And it's out of the 6 official Sean Connery Bond films, and including the unofficial one as well. This is definitely my favorite Sean Connery Bond film. So I'm going to close off by giving Goldfinger a perfect 10 out of 10.
Right. Thank you, Jack. Okay, well, I'll try and keep my thoughts as brisk as possible because I know we've been on for 2 hours and we don't want to make this hugely long. But anyway, Goldfinger. Well, I pretty much agree with the vast majority of fans. I love this movie. And for me, it is my personal favorite of the Sean Connery Bond movies. And it's easily in my top 5. This movie is so good. It's so good. I mean, and the hype surrounding it at the time must have been insane. I mean, obviously, I wasn't there at the time, but judging from what I've seen in terms of clips, it looks like it was one of the biggest movies of the 60s. I mean, pretty much. This is a very good James Bond film, and as you guys have said, it cemented that classic Bond formula that we know and love, and that still remains with us to this day. Obviously, they've changed a few things around in the future movies, but only when necessary. But as for this film, this is fantastic. I love the story as well, and I like the villains. I think Goldfinger is without question one of the best Bond villains. He could potentially be the best. I mean, I don't know. I'll have to actually, once No Time to Die has come out, I'll do like a ranking of the villains and see which ones I prefer the most. But Goldfinger is up there. He's so good. I mean, even though Gert Frobe is dubbed, he still gives a fantastic performance. And like you said in that classic laser scene when he says, "Do you expect me to talk, Goldfinger?" "No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die." That's just a classic delivery. It's just absolutely fabulous. Sean Connery is at the top of his game here.
Sorry to interrupt, Ollie. I was going to say I love the Simpsons parody with Homer. That was very funny.
Oh yeah, the Simpsons parodied that scene as well, which is quite good. But yeah, no, I mean, and Sean Connery is on top of his game. He gives such a smooth, cool performance. And my favorite scene actually with Connery in this film is not actually that laser scene, which is a great scene, but the scene when he's trying to get the guard's attention when he's winking. I think that's hilarious. And then he tries to escape and then he doesn't, and then there's like a whole row of guards by his cell door, as Alan said, which is hilarious. But Connery just turns on the charm so well. He's tough when he needs to be, especially like in the fight with Oddjob as well. That's great. But one of the best scenes as well is in the beginning when he sees Jill Masterton and he says, "Oh, Bond, James Bond," and then he starts talking to Goldfinger. He's like, "Right, Goldfinger, I want you to start losing now." Then you see Goldfinger snap the pencil afterwards. You can tell he's really pissed off. Also, the golf scene I think is really good. I don't know if any of you guys mentioned it, but the golf scene is it's not really a tension.
I mentioned it, yeah.
Oh, okay. I might not have been in the room at the time, but anyway, yeah, that's a great scene because it's not necessarily tension filled, but it's a great moment between the two of them. It's almost like there's an underpinning of tension, even though they're not actually trying to outwit each other that much, just in terms of golf. But I like the way that Bond, he swaps the balls around and and kind of deceives Goldfinger, and then Oddjob crushes the golf ball in his hand, which is a very good moment. And yeah, I mean, I agree with Alan's point about Oddjob and the statue, and then Tilly, but we'll come to that in a minute. Oddjob is also a great villain as well. He's a great henchman. Oddjob is potentially my favorite henchman of the series. I think he's really, really cool. And the idea that he can kill people with a deadly bladed bowler hat is, I mean, I guess, yeah, it's a bit over the top and a bit silly nowadays, but back then it was pretty damn cool. And the way he kills Tilly with the hat is pretty intense. But of course, yeah, it is strange that her head doesn't get sliced off, but oh well, I'm prepared to let that go. But yeah, so the action scenes are great. The car chase, as you guys said, is phenomenal. Bond and Goldfinger's final fight in the aeroplane is good, although yeah, the effect of him getting sucked out the window is a bit dated, but still, you know, you have to kind of let it go because it was the 60s. And my favorite action scene in the film is Oddjob and Bond fighting, and then until eventually Oddjob gets electrocuted, which is quite good. The Fort Knox raid is also very good, and I think this is probably one of the best climaxes of a Bond movie. It's classic, and as Alan said, the design of Fort Knox is breathtaking. I mean, Ken Adam, he outdid himself. He really did. This is one of the biggest films in scope in terms of Connery's era, although I think Thunderball will have an increased budget and have a much bigger scope. But, you know, from the first two films going up, this is wow, it's like the scale has doubled by 10 times or something. It's really, really impressive. Really impressive. Also, this movie's 1 hour 50 minutes and it's paced really well. It doesn't drag once. It keeps itself interesting. It's just so well written as well. All the moments between Goldfinger and Bond is brilliant. The meeting scene actually is a very good one when Goldfinger chokes all of the the bankers and investors that disapprove of his plan, and also the Operation Grand Slam is an interesting thing there.
Yeah. It was kind of funny.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, Ollie. It was kind of funny the scene afterwards where Oddjob brings that guy to the car crushers, and he kills him, and he crushes the car, and then he puts it on the back of the other car. Like that was quite an interesting scene. But yeah,
that was a good scene. Also, Cess Linder as Felix Leiter. I mean, I guess he's all right. He's pretty good. There's some good moments between him and Connery, and I like the scene when he arrives at Goldfinger's place and he sees Bond and Pussy going into the barn, and he's like, "Oh, it's all right. James has got it under control. We don't, you know,
that's my James.
That's my James." Yeah, so they just bugger off and leave him to it, which is kind of funny. The Bond girls are pretty good. Jill Masterson obviously was only meant to be in that first scene, and there's that iconic image of her being covered in gold, which is interesting. I mean, obviously she's a beautiful lady. I mean, wow, she's a very beautiful lady, and I like her moments with Connery. I mean, the other Bond girl who's her sister, Tilly Masterson, she's good, but she's almost kind of wasted, really. They set her up to go on this revenge quest for Goldfinger, so perhaps she could have lasted a bit longer in the film. But it's a real shame that she gets killed in the way she does. So I think that's probably my main criticism of the film, is that she's killed a bit too early. If you were going to kill her, I think you could have waited a bit until later on. But of course, the main Bond girl we have to talk about is Pussy Galore, played by Honor Blackman. And yes, we must be dreaming. She's quite something. I mean, obviously, that line when she says, "You can turn off the charm, I'm immune," is hinting that she's, of course, a lesbian. But apparently Bond converts her. So, yeah.
It's kind of incredible that... It's kind of incredible that Honor Blackman's still alive today. She's like 95 this year, so good on her.
Yeah, I mean, good on her. Wow, it's amazing. I mean, she probably doesn't do much these days, but she must be in remarkably good health for someone 95.
Yeah. Yes, good for her. That's great.
But I mean, regarding that Bond scene, I mean, nowadays, if the film came out now, we would be panned. Literally, the way that women were treated back in the 60s was much different to now. I mean, we live in this, what we call a Me Too era, and, you know, I'm sick of arguing about all of this anyway, but I'll just say this, that people who are still argue about that, like, they don't understand that, you know, going back and watching these films, like, oh, look at the way they do this is wrong. Well, it was like, well, it was a different time. You have to understand, these films were made before all of this ever came to fruition. But you know what? I'm not going to go on about that, because that would just cause another argument. I don't want to get into that. But
yeah, I mean, a penis regenerating into a vagina? Oh, sorry, wrong
guy. Yeah, but you know, same principle. Yeah. You know, whatever. But anyway,
I get it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you said it, Alan, back in the hangout. It was hilarious.
Oh, I know, and I still believe it. Regarding the doctor,
yeah. No, I stand by you. Anyway, moving on from that, the title sequence is one of the best. I think it's superb, and it is very simple. It's just, you know, there's a black background and like a woman covered in gold, and they're projecting images from the other films not on the other films. Sorry, they're just projecting images onto the woman, which is a good idea, and it's much more simple. Back to basics. You can actually read the titles, unlike From Russia with Love, which is good. And the song by Shirley Bassey is incredible. It is definitely one of the best. It is definitely one of the best songs in the Bond era.
It's the gold standard.
Yes, yeah, no pun intended. It is the gold standard of Bond themes. It's not my favorite Bond theme, but it is up there. I put it in my top 10, and Bassey's vocals are incredible. And yeah, no wonder they asked her to come back twice. So good for her. And it's a great tune. And it's lyrically is, I think, one of the best songs as well. It just fits, you know, the words Goldfinger, you know, he's the man with the Midas touch, a spider's touch, such a cold finger. And I love the orchestration when it goes da 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 da. It's amazing. It's such a great song. And again, the opening scene is very good as well, when Bond fights that guy in the hotel room and says, "Oh, shocking, positively shocking." And yeah, I mean, what can I say? It's a fabulous film, and for me, it's easily the best of the Sean Connery era. Also, the dubbing's much better in this film. Gert Frobe is dubbed in this film, but you wouldn't tell. I could never have told that for years. But you know what? His performance still comes through. And again, you know, everybody goes back to that classic laser scene. Oh, and one more thing. The John Barry score, incredible. Probably one of his best scores, if not his best. It's great, especially in that laser scene. That's definitely a classic piece of scoring there from John Barry. But yes. So, Goldfinger, what else can I say? I think it's a masterpiece. And I also love the Q branch scene as well. When Q says, "Oh, you know," when Bond says, "Oh, ejector sheet, you're joking, lass. I never joke about my work, 007. Some great banterous moments between Bond and Q. Again, this is the beginning of the Bond and Q relationship. Oh yeah, I guess I should mention the other MI6 regulars. I guess are pretty good. I mean, Bernard Lee as M, and Lois Maxwell's Moneypenny all get their token moments, and they're all they're all great. You know, literally don't have anything to complain about other than that some Tilly is killed a bit too early, and I do agree with Alan's point about the statue and also the fact that Tilly's head didn't get sliced off. But again, this was pre-Tarantino, so I mean, who knows? But you know,
Yeah,
I mean, Guy Hamilton.
Yeah, if it was Tarantino, it would be Kill Till Volume 3.
Kill Till Volume 3.
Kill Till.
Very good, actually.
Very good, Jack. That was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah.
That's really good.
Kill Till.
Oh God,
Yes.
yeah.
Get
Kill
my
Till.
hand for that. That was good. That was good. Yeah.
That was hilarious. Wow. Oh, God, sorry. I'm gonna get back on track. All right. So, to close off, I will give Kill Till Volume 3 a 10 out of 10. Oh, sorry, Goldfinger.
Goldfinger.
Okay. We now move on
But
to
now
this is where it gets interesting. Now we move on to Thunderball. No, that's wrong. Sorry. Yeah. Thunderball. If I could sing the right note.
Ollie.
Yes.
Yeah. I was just going to ask you, can, in this particular instance, can I go last about Thunderball? I promise I'll be polite. Really, I swear I'll be polite.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Can I go last?
If you prefer to go last, it's fine. I'll let Jack go first. But I was going to say the exact same thing. That when I give my thoughts, I promise to be polite. I will not rant. that's not what I'm going to do. So
yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Okay, Jack doesn't mind going first, but this is where it gets interesting because obviously this is the first time we're going to properly disagree. But I'll let ladies go first. So Jack, after you.
Well, maybe you should go first. Only joking.
Okay. As for me, I'm going to turn my mic off and I'm going to turn the volume down, although just loud enough so I can still hear you guys.
You gotta.
And you just.
Alan, this might be the time when you go for a pee break.
I think Alan's gonna stick his fingers in his ear and go la 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 la. Let's sort of try.
Well, either that, or he's going to stick his fingers up at us.
But okay. But like I said, I promise I'll be polite, and you guys just say what you want. Okay.
Well,
I'm going. Bye-bye.
If it's easier, go for a pee break or have some food or something. If you don't want to listen to us.
I'm not. All I will say is I'm not gonna rant. I'm not gonna rant either on Thunderball.
Okay. Thanks. We'll be civilized today, I promise. Okay, I'm going. Bye.
Well,
so Jack, what do you think?
10 out of 10. So on to you, Ollie. No, only joking. After Kill Till Volume 3, we got the next Bond film, Thunderball, and to be honest, Thunderball, I understand if there's people out there who love this film. I understand that people love Thunderball, but honestly, this is my least favorite of the Connery era. And Thunderball, this is a film I want to love. This is a film that I've always tried to understand why people love it. I've always tried to watch this and try to understand why a lot of people love it, but I just can't. I just think the main problem with Thunderball for me is that the film is way too slow. I mean, the film's 2 hours and 10 minutes, and at the time, it was the longest Bond film. And I really don't think it needed to be that long. I think you could have easily made this 2 hours or an hour and 50 minutes like the previous
like
Bond
you said in
films.
the review, it's like a director's cut.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like a director's cut. I mean, it's interesting the way we begin the film. Like, we got the new gun barrel with Sean Connery in it, and that's nice. I mean, even though Connery's pose is a little bit, weak, the sort of wobble. And then you get into the pre-opening title sequence, and the pre-opening title sequence for me, it's one of the weakest in the series. Like, it opens on the coffin with the initials JB, and it's like, you think it's Bond, and then it's like, no, it's this guy, this other guy, Jacques Bouvier or something like that. And then you sort of get that scene where Bond, he encounters the widow, and it's actually Bob Simmons, funnily enough, Connery's stunt double. He plays the widow.
Condolences.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a decent fight sequence, although it is a little bit weird that this guy's dressed up as a widow. Like, you'd think people would notice that.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a decent fight sequence. But then the scene after that is a little bit silly, where Bond gets on the jetpack, and I mean, I can understand some people like the jetpack, but I just think it's a little bit ridiculous. Like, and it's kind of convenient how it's sort of placed there on the roof. And then you get him in this and then you get Bond in the DB5, and he like squirts the water over the guys, and I just kind of thought, yeah,
why do we need the jetpack? Why can't he just bust his way through the cathedral and just exit through the front door? I mean, or the back door and get to the car? But the jetpack just seems kind of unnecessary to go to the roof and then do that. But
yeah, and not only that, but like, who put the jetpack there? It's so conveniently placed. It's like they knew the Bond was going to try and make a getaway.
Yeah. Q Branch just leave it there.
Yeah. Did Q just parachute down and leave it there? I don't know, but yeah. And then you get into the title sequence and the theme song, and I will say the title sequence is one of my favorites. It's very visually exciting. I love the use of colors, like the sort of underwater themes in it. And the song Thunderball by Tom Jones, I will admit, it's a very good Bond song. Although I will say I kind of prefer the rejected version, Mr. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang by Dionne Warwick. But it's kind of interesting about that song. They originally recorded it with Shirley Bassey, and then they re-recorded it with Dionne Warwick, and they were going to use that song. But then they decided to make a song called Thunderball of Tom Jones, and they were going to use the Dionne Warwick.
They wanted it because of the title of the movie. They wanted it to be the same. So
yeah. I mean, it's kind of funny how it's kind of weird how they made a song out of the title Thunderball, but surprisingly it works.
Thunderball, your fiery breath.
Yeah, unlike the Johnny Cash rejected shit. But I mean, I do. It is kind of interesting that we're going to use the Dionne Warwick version of Mr. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang in the credits, but Shirley Bassey was pissed off because she recorded the original version. So I think she was going to like sue them so they couldn't use that in the credits. But I mean, this film is very interesting because of the Kevin McClory stuff. Kevin McClory, he wrote the original. What's interesting about Thunderball was that initially, Ian Fleming was approached many years ago before Cubby Broccoli approached him in the 50s. Ken McClory and Jack Winningham, I think, they approached Ian Fleming, and they came up with this, like, they wanted to do a film version of Bond, and they came up with a script, but the film never came to be. So Fleming decided to, write the novel Thunderball, and he didn't give them credit, and hence why since then there were all these like legal issues, and for a long time, Kevin McClory, he had the rights to Spectre and to Blofeld and all this stuff. So I mean, there was a lot of legal garbage going on with this film.
I mean,
and that's
the only Bond film that's been remade.
Yeah, and it's the only Bond film where it says produced by Kevin McClory because the film, they realized that if they did a deal with McClory, then they could make the film, and they had the rights to Blofeld and Spectre until the rights expired in 1977. So they had the rights for 12 years. But yeah, I mean, I think, Thunderball, I just think the plot for this one is just not very engaging. This whole idea of these like nuclear missiles being hijacked, and Spectre's gonna use them
quite
for
a lot of films that do have some kind of craft being hijacked.
Yeah,
I think Gilbert would kind of copy this a little bit in You Only Live Twice. and the other ones that he did for Roger Moore.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is kind of different, like the nuclear device thing. But yeah, no, I mean, I just think the plot here is just kind of for me, it's a kind of who cares plot. They're going to hijack these nuclear missiles, and it's just not as epic as the previous film, Goldfinger.
Well, it tries to be.
And
it tries to be.
Yeah,
scope-wise.
yeah. I mean, visually, I will say the film looks fantastic. I mean, visually and cinematography wise, it's very well made. I think.
I think we get a lot more aerial shots in this one, don't we?
Yeah, and I think I think there are good things in Thunderball. I like the fact that this is the first Bond film in widescreen. That's good. But I mean, I just think the pacing for me, it just plods along. I mean, every time I watch Thunderball, the pacing just really drags. I mean, all the stuff at the health spa, I think you could have cut out most of it. I mean, that stuff in the health spa just drags on and on and on. And I really think, watching that, I'm just like, someone should have, cut those scenes down. And what's interesting about Thunderball, like Stephen McKenzie,
that health spa stuff. We don't get out of the health spa until 36 minutes into the film. That's way too. That's way too long.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, and I mean, it's just like all that stuff. The health spa just goes on too long, and Stephen McKenzie
machine.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, I mean, Stephen McKenzie told me that when Thunderball was being directed, Terence Young, like immediately after he did Thunderball, he went on to direct another project. So basically, Peter Hunt was left on his own to edit over 3 hours of footage down into a satisfactory cut. So I mean, I could understand they had problems with that. Peter Hunt, he couldn't help the editing. He just left as soon as he finished the film. But I mean, even then, I think at the the edited version that they had at 2 hours 10 minutes, it's just too long. You could have just cut, I think, at least 15 or 20 minutes of the film down. I mean, all that stuff in the health spa. I mean, it's just, I mean, it's not bad or anything, but it just goes on and on and on, and I just don't.
It's unnecessary.
Yeah, it's unnecessary. And I mean, some of the stuff at the health spa nowadays, I mean, would really not go down well. Like that whole scene with Molly Peters, like the way Connery just keeps persistently, coming on to her, like she keeps saying no to him. I mean, nowadays, like Bond will probably be accused of being, a pervert, or I mean, he doesn't really take no for an answer in this film. When he's sort of with Molly Peters' character, like she just
sadly
says to him, it's kind of a shame, yeah. But I mean, she sort of says to him in the film, back off, stay away. I mean, it is a little bit awkward watching it now, but I mean, it's still kind of amusing in some ways.
I mean, both of them are good in the scene. They both play it well.
Yeah, but yeah, saying that, I think Bond is a little bit, I mean, nowadays it wouldn't go down well, and he doesn't really take no for an answer. He sort of forces himself on her, but nonetheless, I mean, it's still kind of a nice scene. I mean, it is kind of funny, like that whole bit where they go into the room. And he takes her bra off, and it's quite a steamy scene. But yeah, I mean, there's just some stupid. There's some stupid stuff in it. I agree. That whole bit where Bond's on the traction machine, like, come on, really? Like, it's just ridiculous.
It looks like someone's fucking raping him, and honestly, it's uncomfortable, and it's just hilarious. The reactions on his face. It's meant to be a tension-filled scene. And Connery's face, I mean, it just makes me laugh. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that whole scene on the traction machine, it's just ridiculous. You could have cut that out. I mean, I just, that whole scene in the traction, it's supposed to be tension-filled, but it's not. It's just ridiculous. It's like, it just looks like something out of a fucking cartoon, like a parody or something like that.
And the music's going dun, dun. It's like, ow, 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 ah. Jack?
Sorry, my brother just came into the room.
Oh, no, that's all right.
Yeah. No, it is kind of ridiculous when he's on the traction machine, and it's supposed to be a tension-filled moment, but I don't buy it. And just all the stuff at the health spa. I mean, it's just Bond's just farting about. He's not doing anything. He's not on the mission. He's just fucking about at this health spa, and it just goes on for me, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, there are some good things in the film. Like I said, the cinematography is good. I really like Luciana Paluzzi as Fiona Volpe. She's very sexy in the film, and I guess you could say she's the first Bond femme fatale. And I mean, that stuff with her is quite interesting. There's that guy that she's sleeping with. It's Domino's brother, and we see that there's this guy who looks exactly like him, and they kill him. And
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, that effect is kind of dated. Like when he opens the door and he like sees the copy of himself, you can kind of tell it's just footage, projected footage of the same actor in front of him. But yeah, I mean, like I said, Fiona Volpe, very sexy, very good. I think maybe she should have been the main villain in this film. I think that would have been a bit more interesting for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the problem though with Thunderball, like I said, it's just the pacing. I mean, it takes 40 minutes for Bond to get on his mission, and it's like I just think you could have cut all that stuff, in the health spa out. I mean, you could have, thinking about it, you could have you could have just cut all that stuff at the health spa out completely because it doesn't add anything to the plot. It doesn't, I mean, Bond doesn't really find anything out or do anything during those health spa scenes. But yeah, I mean, then you get into the film, and then we're introduced to Largo, played by Adolfo Celli, and Adolfo Celli, he gives a decent performance, but Largo for me, he's one of the worst Bond villains. I mean, there's nothing to him as a villain. I mean, he's just this old man. He doesn't really pose a threat to Bond. He's got this eye patch, and they never explain why he's wearing an eye patch. And I mean, the only thing that sort of signals him out as a villain is the eye patch. He just his his villain just doesn't really have any. He's just not really a threat to Bond.
The only threatening thing he does is when he abuses his niece, but Domino. But that's it.
Yeah.
And even then, that's not really enough to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, I mean, I just think Largo is just definitely one of the worst Bond villains. I mean, if Alan likes him, that's fair enough, and I can understand the appeal of this film. I can understand why Alan likes the film, but I just, there's just a lot of problems here. For me, yeah, I mean, like I said, Fiona Volpe is good in the film. I mean, there are some things that here. There are some characters that are kind of wasted. Like I think Paula is a character, played by Martine Beswick.
Yeah,
she's just kind of pointless. I mean, her death is good, but her death really has no impact. She really interacts with Bond that much in the film.
Yeah. Also, Vargas, his death is anticlimactic, and Pinder, they're all wasted, like they're just useless characters.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Speaking of the Bond girls, I mean, Claudine Auger as Domino, she is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, and it is quite sad that she passed away recently. She died in December 2019, so only a few months ago. So rest in peace, Claudine Auger. But I mean, Domino's the character. Yeah, Domino's a character for me. I'm sorry to say, I mean, she's too similar to Honey Rider for me. I mean, we see that she's interested in swimming and all this stuff, and we see that, like Honey Rider, I mean, Honey Rider, she's sort of avenging her father. In this, she's sort of trying to avenge her brother. And she's too similar to Honey Rider to me. She just comes across as a little bit of a Honey Rider rip-off. I mean, Claudine Auger, like I said, she gives a very good performance. She's very sexy. But I just, Domino doesn't really do anything for me, and she doesn't really do much in the film. She doesn't get much to do. We see that she's sort of like the prisoner of Largo.
in this film. I mean, I will say, the film does have some very good one-liners. Like, I like that scene where, Bond, calls her Domino, and she's like, "Oh, how do you know my friends call me Domino?" He's like, "Oh, it's on the bracelet on your ankle." She's like, "Oh, what sharp little eyes you've got." And he's like, "Oh, wait till you get to my teeth." That's very funny. And I like the scene where, she's like, "Oh, somebody's watching us," and it's Vargas, and Bond, shoots him against the tree with the harpoon gun. He's like, "Oh, I think he got the point."
Yeah.
I mean, that's a very good one-liner.
I mean, he delivered that perfectly, the way it should be done.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't camp it up or anything like that.
Not like Halle Berry in Another Day when she says, "I think I got the thrust of it." Ugh.
Yeah, God, we'll get to that shit eventually, but yeah, I mean, suffice to say, Thunderball is a million times better than that crap. But yeah, I mean, we do have some interesting scenes. Like, there's that scene where he comes across Fiona Volpe and they're in the car, and he notices the Spectre ring that she has on her hand. And I like the scene where she's driving really fast, and she says, "Oh, you don't like to drive?" And he's like, "Oh, no, I just don't like to be driven. Some men don't like to be driven." That was quite good. I like the Q scene in this. Like, Q appears halfway through the film, and he's sort of got this fishing outfit on, like this. Well, he's sort of wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and he's got this fishing hat or whatever. That was quite nice. I like that. But all the underwater stuff, I have to say, while visually it's nice, it brings the pacing of the film to a screeching halt. I mean, all the underwater fight stuff in here, I just find it really, really tedious and boring. I mean, visually it's nice, but I just think, because they're filming it underwater, it slows down the action. I mean, everything underwater is going to be slower anyway because you're underwater, and that's kind of one of the problems with the film is the underwater fight stuff is just too slow. But
also, Jack, about the
fighting,
the fact that we don't know who half these people are. I mean, it's hard to tell who's who, really. I mean, you can tell Bond and Largo kind of, but even then, the choreography is terrible because how can you choreograph a fight underwater? I think it was just something ambitious, really. They should have just downscaled it or downscaled the amount of underwater fighting. But also, there's not much action on land, and like the final fight in the Disco Volante, that's not very good.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, the film, like I said, it does have its good points to it. Like I said, the cinematography's good, like Fiona Volpe. But like I said, the pacing is just far too slow. I mean, watching this film, I always, I always, every time I watch the film, I want to understand why I love it so much, why, adore it. But I can never get into it, really. I just, it's just one of those films. It's one of those Bond films where I just I don't revisit it that often. I just find it too slow. I find it too boring. I mean,
what do you think of Sean
Connery the whole scene.
Sean
Connery, I was going to get to him. Sean Connery, I think this is definitely, out of the 4 films so far, his weakest performance. He's good in the film. This is his last, pretty damn, good performance. But, there are some scenes in this I think you can kind of tell where he looks a little bit bored. Like, I think at this prior of the character. I mean, by the next film,
this was his fourth movie in 4 years, so no wonder.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't really blame him for his performance not being as good as the previous 3 films, but he's still good in this film. He's still pretty good. But yeah, I mean, I think you could tell in some scenes he's very good. Some scenes he looks a little bit bored, and I think, by the next film he just completely given up on the character. He just, he was fed up playing James Bond, and that's why he left. And then came back several times to the role. Yeah, and he came back again. But, yeah. No, I mean, there are some good scenes. So, I mean, I like the scene where he's with Fiona Volpe, and he's like, he has sex with her, and then the next day, he's like, "Oh, you don't think I enjoyed that, did you? I did it for Queen and Country." That was quite good. And I love the whole scene where he's they're going to kill Bond, and he and there's this Mardi Gras going on, and he's trying to run away from Fiona Volpe, and we see that he's injured, like he's bleeding from his leg, and that whole sequence is done very well. I love that whole sequence where he's running away and he's hiding. I love the bit where he's at the dance, and Fiona Volpe's dancing with him, and we see that it's a very well done sequence where this guy's pointing a gun at Bond, and it cuts between the gun and the music playing, and then we see that she gets shot. Bond uses her as a human shield. And I love Connery's line, "Oh, do you mind if my friend, sits this one out? She's just dead." I mean, that's a great line, and I like her death. But yeah, I mean, Largo, I don't really care about him. I mean, that scene with the baby sharks, at his pool's a little bit, it's not that threatening, to be honest. And I mean, I did like the scene, where Bond's shooting clay pigeons with Largo. He's like, "Oh, it looks tough," and then he just shoots the clay pigeon. He's like, "Oh no, it's not that tough, is it? Really?" That was good, but. Yeah, I mean, there's just, like I said, the pace drags. I mean, the Felix Slider in this, I don't think is particularly good. He's kind of, out of the Felix Sliders we had so far, he's definitely the weakest. He's a bit crap, to be honest.
Yeah, he doesn't
really
do
have any
anything either in
chemistry.
the film.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have any chemistry with Connery. The final, fight on the Disco Volante, the sort of finale of the film, isn't particularly great. I mean, the final underwater battle sequence between Largo's guys and Bond's friends. I mean, it's just not great, to be honest. I mean, it looks visually pleasing, but they're playing all this like fast-paced music over that fight sequence, and
Well,
it
actually,
just
you
doesn't
say that,
work.
but even then, to me, the music was slow. It was like a slower version of the From Russia with Love music. The dun 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 dun. That's literally the pace of it. It's very slow.
No, but what I mean is like they're playing this fast-paced music and then they're slowing it down, and it's just like I don't get that. And just the final underwater fight. I'm sorry, but the underwater fight sequence. I take the final space battle in Moonraker any day over the underwater fight sequences in Thunderball. I'm sorry, that's just my opinion. I know Alan and probably some other people, pissed off that I said that, but I'll take the final space fight in Moonraker any day over the underwater fight sequences. I mean, it becomes a little bit confusing as well. Like, you're kind of wondering, okay, who are the bad guys, who are the good guys? It becomes a little bit confusing. You don't really know who
Also,
the bad guys are. The
that
good
bit
guys
with the shark. Didn't the shark just actually turn up at that point when they were filming? So they just kept it in the film.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's a bit weird, but yeah, I mean that underwater fight sequence, it's just so slow. It just drags on. And the final, fight in the Disco Volante. I'm sorry, it's crap. I mean, I do like the scene with Largo though, where he's going to torture Domino with the ice and the cigar, and then the guy comes in and interrupts him. But the final fight in Disco Volante, it's terrible. I mean, they speed up the footage. They speed up the footage of the boat, and it looks terrible the way they sped up the footage. And the final fight between Bond and Largo, it's such an anticlimax. We see that Domino shoots Largo in the back, and that's it. It's just such an anticlimactic ending to the film. And you wanted Bond to, you're well done. You know, yeah. You, you wanted Bond to kill him, and then she says, "Oh." I mean, I do like Bond's line. He's like, that was lucky. He's like, "Oh, I'm glad to see you," but it's just such an anticlimactic ending. It's just like, oh, he gets shot in the back by this harpoon, and that's it.
I mean, by the time the last fight comes around, you're just done with the film. You're like, come on, just end now.
Yeah.
It's getting.
Yeah, it gets ridiculous, really. And I just think the ending's kind of stupid. Like they jump off the boat before it blows up, but like the way it's sped up, it just looks like a cartoon. It's ridiculous. It blows up and yeah, um, yeah, zoink, Scoob, yeah. But the ending, I just think is stupid. Where he's on the raft, and like he's on a raft and the plane comes by and he's hanging on to this wire from the plane. It's ridiculous. He would have. I think he would have died hanging on from that wire on the plane. How did he not lose his grip or fall off? That was kind of stupid.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, overall, Thunderball. I mean, if I can understand why Alan loves it, I can understand,
I mean,
his
I'm
lot of
sorry.
nostalgic
In
effects.
my personal opinion, this movie is just.
Yeah,
I didn't
exactly.
hear.
Yeah. If Alan loves it, that's fair enough. I'm not
Yeah.
bashing Alan. I'm not bashing anybody who likes the film. If it's Alan's favorite movie, if it's someone else's favorite Bond movie, that's fair enough. I can understand.
I mean, yeah, this is all
But
subjective. We're not. We're talking about these just in
Mhm.
terms of personal opinion. So
yeah,
there's no
exactly.
right or wrong
And
in this case. Yeah.
I mean, and when it comes to the Bond series, we all have very different opinions when it comes to some of the films. Like,
Yeah.
we both so I mean, it is subjective, and
Yeah. I mean, well, when we get
I
to Diamonds
mean,
Are Forever, there'll be differences as well. So yeah.
yeah. But I mean, for me, Thunderball, this is easily the weakest of the Connery Bond films. I mean, I've just never gotten into this film. I just, every time I've watched it, I've tried to enjoy it. I've tried to get into it. Like, I didn't go into this film. I've never gone into this film wanting to hate it or wanting to dislike it. But I just can't bring myself really to give this a passing grade or even just say it's okay. I mean, there are good things in it. The cinematography's good. Luciana
Connery.
Paluzzi Connery's good. Luciana Paluzzi as Fiona Volpe is very good. You got some good one-liners, like
What
I
about
think you got the
Moneypenny?
points. Yeah, she's not really in it that much, but yeah, she's good. I like Bernard Lee as well. There was one scene I forgot to mention as well. I did quite like where Bond, Sean Connery, he's he goes in to see Fiona Volpe in the bath, and she's like, "Oh, can you give me something to put on?" And he gives her shoes.
The shoes.
That was really funny. Yeah, that was very funny. And I like the scene where Bond eats the grape. That was quite a nice scene.
Yeah. Which they will reference in
Yeah.
Die Another Day. Oh God.
Oh God, yeah. Well, God. But yeah. I mean, there are good things in Thunderball. Like I said, I like Fiona Volpe. Sean Connery's good. You got some good one-liners, some good scenes. I like Fiona Volpe's death. But for me, the plot is just very generic. The villain Largo, I think, is crap. I'm sorry, Alan. I just think the film drags on too long. All that stuff in the health spa you could have just cut out. It takes Bond 40 minutes for him to get on his mission. It takes 40 minutes for him to get his mission, and I just think that's way too long. I understand they had problems with the editing, when it came to editing the film down from like a cut that was over 3 hours, they had to edit it down and Terence Young wasn't there to help, Peter Hunt edit the film, but even at 2 hours 10 minutes, you could have cut this down to I think at least to an hour and 50 minutes.
Yeah, I think
could have,
a similar length to the previous one would have been fine. At least 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I think it could lose
Yeah.
at least 10 to 15 minutes of its runtime.
Yeah, I think all the stuff at the health spa, like you said, it just doesn't really add anything to the film. It doesn't add anything, to be honest, because Bond doesn't get his mission. He's farting around at this, health spa. The scene in the tractor machine is stupid. And overall, like the underwater sequences. I mean, while the film visually looks nice, the underwater sequences go on way too long. Largo, like I said, not a compelling villain for me. The plot, I think, is generic. Connery is good, but it's not his best performance. I think you can see he's starting to get a little bit bored, and even though you got some beautiful Bond girls and cinematography and some decent action sequences, it just doesn't hold up for me. I mean, I like the Return of the DB5, that was nice, but it really is a bit of a mess for me anyway. And for me, so far, it's the first disappointment of the Bond series, and I just can't, I can't, give it a pass. I'm sorry, I can't. I mean, it's not the worst Bond film of all time. It's not, it's not as bad as something like Die Another Day or Tomorrow
Oh,
Never
God, no.
Dies or The World's Not Enough. Yeah. It's not as bad as some of the Pierce Brosnan Bond films, but it's definitely, I'd say, the weakest of the Connery films. And, I'm sorry, Alan. I'm really, really sorry. I try I've tried to enjoy this film. I've tried to, I don't go in there with a closed mind. Anytime I go into a Bond film, I always go in with an open mind, even the Bond films that I'm not too keen on. And, going into this film again, when I was rewatching it, I went in with an open mind, but it just doesn't hold up for me. It just kind of falls apart. And that's why I'm going to have to give it a 4 out of 10.
Well, I don't know if Alan heard that, but well, I'm sure he did. But hopefully we can all be civil about this. But yeah, well, as Alan wants to go last, I'll go next, and then we'll return to our normal order for the You Only Live Twice going forward. As for me, I have to say, on my most recent viewing of Thunderball, I actually liked it a tiny bit more than I used to, but that's really not much of a compliment, unfortunately. Currently standing, this is now my second to least favorite of the Connery films. I used to consider it my least favorite, but it's gone up ever so slightly, so I guess that's one good thing to say about it. For me, though, I do have to agree with Jack. There are quite a few issues with this film. And before you strangle me, Alan, let me hear me out, all right?
Strangling the cat.
I respect your opinion, Alan, and this is your favorite Bond movie, and I could kind of see why, but for me, I just can't get into it because, quite simply, the pacing of this film is way too slow. I just cannot get into it. I've tried a few times. I've seen this film about 4 times now, I think. But I just can't get into it. It's just far too slow. And while I mean, the good thing is Thunderball looks great and it looks expensive and it looks like they've got a bigger budget. I mean, the success of Goldfinger must have been insurmountable. So no wonder.
And it was the biggest box office Bond hit for a very long time. I think adjusted for inflation, it made over $1 billion. So I mean, this film, I think Goldfinger, the success of Goldfinger really made people go and watch Thunderball in droves and made it a big box office hit. But yeah,
and of course, this film does have its share of fans. Don't get me wrong, it really does, and Alan being one of them. But I just don't. I think after Goldfinger, this is a letdown for me. And yes, you're right about it being adjusting for inflation and being the highest grossing film of the series because of that until Skyfall. So for quite a long time until Skyfall, this was the most expensive film in terms of gross. So, good for that. But for me, this film is just, not great. I think they should have delayed this film by a year or so to really work on it. I think the pacing is far too slow. And I agree that the stuff in the health clinic just drags on forever. It's not really necessary to the plot, but it's kind of amusing stuff. I mean, Molly Peters is good, I suppose, in those scenes, and Sean Connery is good as always. He gives a great performance. I think
I will say this is a better film than the remake of Thunderball. Never Say Never Again, but we'll get to that eventually.
Yes, yeah, we will touch on Never Say Never Again in a stream about the unofficial movies, which we will talk about. But in preparation for No Time to Die, we're just doing the 25 official films. So yes, Connery's good in the movie. There are moments, I suppose, when he is starting to tire. But I mean, then again, the schedule of shooting these movies must have knackered him out, to be fair. I mean, and there's so much press surrounding the Bond films that I'm not surprised the way things turned out. But we'll talk more about that when we get to You Only Live Twice. But as for this film, he's pretty good, and he's charming, and like you said, his one-liners are very good. Like, wait till you get to my teeth. I think he got the point. Might have my friend sis this one out. She's just dead. That's probably the best one, I think. I think there's just too many characters in this film as well, like Paula, Vargas, and Pinder. Like, why are they in it? There's no reason for them to be in it. I mean, I didn't see the reason why they were in it. I mean, they all die, I think. So there's no. Well, I don't know about Pinder, but the other two definitely die, and without much development, which is a shame. But Daniela Bianchi as Fiona Volpe is gorgeous. I mean, wow. And yeah, you're right. She is the first femme fatale of the series, and she is great in the movie. And her death scene is very effective, actually, when they're dancing and then Bond turns around and then she gets shot in the back, which is quite an interesting moment there. I have to say, though, Largo, I'm not really a huge fan of Largo. He's not the worst villain of the series, but for me, he's not great. It's just he's without character. I mean, after Goldfinger, it was always going to be hard to find someone to come to that level. But I just think Largo's underwritten. There's not much to him. Yeah, he's an arsehole towards his niece, and he works for Spectre. And yeah, I mean, but there's not really much else. He wears an eye patch for some reason. So what happened to his eye? Well, they never really explain it. So yeah, and I just don't think he's much of a threat towards Bond. And when him and Bond had their final fight, I honestly just didn't care. I couldn't invest in him as a character. I do quite like Domino, actually. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, okay, she might be a bit of a Honey Rider ripoff, but I think Claudine Auger, rest in peace, was a beautiful lady, and she really rocks the bikini. Wow, I mean, she is.
I will say she's the best. She's one of the best visuals of the film.
Yeah. I knew you were going to say that, but no, I agree with you. Yeah, she is visually she's so beautiful, and she definitely adds to the visuals of this movie. And her backstory is very derivative of Honey Rider, but she's still a good character. I like her. But yeah, I mean, this film has going for it is the visuals. The spectacle of this film is impressive. I mean, after Goldfinger, I'm not surprised that they got a few more aerial shots, and they
the spectral, I don't know, whatever.
The spectral as well. But the scope of the film is impressive. So, and I think all the action scenes are well choreographed. The on land ones, I'll say. I like the opening fight in the when Bond fights the man dressed as the widow, which is interesting. It's just the underwater fights, though. They just, oh god, they just drag on for so long. I mean, yeah, they look great, and it's a nice idea. I can see what they were trying to do. It was very ambitious, but just on a technical level, it doesn't work because it's just so slow, and even the music slows down as well to accommodate the pace of it. But also the fact is, you can barely see who's fighting who, really. I mean, yeah, you can tell who's on whose team, but really, it's just I don't care about random guy fighting random guy underwater. I just want to see Bond and Largo fight. I mean, because it goes on for so long as well, it just starts to get really tedious. I mean, if it was like a short, say, 5-minute fight, that would be a bit different. If they reduced the length of it, I might have been more willing to accept it, but it's just boring. And then the Disco Volante fight is really embarrassing. The editing is not very good, and again, Largo's death is anticlimactic, as you said. He just gets shot in the back by his niece, and there's not much of a confrontation there, really. So, yeah, sad, really, but there you go. It's one of those things. But the opening scene, I'm a bit too sided about. Like I said, I like the fight that Bond has in the cathedral, but the jetpack, I don't know. I just think it's a bit over the top, and I don't know. It doesn't really work, and I think the sequence ends a bit abruptly with the car spraying the water. But I mean, it segues nicely into the title sequence, but it's not really the most impressive opening in my eyes. And the fact that they tease Bond's death again, it was for a cheap laugh. The first shot of the movie is out of the gun barrel is the initials JB on the coffin, and you're like, what? But then you immediately see Sean Connery, so it's a bit like, oh, we got you there. You thought Bond was dead in the first frame of the film. Oh, yeah, really. But I mean, the next opening will be an interesting one to talk about. But the title sequence, yeah, it's all right. I mean, I don't think it's anything amazing, but I like it. I mean, it's kind of cool. I mean, it's just the swimming women and loads of colors, but I guess it's quite nice. It's very basic, but it works. I love the Tom Jones theme. The Tom Jones song is incredible. It's one of my favorite Bond themes. I love it. It's so dramatic. I mean, the orchestration is phenomenal, and he holds notes that nearly killed him. Well, he basically went unconscious after that last note that he got in the studio, but which is interesting.
God, Ollie, could you imagine if he did the song for Goldfinger, like when Pussy Galore comes into the barn? What's new, Pussycat? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, it does remind me of that sometimes. But yeah, no, I mean, yeah, so I love the Tom Jones theme, and I do like the Kiss Kiss Bang Bang song, but I'm actually glad that they had Tom Jones do a song called Thunderball. I mean, yeah, I mean, the lyric, he strikes like Thunderball. I'm assuming that's just referring to the nuclear, whatever things they are, but yeah, whatever. It's a great song.
Yeah, it's amazing how they made a song out of the word Thunderball. You don't think they could make a song about that, but they managed to, which is good.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they could make a song about Goldfinger, then I suppose they thought they could do it for that. But yeah, yeah. Oh shit, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, Felix Leiter in this film is crap. I don't know who plays him, but he's not very good. He's probably one of the worst. He doesn't get a lot to do, and the actor's particularly stiff. I don't think he's very good at all. I really wish Cecil Linder would have stayed, to be honest, but
yeah.
Oh well.
I think he's the second worst Felix Leiter after the Felix from the Living Daylights.
Oh yeah, he's pretty bad as well. We'll get to Timothy Dalton in the next few hangouts, but the MI6 regulars are good, although they don't get a huge amount to do. I mean, M and Moneypenny are good for their moments, and Desmond obviously is back as Q and wearing his good Hawaiian shirt, so that's nice. But yeah, this film is just too. It's just too long as well. The fact is, it's just too slow, and I think they could cut out at least 20 minutes of this film and have it be 1 hour 50 minutes. That would have made it flow a lot better.
I agree with you. It does feel like a director's cut. I kind of wish someone would do an edit of this film. Like, I think someone online should do an edit of this film and edit out 20 minutes. And maybe if they did that, it would be a better film. But yeah, you're right. It doesn't need to be 2 hours and 10 minutes. It does feel like a director's cut of the film.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, to be honest, I feel like even if they did do that, I suppose the underwater fighting and everything else would still make the film feel slow anyway. So, but I don't know how much difference it would make, but it would definitely at least be a bit more watchable. I mean, I think Terence Young's direction is good. I don't think it's as sharp as his earlier films. I just think that he dropped the ball here, and I think they just tried to rush this one out so quickly because everyone had such mad hype for Goldfinger. And that was such a success. And to me, why didn't you just wait another year and make sure you got it right before rushing this one out? And it just feels like, they tried to be so big with this, and in the end, they kind of lost sight of. I mean, the story as well to me is not even that interesting. I don't think the story is particularly engaging. Yeah, I'm not really too much of a fan of that. I will say the John Barry score is amazing, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, sorry to interrupt. Apparently, Terence Young said that apparently he said later on after he did Thunderball that he admitted that he thought that the underwater sequences that he directed did slow the pace. They did drag the pace of the film down. And I think apparently, like Stephen told me that apparently the Bond producers after they did Goldfinger said they couldn't top it, so they kind of threw in the towel a little bit with Thunderball. Like they thought they couldn't do a Bond film as good as Goldfinger, which I can kind of understand. But yeah, I mean, Young did go on record saying that he thought the underwater fight sequences he directed did sort of drag the pacing of the film down. But yeah,
I mean, that's fair enough. At least they've been honest about that. But I think they definitely showed, in terms of scope and budget, they've tried to be bigger and better, but ultimately it's fallen a bit short, really. Well, for me anyway. I know Alan will disagree with us, but fair enough. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I mean, it's a very disappointing film for me. I mean, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, the score by John Barry is great. I do love the soundtrack for Thunderball, especially in some of those fight scenes when it goes like it's very big and
great soundtrack.
Yeah, the soundtrack is brilliant. So there are things that it gets right, but it's ultimately, for me, like you, it's the first disappointing film in the series. Although I do like the gun barrel that Connery does, even though he doesn't do that wobble unintentionally when he does the pose, but it's still pretty good.
It's kind of weird that when they reuse that gun barrel for "You Only Live Twice" and "Diamonds Are Forever," that gun barrel in Thunderball, it's in color, but for "You Only Live Twice" and "Diamonds Are Forever," they change it into black and white, which is a bit weird, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I never noticed that. Oh, interesting. Well, look, I won't go on about it anymore because we've been on for 3 hours now, so we've got to get to the next two films. And Alan needs to say his piece on this one. So I will close off by scoring this one a 5 out of 10. I just think it's okay, but it's far from the worst of the series. But to me, it's just not great, and it's my second to least favorite of the Connery movies. So, okay, enough negativity. We now hand over to Alan, who is going to defend this film to its last breath. So, Alan, if you're there, take it away.
Okay. Is it safe now? Yeah.
Oh, no, God, no! Sorry to say, Alan, it's like Jaws. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, I heard some of what you guys said. It helped having the volume down low, so I was able to get through it. And thank you for not ranting. You guys were polite. So thank you. So anyway, okay, yeah. Let's see if I can make this more or less short, because we still have 2 more movies to go after this. Yeah, well, okay, Thunderball. Quite simply, going against the majority, this is my favorite James Bond movie of all time. This is my favorite Connery Bond film. It's my favorite Bond film of all time, and many Bond fans think I'm out of my fucking mind for liking Thunderball the best of all the Bond movies. But the short answer why I love it the best, it's a few reasons. That in short, it has my favorite Bond in it, Sean Connery. It has my favorite Bond villain in it, Largo, played by Adolfo Celli, even though I know Largo is not the most embraced villain in the Bond series. It has my favorite Bond girls in it. All 4 Bond girls are wonderful, all talented actresses and all very, very beautiful. Led by, I'm sad to say, I have to say now, the late Claudine Auger as Domino, who passed away very recently. But she will always be my favorite Bond girl of them all. So rest in peace, Claudine. Molly Peters, who played Nurse Patricia, has also passed on. So rest in peace, Molly. Then you have Luciana Paluzzi as the femme fatale Fiona Volpe. She's terrific. And then you have Martine Beswick as Paula, who was Bond's contact in Nassau. It's a supporting role, but she's quite good when she's there. All I can say is I just love this film, even though so many people around me say they hate it. I'm glad my 2 cohorts today, at least Jack and Ollie, they don't hate Thunderball, because I do come across the occasional Bond fan who says that they hate it. I mean, there was one YouTube video I was watching where it was like 4 Bond fans on a round table. It was like 3 guys and a woman, and they were ranking as a group their favorite Bond movies. And I was enjoying the video until the woman on the panel named Thunderball her least favorite Bond film of all time. She ranked it even lower than Die Another Day, which I thought was like, what the fuck? Really? I mean, yeah, please. I mean, look, if that's her opinion, so be it. But that's absurd.
I mean,
And then there was that.
her opinion.
That's ridiculous. Just really ridiculous. I think her main gripe of the film, echoing what you guys thought, is that she just thought the film was boring, boring, boring. But
Alan,
Thunderball.
one thing I will say in defense of Thunderball, what Thunderball has that Die Another Day doesn't have is that it has class. It is a classy Bond film.
Whereas Die Another
Yes, thank
Day
you.
has ass.
Yes, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Like I said, if that's her opinion, fine. But that's ridiculous to say Thunderball's worse than Die Another Day. I mean, please.
Oh God.
And just one other example. There's that popular James Bond fan on YouTube, that Calvin Dyson.
Yeah,
his name right, Calvin Dyson. Yeah, he hates Thunderball. I watched some of his review of it, and he was just totally ripping the movie to pieces. And I switched off the video, and I've never.
Calvin's great, but he
I've
hates it so much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually,
I've
saying
never
that,
gone
Alan,
back to.
sorry to
Go
interrupt.
on.
I was, I saw his recent ranking video, and he put Thunderball higher, and he actually said that he enjoyed it this time round. So his opinion on that has kind of changed now. He actually enjoys it. It's not one of his favorite Bond films, but he does enjoy it a lot more. Like he said, he enjoyed it this time round watching it before the ranking. So
Although he hates
yeah.
Spectre.
Oh, really? Okay, well, that's good to know. Maybe I'll check that out just to see for myself, because I was pretty turned off by his original review of Thunderball. But if he likes it a little bit better now,
Yeah.
great. You know, and I know Ollie likes it a little bit better now. Great. And but yeah, I know it's a Bond movie that I'm going to have to defend for the rest of my life. But you know, that's the case of some Bond movies. I mean,
Alan, there
also,
was sorry to interrupt. There was one critic I saw recently. Like I was watching a video about Roger Moore passing away, and there was this English film critic, and he said his favorite film was Thunderball. So you're not alone in loving Thunderball.
okay. Well, that's good. That's good to know. Yeah, I mean, it was a very popular Bond film, and surely somebody out there likes it. Because if you look on Amazon, both the U.S. and U.K. branches of Amazon, it has a 4.5 customer rating. I also checked Rotten Tomatoes. There's only about 50 reviews of Thunderball of Rotten Tomatoes, but its score is 88%, which
That's
is
pretty good.
nice. I mean, the good reviews, the little blurbs that I read, they don't proclaim Thunderball the best movie in the series, but they think that it's good fun. You Only Live Twice is like 72%, and Diamonds Are Forever is even worse at like 64%. So,
Yeah.
so
Diamonds Are Forever is a
Thunderball,
very unpopular Bond film.
yeah, we'll get to that one shortly. So definitely Thunderball likes it. It also has to be said that Thunderball was an even bigger box office hit than Goldfinger. And I mean, Skyfall is the box office champ of the Bond series,
Yeah.
but Thunderball's the box office champ when adjusted for inflation. So obviously,
I mean,
somebody out there
Skyfall
likes it.
grossed over what, $1 billion in the US, didn't it?
Yeah. It did over 300 million domestically, but it did over $1 billion worldwide. I think it's the only Bond film so far that did over $1 billion. I don't think Spectre quite made it to $1 billion worldwide.
No.
But Skyfall did. Yeah. But Thunderball was very financially successful. But okay, it is a very divisive Bond movie. And like I said, being someone who really, really loves the film, I'll probably have to defend the movie for the rest of my days. But it's a divisive Bond film. I guess maybe being, following hot on the heels on Goldfinger, which was such a landmark Bond movie, maybe everybody had, super high expectations about Thunderball. And, you get this aquatic Bond adventure. And yeah, okay, as Ollie and Jack have said, some Bond fans were bored by the underwater scenes, and they don't think very much of Largo as a villain. I mean, just looking here on what it says here on Wikipedia about the film, I mean, I think this sums it up perfectly about Thunderball. Some critics and viewers showered praise on the film and branded it a welcome addition to the series, like me, while others complained of the repetitively monotonous aquatic action and prolonged length, like Jack and Ollie. So it's a divisive film, and I know that. But some Bond fans like Thunderball, and I love Thunderball. Why do I love Thunderball the best? Well, again, favorite Bond, favorite villain, favorite Bond girls. And regarding the underwater stuff, I've always been fascinated by that world under the sea. And when I was young, I would always watch that TV show, The Undersea World of Jacques Cousteau, where Jacques and his men went on a aquatic adventure. And I was always fascinated by their adventures. Today, the men and I saw a shark. It was the biggest shark I had ever seen. It was as big as a building. I was aghast. I grew up watching that shit. So I'm always fascinated by that world under the sea. And that's not to say Thunderball is exclusively underwater. No. There's a whole lot of the movie that takes place on land. But for those moments when the film does go under the sea, I really love it. I watched it for the first time one evening when I rented it on home video, when I rented the video cassette of it. And I was just totally entranced by this movie. So while many Bond fans unfortunately react to the underwater sequences with... I react to the underwater sequences like this. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is cool. Oh yeah, this is great. Yeah. Oh, and that John Barry music, that's really cool.
Hey, Alex,
like Jack said, in defense of the movie, it looks great underwater. All the underwater stuff is shot really well, but again, it's the pacing for me. But I get why you love it.
I was gonna say, Alan, like when did you fall in love with it? Like, what year is it, or like what? Like, do you remember like when you sort of fell in love with the film?
Let's see. I was living with my roommate Stefan at the time, so this is probably. See, I moved out of his place in 2001, so this is probably late 90s when I rented it on video cassette. It was in pan and scan rather than widescreen, of course, but even just watching it in pan and scan on video cassette, I was just totally entranced by it. I was like, yeah, this is great. Yeah, go James, yeah. And regarding the editing on the film and the pacing of it, like I said, I'm really, truly not bored by the underwater footage because I think the underwater footage looks great. And I think the John Barry music, which is arguably my favorite John Barry score, maybe the score for On Her Majesty's Secret Service is a close second. But the Thunderball music John Barry came up with is just fantastic. I've got the soundtrack album. I love the theme tune by Tom Jones. I mean, I'm also a Tom Jones fan. I've seen him in concert twice, actually. But I love the theme tune. Thunderball, great theme song. And I just love John Barry's music. I mean stuff like dun 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 dun, and the da 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 da.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da. And finally, who doesn't love?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Yeah, this is really great theme music he came up with.
Alan, I was gonna,
Connery.
Sorry to interrupt. I was gonna mention since you're a Tom Jones fan, maybe like Tom Jones should have sang like "It's not unusual to love Thunderball." Da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, really. And by the way, the line "He strikes like Thunderball." Maybe a more accurate lyric would have been "He strikes like a Thunderball," but maybe they just felt taking the A out of there would make it just sound better when Tom was singing it. He strikes like Thunderball. Kind of like when Neil Armstrong landed on the moon, he actually said that's one small step for a man. But the was garbled, so everybody takes it as that's one small step for man. Just something you should know. So just something I noticed about the Thunderball lyric.
Well, to be fair, it makes more sense than Moonraker, the song.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have a theory about that, but we'll talk more about that when we get to the Roger Moore era. But I just think it's a great classic theme tune, and it's like big and lush, and Tom Jones sings it with everything he's got. And he, too, either passed out or came close to passing out when he hit the last note and had to hold it for so long.
Apparently he passed out in the studio after he did that, Thunderball. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, it's a great performance. It's a classic Tom Jones performance. Great song. And I do think it is a bit better than the tune they were going to go with, which was Mr. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, which Dionne Warwick sang. Although you hear an instrumental version of it still in the film later on.
I mean, that's still a great song, though. That's still a very good song.
Yeah, it's still a good song, and Dionne Warwick sings it fine. But I do think Thunderball is better because it's just bigger, it's more lush. It has more of a boom to it, especially when those horns come in. Da 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 da. And of course you got Tom Jones singing it with his heart out. Giving it everything he's got.
Shirley Shirley Bassey sang a version of Thunderball. Sorry, Mr. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang as well, and then Dionne Warwick re-recorded it. But that's the reason why they didn't use the Dionne Warwick version in the credits, because Bassey was pissed off that they re-recorded it with Dionne Warwick. But yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Well, yeah, I can understand. I can understand why she'd be ticked off about it. That's perfectly understandable. But yeah, let's see. I love the cast of this film. I mean, of course, Sean Connery, my favorite Bond. I think he's terrific in this film, and this is arguably my favorite performance of his. Even though most people would go with either From Russia with Love or Goldfinger as his best performance, and that's fine. I mean, I think.
Well, I think we all agree on his worst performance.
On his what?
His worst performance.
Yeah, although Jack might disagree with us on that one, but we'll get to it shortly. But I think he's terrific here in Thunderball, and I think he certainly enjoyed making Thunderball, and he enjoyed making it enough that he would come back for You Only Live Twice, and that's where the shit really hit the fan.
Yeah,
Connery, and we'll talk about that shortly. Oh yeah, we're gonna have fun talking about that one. But I think he's clearly enjoying himself still. So Sean Connery, top of the line, brave, suave, tough. He looks great. I know I've spoken to a few, like 2 or 3 women in the last few years who like James Bond, and even if they're not particularly crazy about Thunderball, they love how Connery looks in Thunderball, because there's parts of the film where he's just in his swimming trunks. And, they say to me, Sean Connery, he had a body, So, yeah, Connery really getting to show off his pecs. I mean, he's not, he doesn't have a 6-pack. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have a 6-pack, but, I mean, the guy is well built. I mean, and he
had some Thunderballs.
Yeah, he did do bodybuilding back in the day. Before he became an actor. So yeah, great looking dude back in the day. And I just think he's terrific in this movie. He does a very, very commanding performance, in my opinion. And besides the usual suspects, Bernard Lee, great as M, Desmond Llewellyn, great as Q, when he shows up and gives Bond his aquatic gadgets. Lois Maxwell, of course, great as Moneypenny. I love Largo, even though I know he's a criticized villain. Adolfo Celli as Largo, even though his voice was also dubbed. Eye patch and all, I think he's a great villain, and I love his presence, his command, his demeanor, and I love that scene where he's like embarrassing his henchman Vargas. Is like, what does Vargas do? He does not make love. He does not do anything. Very, very funny scene. And even though he's got the eye patch and everything, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I think he's a very, for me, maybe not for all the Bond fans, but for me, I think he's a very memorable villain. And
Alan,
I like him.
Would you say though it would have been nice if they explained how he lost his eye? Like, they never really explain that. That's the only thing I would say. Like, I mean, it's not bad that he's wearing the eye patch, but it'd kind of be nice if they explained how he lost his eye. But yeah.
It would have. I mean, I always assumed that it was on some mission that he was on. I just assumed that was how it happened.
Perhaps maybe he failed a mission and Blofeld took his eye out. Well, you never know.
Could be. Yeah. Well, it certainly could have been a failed mission. Yeah, it could have been a failed mission where he managed to escape with his life, but he lost one of his eyes in the process.
I mean, unless
that's how
the reason that he might just have cataracts.
Could be, but I've always assumed that he lost an eye when he was on a mission, whether it was a successful mission or failed mission. He lost an eye. I'd have to wear the eye patch. So I know people, some fans don't like him and they make fun of him, but I've always liked Largo. What can I say? I think he's a way more memorable Largo than even though Max von Sydow was a great actor. His Largo from Never Say Never Again never did it for me.
Actually, that was. Sorry to interrupt you, Alan. That was actually Klaus Maria Brandauer, who played
Oh, okay.
Largo in Never Say Never Again. Yeah.
Okay.
Max von
Okay. Sorry.
Sydow. Max von
Max
Sydow
von-
played Blofeld in Never Say Never Again.
Oh, okay. He was Blofeld, Never Seen Never Again. Okay, I got the two actors confused. Okay, sorry about that. My bad. Thanks for correcting me. But anyway, I love all the Bond girls. Claudine Auger, who sadly passed away recently. For me, she is arguably the most beautiful Bond girl I've ever seen. I've always had a massive crush on her. I definitely mourn her passing. At least she made it to 78. She lived a long life. But she will always be my favorite Bond girl. I mean, so gorgeous. I mean, whether you're seeing her in the swimsuit or the bikini or when she's in the party dress. I mean, this was a very, very lovely French woman. She's just breathtakingly beautiful. And she was a very good actress besides. I acknowledge that Thunderball is the only movie I've ever seen her in, but I know she went on to make more films, I guess, especially in her homeland of France. And she was just a stunning beauty. And yeah, Claudine Auger, she'll always be my favorite Bond girl, and she is greatly missed. Luciana Paluzzi, fabulous as femme fatale Fiona Volpe. I mean, again, stunningly gorgeous woman, but she's also very convincingly evil. She's got the villainous thing down. When she auditioned for the film, I mean, she was up for the role of the good Bond girl Domino, but instead they cast her as the baddie, and I think that was a great casting choice. That she was better suited.
It's kind of
the villainous.
It's kind of a shame that she sort of regretted playing a Bond girl later on. Like I remember seeing a documentary, Bond Girls Are Forever, where Mariam Dabo interviewed all the Bond. Where Mariam Dabo interviewed all the Bond girls, and Luciana Paluzzi said she kind of regretted playing a Bond girl because she was sort of typecast. She didn't really get any roles after that. But I still think she was great as Fiona Volpe, and she was very sexy and a great Bond femme fatale, the first Bond femme fatale as well. So, yeah.
Yeah. I thought she was always proud of having been in that film because, again, if you watch the documentary on the making of Thunderball that was on that original DVD release, she sounded like she was very proud of it. I auditioned to play Domino, but then the producers told me, "Oh, you're going to play the antagonist, the villainess." And it's like, "Oh, okay," but she seems to really love, and relish playing the part. And I thought she and Connery sparred off each other really good. Love the bedroom scene with them too. That was also great. Lovely woman she was, and a great villainess. So I love her a lot. Molly Peters, who played the nurse Patricia, again, she also passed away a couple of years ago. She was also 78. Very lovely, very talented actress, and again, I love all of her scenes with Bond at the health clinic. And I love all the scenes at the health clinic, even though some fans don't. I know you guys, have some issues with it, that you don't think it's an important part of the film, and okay, that's fine. But it is the place I know where Bond comes across the dead body of the first person who gets killed, the brother of Domino.
Jack Patachi.
Yeah, I think so. But I like all the scenes at the health clinic, and then there's that other baddie that Bond confronts, and he initially straps Bond, or he locks Bond into that health device and almost kills him, and then Bond gets back at him in the steam bath room and traps him in the steam bath machine, which I thought was hilarious. And of course, the scene when Bond finally seduces Patricia in the shower, and then he's giving her a back rub, and it's like, oh, James. Ooh, yeah, that I like that. I like that. So
do you remember Peters, he's the mink glove as well? That's quite funny.
The mink gloves, yes, the mink gloves. He's got the mink gloves. So yeah, I thought Molly Peters was wonderful as Patricia. She is also greatly missed. Very lovely lady, and also another one of my favorite Bond girls, of course. And then, of course, finally, Martine Beswick as Paula. She's got the smallest part of the four Bond girls, but when she's there, she's good. Bond's contact in Nassau, who helps him out, although sadly she gets killed later on. But when she's on screen, she's quite good. Actually, she was also in From Russia with Love. She was one of the gypsy girls who got into the fight at the camp. So it's great that they. Yeah.
I didn't know that was
too. But wow. Yeah, she was one of the girls in the gypsy camp. Yeah, but they brought her back for Thunderball, and I thought she was really great and very lovely too in her supporting role. again, the underwater action I know bores some people to tears, and that's kind of too bad. But I can honestly say I've never actually been bored ever by the underwater action in it. I love watching it. I'm entranced by it. And I mean, I can understand why maybe some of the editing, especially when you get to the final aquatic battle, that maybe some of the editing might be a little off. I will acknowledge there is that one particular shot of Bond that they reuse. It's like a close-up shot of Connery. He's got the snorkel on. It's like he turns his head slightly and looks, and he sees something happening nearby during the battle. And they reuse that close-up shot of Connery maybe 2 or 3 times. It doesn't bother me at all, and maybe that was the only shot the close-up shot of Connery they had where he turns his head and looks, which is why they had to use it again. I know it might be bothersome for some people, but it doesn't bother me.
Alan, did you notice the sped up footage of the? Did you notice the sped up footage of the Disco Volante at the end?
It is sped up, yeah. Okay, I mean, yeah, I do realize that that some of the fight is sped up, especially when Largo takes off in the Disco Volante, and you get that really cool shot where the smaller boat comes apart from the bigger boat. That some of the footage is sped up. Again, that doesn't bother me. I think it looks pretty cool, actually. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but I can understand why some other people might have a problem with that. But it really doesn't bother me. Maybe I'm just weird, but it doesn't bother me. I will say this, though. Interesting thing about Thunderball. The Thunderball actually won an Oscar for visual effects, which on the one hand I think is really cool. But I have to admit, visual effects for Thunderball. What visual effects? The only visual effect I can think of is when the boat blows up at the end. So there's a visual effect. But other than that, what visual effects?
Yeah,
maybe Moonraker should have won for visual effects because it was nominated for that. Maybe that should have won for visual effects. But yeah.
Well, Moonraker was nominated against Alien, and Alien won that year, I think.
So there we go.
So there you go. Yeah. So anyway, Thunderball, I'm glad it has that visual effects Oscar, but what visual effects? I don't see any other than the boat blowing up at the end.
Special effects.
Yeah. So anyway, I know we need to move on to the next movie, so I'm just going to say that I know I'm going against the majority, and maybe it's an even split. Half the Bond fan base like Thunderball, the other half don't.
Yeah.
And that's fine. It's a divisive Bond film, and always will be. I'll probably have to spend the rest of my days defending it. But there are other Bond films that some fans will have to defend. Like I think all 3 of us are going to have to defend Spectre forevermore, because I keep hearing critics and fans going, Spectre sucks, Spectre sucks, Spectre sucks, Spectre sucks, and we have to keep defending it.
Calvin Dyson actually ranks Spectre as his least favorite Bond movie. Geez.
Spectre?
Yeah.
Lower than Die Another Day. Spectre?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not only that,
please.
Not only that, Alan, but it's kind of embarrassing. He put the Casino Royale 1967 parody above Spectre. That kind of really annoyed me, but yeah.
Oh, please.
Honestly, if you watch his Spectre review, is so nitpicky. It really is.
Yeah, and not only that, but to put it, but I don't understand how you could put an unofficial parody with Woody Allen above Spectre. Really?
Spectre it really isn't.
Yeah. That makes no sense at all. No, that is really stupid. But that's just one example, and we'll get to that movie when we get to the Craig era. But
yes,
so Thunderball's the Bond movie that I'm going to have to defend for the rest of my days. But I can only tell you that I really love it. Yeah, maybe I'm crazy. Call me a weirdo, but I really truly love it. For all the reasons that I stated, and for me, it's a total package, and whether the action is on land or under the water, I just think, for me personally, it's a thrilling Bond movie. I've heard all the criticisms, and you guys are totally entitled to your opinions. That's perfectly fine. But
likewise,
the bottom line is, but thank you. But bottom line is, I really love Thunderball because I just do. It's my favorite Sean Connery Bond film, and it's my favorite Bond film of all. I guess bottom line, because it's the Bond movie that thrills me the most. So,
in other words, Thunderball, aka James Bond goes under the sea.
yeah, but nothing wrong with Bond having an aquatic adventure. Just nothing wrong with Bond going into space for one adventure either. It was only the one time that happened.
I mean, and also Bond will go underwater again. I think he goes underwater again in The Spy Who Loved Me briefly, and then For Your Eyes Only.
Right.
Actually.
Right. And and one last thing I have to mention regarding the jetpack at the beginning. I can understand how some fans think it's ridiculous, and I do agree that there's one little error with the jetpack, is that people have pointed out, that jetpack, when Bond finally lands, that jetpack would be really, really hot, and he puts the jetpack in the trunk, or the boot, if you like, of the Aston Martin, and that jetpack would be really, really hot to the touch after he landed.
Yeah. So going to do the car.
Yeah. So maybe that was one little boo-boo there, but it doesn't affect my enjoyment of the film. So bottom line, I'm going against a lot of Bond fans here, but I really, truly love Thunderball. It's my favorite Connery movie and my favorite Bond film of them all, even though some people might think I'm out of my mind. I love it because I just love it. Favorite Bond, favorite villain, favorite Bond girls. I love the underwater stuff. I think it's a great adventure. So I give Thunderball an easy 10 out of 10.
Woo! Thank you, Alan. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
I was going to say, Ollie, could I start on You Only Live Twice? Because if we start
I was going to do that. I was going to introduce that anyway. Sorry, I have to keep it brisk because we are running into midnight now in the UK.
Yeah, we're pressed.
Anyway,
we're pressed. We're pressed for time.
Yeah. So,
let's try and be. We'll try and be quicker in these last two.
If I could ask you guys to be brisk, then that would help. No more than say another. We'll try and aim for about 45 minutes. We'll see what happens. But anyway, so Jack, do you want to continue with You Only Live Twice?
You only live once. I'm sorry. You only live twice. YOLO becomes YOLT. You Only Live Twice. I think this is a pretty good Bond film. I think it's a step up after the previous Bond film, Thunderball. Sorry, Alan, but it's still a flawed movie. I think there are definitely problems with You Only Live Twice. The pre-opening for this film is crap. I'm sorry, it's one of the worst pre-openings. The only reason it's there is so that they can have the name You Only Live Twice, like Bond's in bed with this Japanese girl. She's like, why do Chinese girls?
Literally, it comes out of nowhere when they kick his head over and just shoot him. Like, what?
Yeah. And it's kind of stupid, the conversation they have. He's like, why do Chinese girls taste different from Russian girls? And she's like, you think we better? And he's like, no, just different. And he's like, like duck is different from caviar. She's like, darling, I give you very best duck. And then she like presses the button and his like bed flips up and then these guys come with machine guns. It's terrible. I mean, compared to the previous Bond films, it's like, we had Bond die, when we think Bond dies in From Russia with Love, then Thunderball, you see the, initials JB, and then this, it's like, oh, come on. The only reason you did that is so you can have the title You Only Live Twice.
Yeah.
The screenplay by Roald Dahl, I do think bits of it are quite messy. It's a little bit of a mess in places. Roald Dahl, I mean, he's famous for Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and he wrote books like The Twits, the BFG and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And this is really the first Bond film to really derail from the novels. All the Bond films up until this point had been pretty faithful adaptations of the novels.
Yeah.
You Only Live Twice is the first Bond film where they decided to go for a completely original plot and just use the title You Only Live Twice. And I think the reason for that was, like, Roald Dahl said that he thought You Only Live Twice was like the worst Ian Fleming book and there wasn't really much of a plot to it. So that's the reason he decided to go for an original plot. I mean, the title sequence, I think, is very good. I like that.
It's one of the best.
Yeah. I agree, and I love the song "You Only Live Twice" by Nancy Sinatra. Very good song. They originally were going to approach Frank Sinatra to do the song, but he suggested Nancy Sinatra, and
Yeah.
it's a very beautiful song. One of my
It's nice.
favorite Bond
It's
songs.
It's different. It's not like Thunderball, which was great, but it's not like a big bombastic theme. It's actually quite calm and somber,
Yeah.
which nice actually fits this film.
Yeah. But then you get into the film, and Bond's funeral, I think, is done. Like we see that they have this funeral at sea, and then Bond is rescued, and he's wearing this like mask, this breathing mask, and then we have this scene where Bond is talking to M, and they're on the submarine, and Moneypenny like throws him this instant Japanese book, and he's like, "Oh, you forgot I took a first at Oriental Languages at Cambridge, something that Tomorrow Never Dies completely forgets about."
Yeah.
Bond. Yeah. I mean, I think the biggest problem with You Only Live Twice, one of the biggest problems with it is Sean Connery. I mean, I love Sean Connery, in the first three Bond films, and to a little bit of a lesser extent, Thunderball. He was still pretty good in that film, but I think in his first three films, he was amazing.
Yeah.
Here, Connery just he looks like he wants to be somewhere else. I mean, he looks bored to shit in this film, and I think he was, because I mean this is his fifth Bond film in 6 years. He was having problems with the producer Harry Saltzman, and he was hounded by the Japanese press. He was followed into the men's room, and I mean you could tell throughout this film he just looks bored to crap, like he wants to be somewhere else. And
He's had
I mean
enough.
there was an interview. Yeah, he's just had enough. And there's an interview of him by Alan Wicker, and he looked bored. And apparently Connery at this point, he just really wanted to stop being James Bond. Um, and his performance consequently suffers. I mean, Connery just the way he delivers the line, like later on with Blofeld, is like, oh yes, this is my second life, and that whole scene where he's in Little Nelly.
Come on.
Yeah, yeah, and that whole scene where he's in Little Nelly is just, like he looks bored to crap. He looks like he wants to be somewhere else, and he looks bored, shitless. Um,
It doesn't help that they turn him
I mean,
Japanese either.
yeah, I mean, yeah, talking about that, I mean, I think the film, this is where they sort of camp it up a little bit more, than the previous Bond films. The Little Nelly scene is just stupid. Like, it's just this essentially a toy helicopter that he gets inside, and the action. I mean, the action in this film isn't bad, but there's just too many action scenes. Like, there's one point in the film where there's just like three action scenes in a row, and it kind of comes across as a bit unnecessary. It kind of comes across like the kind of forcing action in there,
I
for the
don't actually
sake
mind
of
that.
the.
I think when you get to
Yeah.
the ninja school or whatever it is, that's when it starts to slow down. So I'm okay with that. But
Yeah,
fair enough,
no,
I understand your
no,
point.
no, I like the action, but there's like one point where like Bond, there's that fight at there's that one bit where he has that fight at the dock, and then after that he's dropped out. No, he's putting this plane that's about to crash, and then after that he's the Little Nelly action scene. There's like a few points in the film where they just like they just have one action scene after another, and while the action is good, it kind of seems like a bit like kind of forced in there. And I think that's one of the problems that the Bond series has sometimes, that when it comes to the script, they just think, oh, force in an action scene in there, that'll save it. But yeah, I mean, I do like Bond's allies in this. Like, I like Tiger Tanaka; he's quite good. Like the Bond girls, aren't very good. I'm going to be honest. Aki and Kissy, they're crap. They're
I mean, which
pointless.
one
I
is which?
mean, yeah, I mean, they're both pretty attractive, but they don't add anything to the film. They don't they have no chemistry with Sean Connery, and they're just they don't do much,
They're two of the
and
same
it's
characters,
kind of
basically.
yeah, it's kind of a shame, really, because their characters, there just aren't, there isn't, much to them. I mean, we do have some nice scenes. Like, I like the scene where Bond's at this place with Tiger Tanaka, and he's like, "Oh, in Japan, men come first, women come second." Then he's like, "Oh, I'll just settle with this one over here." He's like, "Oh, good job, Mr. Bond. She is very sexiful." That's quite funny. Yeah, but Connery just, like I said, he just sleepwalks his way through this film. I mean, it's not the worst performance of an actor in a Bond film. That's probably either the next Bond film on Her Majesty's Secret Service or Die Another Day of Pierce Brosnan. But this is definitely his weakest performance. He just sleepwalks through the film. You can tell he's not really enjoying the film at all. I mean, there's some stupid shit in here, like that whole scene where Bond has to get married and go undercover.
why?
It's just complete. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, like why? It makes no sense. Like, yeah, he's going undercover. Okay, fine, but why does he have to keep up a pretense to train as a ninja when he kind of already knows, how to fight anyway? And why does he have to get married?
Yeah.
And why does he have to become a Japanese citizen? It just seems completely unnecessary. Why do they do it?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, like that whole scene where, he gets married and all that stuff, and then they turn him Japanese. It's ridiculous. It's kind of racist as well, like turning Bond into this Japanese man. It's
Film must have
it's
got
dumb.
complaints about that when it came out. I imagine they got
Yeah.
complaints about it.
Yeah, there's probably a few Japanese people watching this saying that it's a bit racist, but it's so dumb. I mean, they have this really stupid scene where Bond's getting this operation and they're putting on the eyebrows and the wig, and you see him in the film as a Japanese man, and
Well,
he
I mean,
pretty
there's not
much
much
looks.
difference. They
Yeah,
literally
exactly. He pretty much.
changed his wig.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much looks the same. I mean, I remember watching this with my dad, and he quite enjoyed the film. But when it got to that scene, my dad's like, "Oh yeah, he just looks the same," and he does. I mean, they just
Yeah.
put on these crappy eyebrows and a
Can
slightly
you
different
imagine him
wig.
saying? Can you imagine him saying "Konnichiwa, Lash," which is like "Hello" in Japan.
Hello,
Konnichiwa, Lash.
my name is. You actually put on like a Japanese accent, like "Hello, my name is Bond, James Bond." It's just so it's just so stupid. Like the makeup is terrible. They give him these terrible eyebrows, this terrible wig, and he doesn't look that much different. I mean, no one would buy that this guy's a Japanese man at all. I mean, that whole scene. I mean, they should have just played that song, "Turning Japanese" by the Vapors. It's terrible.
Oh,
I mean, I think out of the two Bond girls, I probably prefer the first one, Aki.
Aki.
But her death scene, yeah, her death scene is a little bit stupid. I mean, it's well done, but like we see that they try to poison Bond, and she, the poison, like she swallows it or whatever. But yeah, I mean the
Why
stuff
did
with
they
Kissy.
kill her off just to bring in Kissy? It seems pointless.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, their characters, in terms of personality, are pretty much the same. They should have just combined the two characters, just have one Bond girl, have it be Aki or Kissy instead of these two Bond girls, because it just doesn't make any sense. But I mean, there's just these unfunny jokes, like that whole scene where Bond finds out that Kissy's got like a face like a pig. They just make these sexist jokes, like, "Oh, she's got a face like a pig. She's got a face like a pig." It's like, okay, we get it. You don't need these stupid sexist jokes where he's like, "Oh, she's got a face like a pig." It's like, we get it. It's not that funny. And yeah, I mean, all that stuff, it just kind of drags on. Like, you got Bond, as this Japanese fisherman. It's just ridiculous. And it just doesn't add anything to the movie.
You know what it is? It's a travelogue for Japan. It's like, literally, it's a documentary. It's like promoting Japan. It's like a holiday commercial. Yeah. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, the locations of Japan are good, and there are some good action scenes. Like, I like the action scene, like the fight with that guy. Like, that guy gets a samurai sword out, and he's fighting Bond in the office. That's quite good.
Yeah.
And I like the scene. Where Bond's with, I think his name's Henderson, played by Charles Gray.
Yes.
And like he makes him a martini. Yeah, like he makes him a martini. He's like, "Oh, that's
not
stirred,
shaken,
not shaken." Yeah, that was quite funny. I mean, his death scene is quite well done, and it's interesting thing they brought him back as Blofeld. I mean, maybe the producers liked him so much that they decided to bring him back for Blofeld in a couple of film time. But yeah, I mean, I do like the other Bond girl in this, the sort of villain, Helga, I think her name is, or something like that. Yeah.
Helga.
Yeah, the actress is very sexy. I mean, she passed away recently, but she's very good. I like that scene with
Well,
Bond
actually,
where...
sorry, Jack, to interrupt you. Just saying that. Don't you
Yes.
think she looks like Fiona Volpe 2.0? It's like they're trying to do the next femme fatale.
Yeah, I mean, she's got red hair and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I do think the actress is good in the role. But I mean, I do like that scene where she's with Bond and she's got the knife, and then Bond gets the knife and he cuts her dress off, and he's like, "Oh, the things I'll do for England." I mean, that's quite funny. But yeah, I mean, one thing I will say though about the film is terrific sets by Ken Adam. Probably the best sets of the entire series, or some of the best sets of the entire series. That whole volcano layer is amazing. I mean, that just looks fantastic. A brilliant set design. But I mean, saying that, it is kind of ridiculous that Blofeld has this, lair in this hollowed out volcano. How did he build this lair in a hollowed out volcano?
Yeah, over a whole
noticing?
underbelly of magma. Yeah, I don't get that.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's like it's supposed to be a dormant volcano, but like, how could he build a lair in this volcano without the Japanese government or people finding out? I mean, that's a bit weird. But
how's he able to actually hijack spacecraft?
Yeah, that's another thing that's a little bit weird about the film, is the whole space capsules going missing, and the Americans are blaming the Soviets, and the Soviets are blaming the Americans. But yeah, I mean, and speaking of like the finale, I mean, I think the finale is quite good. Although it's not amazing. I think, once we get towards the finale, the film starts to drag a bit, like that whole stuff with Connery and the Japanese man you could have cut out. But the finale is good. But Donald Pleasance is Blofeld. I mean, this is the first time we see Blofeld on screen, and while he has got an iconic look, that scar down his face and the bald head, the cat. Donald Pleasance is Blofeld. I mean, he's just not terribly great as Blofeld. I mean, he's quite wooden as Blofeld. Like, he's just, "Oh, you only live twice, Mr. Bond."
Actually, funny enough, Jack, he's not actually on screen that much. He's in, like Dr. No was, the last 20 minutes of the film.
Yeah, exactly. And he's just not that threatening. He's got this sort of high-pitched voice, and he's just not very threatening.
It's cartoonish the way Pleasance plays him. I don't get why people love him so much in the film.
Yeah, I agree. And not only that, it doesn't really make sense. I mean, I like the look of him in the film. It's a very iconic look. But if, in the previous Bond films, in Thunderball, there's that scene with Blofeld. And if you look carefully, you can see that Blofeld's got hair. He's got like grey sort of hair. Here, he's completely bald. It doesn't really make sense. In terms of continuity. And also, I mean, Blofeld didn't look anything like that in the books, but I mean, it's an iconic look, but it doesn't really make sense. Like when in Thunderball, if you look closely, you can see Blofeld's got hair and stuff like that.
Maybe it was stress. Maybe that's how he lost all his hair.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just kind of stupid, like that whole scene with him and Bond, and like I said, Connery just delivers the line, so like he couldn't give a shit. Like, oh yes, he says like, "You only live twice, Mr. Bond." He's like, "Oh yes, this is my second life." You just tell Connery couldn't give a fuck. I mean, staying that though, you only live twice. There's that scene where Bond's about to get into the rocket and to go into space, and people complain about Moonraker being over the top, but if Blofeld hadn't stopped Bond from getting in the rocket, Connery would have been the first Bond in space. So, yeah.
Look at the Star Flash.
Yeah, it's funny. Lewis Gilbert directed Moonraker, but yeah, I mean, if Blofeld didn't stop Bond from getting in the rocket, then Connery would have been the first Bond in space. But, yeah, I mean, the finale action fight, with the ninjas and stuff, like, yeah, it's a pretty good action set
Yeah.
piece.
But what does Kissy
yeah.
actually do in that scene? Kissy doesn't do anything. She's just there.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. And yeah, the final action set piece is pretty good. And you got Blofeld about to kill Bond. And you know, we see that. I mean, it is a little bit rushed, I will say. I mean, we just see the base starts to blow up. And I do like the ending where Bond's on the raft with Kissy, but it's just the same thing we've seen before.
Yeah.
You know, we see the submarine resurfaces and they're on top of it. But yeah, I mean, overall, You Only Live Twice. I think this is a good film. It's a step up from Thunderball, but it definitely has its problems. I mean, I think some of the scripting here isn't very good. I'm not a huge fan of Donald Pleasence as Blofeld. Turning, you know, Connery into this Japanese man was dumb. The pacing slightly drags at points. You
Sean
know,
Connery.
the action is, yeah, the action is good, but you know, sometimes there's a little bit too much action. You know, they sort of, you know, they try to make up for the problems of the script by just shoving an action scene in there. The little Nelly scene is stupid, and yeah, Sean Connery, this is easily his worst performance. He looked bored as fuck, and he was, and that's the reason why he left after this film. He hated making You Only Live Twice, and he had all these problems, and sadly, his performance suffered because of it. You know, he just looked like he wanted to be somewhere else. So, yeah, I mean, overall, it's a good film, but like I said, it has its problems. I like the song by Nancy Sinatra as well. So I'm going to close off by giving You Only Live Twice a 7 out of 10.
Fair enough. Thank you, Jackie. Okay, Alan, what do you think of You Only Live Twice?
Hello there. You Only Live Twice. Okay, well, for me, I mean, some people say that Thunderball was where the Connery the Connery era starts to go down. But for me, this is where the Connery era starts to go down with You Only Live Twice. I do like it. I still like it. I still give it a pass. I think it's a fun Bond movie. The one thing that You Only Live Twice has no shortage of is spectacle. It's got a lot of spectacle.
It's very glamorous, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very glamorous. And you're right. If you want to see the wonderful sights of Japan without leaving your home, put on You Only Live Twice, because it is a terrific travel log for Japan. And
I mean, of course, those were the 60s, and nowadays there's loads more technology, but still, even so, you could still capture the beauty of Japan by watching it. So, yeah.
Oh, sure. And it's not without its good stuff. I still think it's an entertaining Bond film, but for me personally, this movie was a step down in quality, because after, you know, Thunderball was such a big production, and then the Bond filmmakers figured, okay, how can we top Thunderball? Let's go even bigger. Let's have this big volcano base set.
Yeah. Hello? Alan?
The film's budget went to that volcano base set.
What's happened?
But yeah, you do wonder how was Blofeld able to get it built, because it was so huge and would have been a massive undertaking to build. But somehow he built it, or had it built. But it's very impressive, but it's not a very deep Bond movie, because it's kind of, I mean, other than the fact that Bond is going to Japan for this adventure, it's kind of just a run-of-the-mill adventure. It just feels like, you know, Bond's just going on another adventure. He's just going on another mission, but there's nothing really truly deep about it.
Would you say this is a low stakes Bond movie?
In some ways it is, because I don't really feel like the stakes are particularly high in this one, even though you've got that kick-ass volcano base set. And yet it just feels like it's a step down in storytelling quality from the previous films.
Which is bizarre. Roald Dahl wrote the script, so that's kind of bizarre.
Yeah, the fact they hired the guy who wrote Charlie and the Chocolate Factory to adapt the script into a screenplay. I mean, Roald Dahl. I mean, I love Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Don't get me wrong; it's one of my favorite children's books, and they made a really great film adaptation with Gene Wilder. But this is the guy they hired to do the script for You Only Live Twice. Really, it's not a very
Alan,
good
could you
script.
imagine if Sean Connery's Bond encountered Gene Wilder as Willy Wonka? Come with me, and you'll see a world of pure imagination.
Well, this is probably the closest you're ever going to get to that, to a Bond.
Won't care how I want it now.
Yeah, really. The script isn't very good. There is, I have to admit, there is an air of sexism in this movie that you guys said, and I've got another one for you. I mean, there's one part where let's see, his Bond's contact in Japan, I guess Tanaka, by Tesoro Kaba, where he tells Bond, he tells Bond, we have a thing in Japan, Mr. Bond, man first, woman second. Ooh, that would never fly today in this era of the Me Too movement.
Alan, would you also agree that it's not really that funny when they're making all these sexist jokes about Kissy's face, like, oh, face like a pig, face like a pig? It's like, we get it, it's not that funny.
Yeah, and look, I know
Piggy and Kissy.
Yeah. And if you go to the early films, people like to point out those parts, like that one part from Russia with Love and the one part in Goldfinger where Bond gives a woman a playful slap on the fanny, or the behind, excuse me, the rear end. I think fanny means something different in Britain, but I mean, he gives her a little slap on the rear end.
Yeah,
he gives her a slap on the rear end.
Funny means vagina.
In America, fanny means ass, but I know in Britain, fanny means vagina. So okay, sorry. He gives her a slap on the behind.
On your rear end.
That they point to those bits as being sexist. But look, for goodness sake, it was the 1960s.
Yeah.
Chill out. For goodness sake. I mean, that would never happen now. You won't see Daniel Craig slapping a woman on the behind. And now with the whole Me Too movement thing happening, you won't hear lines like, man first, woman second. You won't hear that anymore. But it was the 1960s,
you won't hear,
so give them a break.
Yeah, you won't hear Daniel.
The closest they got really was Craig saying, "That's because you know what I can do with my little finger."
Really? Yeah.
I mean,
but anyway. What I do appreciate about the film is the whole spectacle of it and the whole travelogue thing in Japan. But excuse me, this is the movie. This is the movie where we finally get to see Blofeld, who has always been hiding in the shadows in the first four movies. We never see his face. We see somebody sitting at a chair, but his face is covered up. We might see him petting the cat, but we never see his face. And You Only Live Twice, we finally get to see Blofeld, and it's Donald Pleasance. Now, Donald Pleasance was a very talented actor, but he's no match for Connery. He's no threat to Connery. He's just this little hunched over man who's bald, and he pets his cat. He has a little scar, and he was the inspiration for Mike Myers' villain, Dr. Evil, in the Austin Powers movies.
Yeah.
It's just, and the fact is, Donald Pleasance, he was a last-minute replacement for another actor that they had cast as Blofeld. I don't remember the actor's name, but the producers, I guess, didn't like the footage of this original actor, and they said, you have to replace this guy immediately as Blofeld. And so Donald Pleasance was put in at the last moment as Blofeld. Talented actor, but he's not a formidable foe for Bond. He's just not.
Alan, do you know what he kind of reminded me of? He reminded you know the way he's that high-pitched voice? He kind of reminded me of that guy from the Sunmakers, the little guy at the end.
Oh, yes, the little guy in the chair. Yes. Who talks like this, yeah. He's kind of reminds me of him, yeah. Maybe they based that character in the Sunmakers on really, yes. I am Blofeld, yes. Kill Bond. I mean, he's a laughable villain. He's just very, very laughable. Sorry, Donald, but not much of a villain.
And he's not in the film.
I mean, Yeah, he ain't no Telly Savalas. Telly Savalas for me is the best Blofeld, and always will be. But Don Pleasance didn't quite nail it for me. Regarding the Bond girls, I mean, they're beautiful. I mean, Akiko Wakabayashi as Aki, and then Mihama as Kissy. They're both beautiful, but they have absolutely no chemistry with Connery at all. There's no chemistry between them. They're nice to look at. You know, they're both good actresses, but I don't feel any chemistry between them. Their English not great. They may have been dubbed. I'm not sure.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Apparently, they had to get English. Apparently, they had to get English lessons for the film, Alan, because they weren't really.
Yeah. Okay, well, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, and then the fact that Aki gets killed off, and she's simply replaced with Kissy. Kissy just comes in as a replacement for Aki, to which I say, well, what was the point of killing off Aki? Just have Aki be, the main Bond girl for the whole thing. It's just, you're just changing out one Bond girl for another Bond girl to finish the adventure with Bond. So that didn't feel right to me. As everybody says, Connery looks bored as shit in this film, and he was, because he hated making this movie. He was hounded by the Japanese press. I mean, how would you feel about, you're in the men's room trying to take a shit, and the press still want to do an interview with you and follow you into the men's room? So I don't blame Connery being upset, because he certainly was, but he doesn't put any. He's not really putting any feeling in his performance. I mean, he is my favorite Bond. He always will be my favorite Bond, but it's obvious that he's bored. It's obvious that he doesn't want to be there. I can't think of a better scene than the scene where he's flying the little Nelly chopper, and his expression on his face is just blank. He has no enthusiasm. It's like, okay, I'll turn the lever here. Okay, now I'll turn the lever there. Okay, I'll push this button. Now I'll push that button. I mean, no enthusiasm.
Would you agree, Alan? Would you agree it's his worst performance as Bond in the official series, because he's so bored?
Arguably, yes. I mean, I do think that this is a better movie than Diamonds Are Forever, but I do think that his performance was better in Diamonds Are Forever, because obviously he had a much better time, and he got paid really, really well. We'll get to that shortly, but
you can't complain there.
Really, I mean, look, my feeling is, being that all three of us have got acting experience. We've done a little bit of acting. I'd like to think that if you're going to be paid a certain X number of dollars to appear in a major motion picture, when that camera is put on you and the director says action, you give it your all. Even if you think the script is shit, you give it your all, because this is a film that's going to be seen by people all over the world. And, they don't want to see the actor on the screen sleepwalking through the film, So I don't know why some actors, they just sleepwalk through their movies and they don't even try. It's like, okay, I want to go back to my trailer now. Just give me my paycheck. Thank you. Like I said, I love Connery. He's my favorite Bond, but he's not even trying, really. He really doesn't want to be there. And I think it shows in his performance.
In defense of one film. In defense of sorry to interrupt, Alan. In defense of Daniel Craig, after he did Spectre, or I think before he did Spectre or something, he said, I'd rather slash my wrists than play Bond again. But at least, if let's say if he didn't have a great time doing Spectre, or if he was having some problems, it doesn't show in his performance. And the same with, that's one thing I will say about Roger Moore in all his films, is that you could tell that he wasn't phoning it in any of his films. But I love.
Yeah, well, his quote was taken out of context when Daniel Craig said that. I mean, he had just finished making Spectre. I think this interview happened like 1 or 2 days after he finished filming the film. So he wanted a long vacation before thinking about playing Bond again. So it really wasn't the right time for him to have that interview and being asked that question.
I mean, I think, to be fair, give credit to Connery, because Connery stuck it out. He stuck it out and he got it finished. But after that, he said, "No, I'm finished now. I'm done." But he didn't leave them in the shit with the production. He said, "Oh, well, I'll finish it." But I guess he clearly didn't have a good time. I mean, I think it hadn't helped that his previous films have been so close. There'd not been much gap between his films, and perhaps
only that,
but yeah, and again the issues with Saltzman and also the press. I guess it just became too much for him, and I don't blame him for what happened, but he did phone it in.
Not only that, but he thought that Harry Saltzman and the producers were screwing him over when it came to the money that they gave him to play Bond. That's why he demanded such a huge salary for Diamonds Are Forever. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I agree. I mean, he's phoning in the performance. I mean, he's not awful, but he's not great. I mean, you expect Connery to be great as Bond, and here he's just meh.
Yeah,
that's basically the best thing I say.
He used to have.
Yeah. His enthusiasm just isn't there, and that's a shame. Let's see. I mean, it's nice to see the regular people in here: Bernard Lee, Lois Maxwell, Desmond Llewellyn. You know, when they do show up. Of course, I love the scene when Desmond Llewellyn shows up as Q, and he gives Bond Little Nellie, the chopper. Little Nellie, you know, it's a cool little chopper, but again, you know, that leads into Connery's unenthusiastic performance in that scene where he's flying the chopper, and Connery has no enthusiasm whatsoever. The action scenes are good, and of course there is the big climactic battle when the ninjas come in and they're just throwing in everything but the kitchen sink, with the ninjas, you know, coming into the volcano base and explosions everywhere, gun battles everywhere, and yet it somehow all feels a little hollow to me. Like the volcano base itself, it just feels kind of hollow. I don't feel stakes are high, even though stuff's blowing up and there's gun battles and all that. You know, we see them all swimming out of the volcano base set, you know, in the nick of time, and then the volcano base set blows up, and it looks really cool, but it just feels kind of hollow to me at the same time. And then, you know, the movie concludes with Bond in the boat again with another Bond girl giving her a kiss, and there's the end of the movie. I loved the ending of Thunderball with Bond and Domino, and then they come in, and then the plane comes by and whisks them away into the sky. That was great for me. But here it's like, okay, here's Connery in a boat with another Bond girl, babe, giving her a smooch in the boat. Okay, and of course, you know, we've seen this before. We've seen it done better, I think. Let's see. Karen Dorr is a good Bond girl in her scenes. As a Helga Brandt, Spectre agent Helga Brandt, and then she gets fed to the piranha fish later on. Poor thing. But she was good. She was good. I liked her. You know, very, very lovely redhead Helga Brandt. I think she also passed away too recently. Rest in peace, Karen Dorr. But she's really good in the movie. I guess in conclusion is that I appreciate the spectacle of the movie. I mean, they throw in really big bucks.
What about the music? Did you like the music?
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. The music score is great. I love Nancy Sinatra's theme tune for You Only Live Twice. It's one of my very favorite Bond themes. I just love that melody of da 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 da. It's a beautiful, haunting melody. Nancy Sinatra sings it really well. So I do love the music. The music score by John Barry, really good. The theme song with Nancy Sinatra singing it, really good. One of my favorites. So that's another thing that I do like and appreciate about You Only Live Twice. But it's pretty obvious in this movie that Connery's just not interested. He just doesn't want to be there. It doesn't surprise me that he left the Bond series for a while before doing Diamonds Are Forever. But the spectacle is fun to watch. Great music score, great Japanese locales. Oh, and of course, the whole thing with turning Bond Japanese. Why? Making him go through a wedding ceremony as a cover. Why? Why does he need to go through that? That makes no sense to me either. I don't understand that. He didn't need to get married in order to go undercover. What was the point of that?
Yeah.
I don't get it. It's a pointless wedding, and it takes up unnecessary screen time.
Yeah,
that whole wedding thing doesn't need to be there.
That's probably why there's not enough story. But
not only that, but like,
why is he training as a ninja as well?
Yeah, training him as a ninja. Why? He's already trained as an agent. I think he can handle himself just fine.
Not only that, Alan, but him getting married in this film, he's still married to Kissy by the end of the film. So like when he gets married to when
Tracy.
he gets married in Tracy in on Her Majesty's Secret Service. So what is Bond a Mormon now or something? Like he
bigamist?
can have 2 wives. Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I think they would have like legally divorced. I would have thought because it was for cover.
Yeah.
I guess no one really knew about it, and maybe it
But
wasn't.
they never say that though in the film. So I guess Bond in on Her Majesty's Secret Service. I guess he's a Mormon now, but yeah.
I mean,
I
I think the fact that Bond regenerated into George Lazenby probably was a turn-off, and I guess his wife thought, "Nah, fuck that. I'm not going for this Australian man."
I guess, but yeah, that was just totally utterly pointless. There was no need to have Bond married off, and even if it's just a cover, it's pointless. It's a time waster for me as somebody watching this movie. But like I said, great spectacle, great Japanese locales, great film score. The volcano base set is impressive, I admit. So I think there's more than enough entertaining stuff in You Only Live Twice to keep it going and to make it a enjoyable Bond movie, even if it's not one of the best in the series. So to wrap it up, for me, it's a step down below the first 4 movies in the series with Connery, but I still think it's entertaining enough. So I will give You Only Live Twice a 7 out of 10.
Great. Thank you for that, Alan. Right, okay, I'm a bit conscious of the time, so I'll try and speed through this as quick as I can. You Only Live Twice. Well, I'm kind of pretty much in agreement with you guys, to be honest. For me, this is a slight improvement over Thunderball, but I still don't think it's great. I mean, the script is bizarre. It's a little more campy and weird. I mean, Roald Dahl definitely writes a very strange script, but they're definitely going for a bigger spectacle. They're trying to go bigger each time, and bigger isn't necessarily better. And I mean, while Japan is brilliant, I love the locales. I mean, going to Japan is lovely, but it feels like the film is trying too hard to show off Japan. And it's like, okay, I see what you're trying to do. Where's the story? Where's the story? And a lot of time is spent in that ninja school. Jack, I'll read that Facebook message in a minute. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this done. And I just feel like it's like, again, Bond going undercover is pointless. You know, I mean, well, not the cover, but the fact he has to get married, the fact he has to train as a ninja, the fact that he has to turn Japanese. I mean, seriously? I mean, what? I mean, why does he have to do all this? I mean, he's a trained assassin. He's a trained agent for MI6. Why does he need to do all this? Just go under as a false name. I mean, and the fact that, you know, we see his transformation, well, or is it really a transformation? I mean, he doesn't look much different to how he was before he had all that done, you know, before he changed to being a Japanese person. It's just pointless. It really is pointless. I mean, you expect him to come around and say "Konnichiwa, Lash," you know, because you know that's a common phrase in Japan. The film looks beautiful. The film looks terrific. It is shot impeccably well. It is visually stunning, and that's one thing you can say about this film. It is visually stunning. The volcano layer is terrific. I do love the sets. The sets are fantastic, and Ken Adam has really just proven himself with these films. But for me, there's just loads of stupid shit in this film. Like the Little Nelly, I'm not really a fan of it. I mean, I can understand if people probably enjoy it, but to me, it's not really. It's kind of one of the more sillier things, and Sean Connery just looks kind of bored when he's in there anyway. So there's not much really thrilling about it, to be honest. Also, the opening scene I don't really like. The fact that it's used as a cheap gag just to kind of reference the title of the film is you know, pointless. It's probably one of the worst, one of the weakest openings to a Bond movie, which is a real shame. Also, Sean Connery himself, this is undoubtedly his weakest performance, and probably my least favorite performance from Connery. He just looks bored to crap, and again, I don't blame him completely for how his performance turned out, but he could have at least, you know, tried to make it at least passable. But no, he gave up, which was a real a real shame. But I mean, it's it's just a shame. It's a real shame. He's still pretty good in the action sequences, I suppose, but other than that, there's not really much to him in this one. I like Tiger Tanaka. He's a good character, and he's a good ally for Bond. The villains are good. Well, aside from Blofeld, I'm not really a fan of Donald Pleasance as Blofeld. He's just a bit too cartoonish for me. Like he has this weaselly voice that you only live twice, Mr. Bond. Doesn't really work for me. And he's not in the film very much. I would have loved him to have done more in the film. There's also Helga Brandt, who is, I mean, she's basically she looks like Fiona Volpe, so she's Fiona Volpe 2.0, but still, yeah, she's all right, I suppose. And her death is quite amusing, should we say, when she gets fed to the piranhas, which I thought was quite a graphic scene. The action sequences are all good. I won't go through them all individually, but I'll say they're all very, very good. I specifically like the one in the office when Bond fights that guy with the samurai sword, and then he knocks him out and looks him in the drinks cupboard, which is quite funny. And then the final battle with the ninjas is a good spectacle, although it's not quite as good as I remember it to be. It's for some reason I remembered it being a lot better actually, but it's still good for what it is. And all the scenes in the volcano lair are great. The music of the film is fantastic. This is probably one of my favorite soundtracks from John Barry. It's beautiful. It really is beautiful, and it definitely exudes beauty and shows off Japan very well through the score. The score is really beautiful, and the song as well is beautiful. That You Only Live Twice by Nancy Sinatra is a lovely song. And again, it's a contrast to the previous songs because it's not like a big bombastic theme. It's quite calm and somber, and it really works, it really does. And lyrically, it's great. And she's got such a fabulous voice. The title sequence as well, I love. It's probably one of my favorite title sequences of the series. The imagery is just so good. It really is. Yeah. And yeah, they're really starting to amp up the camp with this one. And again, making Connery Japanese just really doesn't work. Also, the Bond girls I don't really care for. Aki and Kissy are essentially the same character. I don't know why they didn't combine them into one character, but Aki's death was kind of intense, I suppose. But bringing in Kissy just so she could marry Bond, like, what? It's pointless. And then for the rest of the film, she doesn't do anything. So it was really pointless to actually kill off Aki and then have Kissy come in. I mean, to be honest, it's a matter of indifference to the film anyway. It makes no difference how it would have turned out. And yeah, the film ends typically the same way as the other films did when Bond is in the boat with the girl. Yeah, that's it. It is a bit more of a run-of-the-mill film, but there are some good things in it. And I'd say it's decent. I mean, it's fun. You can enjoy it and watch it for fun. There's some good action. It breezes by more or less, aside from some of the stuff in the ninja school goes on a little bit. And yeah, some of the sexism is a little bit squeamish nowadays. But I mean, if this film came out nowadays, then it'd be panned. I said this before to other people that the Connery movies would be panned now if they came out because of the sexism. Less so for Diamonds Are Forever, but we'll get to that later. But still, most of the Connery movies do have that treatment of the women, but never mind, it's the way it is. Lewis Gilbert's direction is kind of all over the place, really. It's I think, they're trying to make it, I don't know whether their intention was to make it a comedy, but it seems to be heading towards a campier direction, which lends it to be kind of over the top and a little bit unbalanced, I suppose. And it doesn't help that Connery's bored. It really doesn't help. But I think it's decent, and it's, for me, it moves a bit more than Thunderball, and it's a bit more fun. Sorry, Alan, to apologise, but yeah, I've never been a huge fan of You Only Live Twice, but it has grown on me over the years. Actually, I used to consider it quite low on my list, but it has really grown on me.
I remember at one point it was your. Sorry to interrupt. I remember at one point your first ranking, it was your least favorite Bond film, but yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe it was, but yeah, no, my opinion on it has changed, and I do like it. I could watch it and enjoy it, but I just wish that there were things that were done differently. That's all. But it is a decent film. So one more thing I'll say is the MI6 regulars are quite good in this one, and interesting that we see them kind of in the submarine this time. We don't go to the usual office, which is interesting. But yeah, the funeral for James Bond is weird. Like, honestly, how could Bond, like, what was he doing all this time when he was in the body bag? Was he just breathing through that thing? Like, was he in a coma or something? Because then he wakes up on the submarine and it's like, oh, he's alive, as if nothing has happened. Because obviously they throw it underwater, but presumably in the days before his funeral, he was like put in the body bag much sooner. So was he just in a coma? Like, what? It really doesn't make any sense.
They actually, you're right, and they never
I've wondered that
explain how he
myself.
survived. They never explain how he survived that attack in the pre-opening because they shoot him through the bed and then they find his body.
Yeah.
And it's like blood.
Yeah, I've
There's
wondered
blood
about that
coming
myself.
out of
I mean,
it.
they're shooting real bullets into the wall, and then he comes back down again. He's playing dead, but we see blood there. I guess it's fake blood that he applied to himself behind the wall. I think that's the only explanation for it. But I don't know. I've always found that to be really odd too. The beginning of the film where Bond fakes his own death. Yeah, and as you say, the fact that he's in that body bag and he has to just stay down there breathing through some apparatus, waiting to be rescued. That's pretty weird.
Yeah, it's not realistic, to be honest. But it's one of the things about You Only Live Twice. Not a lot of it is very realistic. But I mean, no. Again, it's enjoyable, but there are just things wrong with it. So I'll give this one a 7 out of 10. It's decent. But, it could be better. So we now move on to the 6th and final movie, Diamonds Are Forever. And, of course, the next film would have been On Her Majesty's Secret Service, but, of course, that starred George Lazenby. So we're skipping ahead, but we'll go back to On Her Majesty's Secret Service next time. Because Connery obviously left the role after You Only Live Twice, but then he returned after the fact that George Lazenby basically walked out of the series after he finished On Her Majesty's Secret Service. So, that didn't go down very well. So, Jack, in the hope that we can keep this brisk, what do you think of Diamonds Are Forever?
Yeah, I won't spend a huge amount of time on this one because we're sort of pressed for time and we need to do the ranking and our score out of 70 as well. So,
Cool. Well, 60.
Diamonds Are Forever. Out of 60, yeah. Diamonds Are Forever. I know I'm in the minority in this one. I know you guys don't particularly like this one. You both rate it as the worst of the Connery era. But Diamonds Are Forever, I've always had a sort of nostalgic affection for this one because this is the first Bond film that I saw. I remember watching it on TV, and I remember the scene where Bond is he's in the funeral parlor and he's about to be cremated, and I always remember that as a kid. So I have nostalgic affection for this one. But Diamonds Are Forever. I mean, this is a very different Bond film. This is really the first sort of. It's really sort of the start of the campy Bond era that would continue on with Roger Moore and end with Do a Kill. I think it's interesting how they got Connery back for this film because originally they were going to go with John Gavin from Psycho. They were going to have him as James Bond, and it was at the last minute that somebody from United Artists did bid on Sean Connery, and they managed to get him back. So, I mean, John Gavin, he was going to play James Bond, and they'd signed a contract and all that, so they had to pay him off quite a lot. And I'm kind of glad they didn't go with John Gavin because, I mean, he's an American actor, and I don't think an American should play Bond. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Yeah. Bond. James Bond.
Yeah. No, but I mean, speaking about Connery, I mean, he was paid a huge amount for this film. He was paid $1.25 million, which nowadays, I looked it up on Wikipedia, nowadays that would be $27 million. So essentially, he asked for $27 million to play Bond again, which is a huge amount at the time. But yes, so we got paid. Sorry.
Greedy bastard.
Yeah. So I mean, he got paid $1.25 million, which is the equivalent of $27 million in today's money. But yeah, so he got that much, and he also got a 2-picture deal from MGM. I think he made like a film, The Offense, with Sidney Lumet. So I mean, it was basically an offer, like The Godfather said. It was an offer he couldn't refuse.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And it was only for
So
one. It's not like they forced him into a contract where he had to do another 2 Bond movies. At least he only had to do one. So
yeah, so 27 million, to do one Bond film. Yeah, I mean he did pretty well out of that, but I think he donated most of it to a Scottish charity. But yeah, I mean, the film pre-opening, I have to say, is pretty good. I do like that pre-opening title sequence where you got Bond and he's looking for Blofeld, and he's like, where is he? I won't ask you again. And he's like, there's that guy's like, hit me.
can you
And
imagine
he's
that?
like, one chance.
Can you imagine with George Lazenby doing that? Where is he? Where's Blofeld?
Oh, God. Yeah, that'd be cringe. Although saying that, maybe Lazenby's more jovial personality would suit Diamonds Are Forever better, but um, yeah, but
Blofeld.
yeah, but I mean, I do like that. Where the guy's like, "Oh, hit me," and he's like, "Oh, one chance. Where can I find him?" And he's like, "Ask Marie." And I like the line, where he delivers the name Bond, James Bond. I was saying that they sped it up in the film, like in the original trailer. He just says Bond, James Bond, but in the film they're like, "Oh, my name is Bond, James Bond." It's like sped up really fast. But I do like the scene where he he says, "Oh, there's something I want you to get off your chest," and he's like choking her with the bra. That was a funny sequence.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's interesting that Blofeld, like, he's sort of got plastic surgery in this film, and he's played by Charles Gray. And Charles Gray, I think he's really good as Blofeld. I mean, he's got a lot of villainous charm to him, and we see that he's got these guys impersonating him. Like they got these. They're trying to impersonate Blofeld, the plastic surgery, and it's kind of interesting when Bond, the guy, goes to take Bond's gun. There's like a mouse trap in his jacket, and he gets the knives and he throws it at these guys. And I do like the bit where Bond throws Blofeld into the hot plastic. It kind of looks like curry sauce, and he's like, "Oh, welcome to Blofeld." Like that's quite good. And then you got the title sequence, and I really, it's one of my favorites with the diamonds and the song "Diamonds Are Forever" by Shirley Bassey. It's one of the best Bond songs, and her second best of the 3 Bond songs that she did. I mean, it's not as good as Goldfinger, but it's up there. It's great.
I mean, it's better than Moonraker.
Yeah, I mean, then you sort of get into the film, and Sean Connery's Bond here. I mean, he's definitely more livened up as James Bond. I mean, you can tell he's having more fun, but he has aged quite badly in the film. I mean, he was 40, when he made this film, and he looks like a guy in his early 50s. I mean, Roger Moore was 45 when he did Live and Let Die, and he looks younger than Sean Connery does here in Diamonds Are Forever. I mean, Connery's put on a bit of weight. His hair's turned a bit grey. But I mean, he's still good here. I mean, he's still good as Bond here, and I mean, you could tell he's enjoying himself more, which is nice. But yeah, I'm sorry, you could say something.
Oh no, I was just saying, yeah, in agreement.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 assassins here, Mr. Wint and Mr. Kidd, I find them very funny. In the book, they were gay, and I kind of like the lines they have, like
she's very attractive
if it
for a lady.
Yeah, that's quite funny. And he says that if at first you don't succeed, Mr. Kidd, try again, Mr. Wint. They're quite a funny comedic, like gay couple, gay assassins. And it's kind of interesting. Like there's that scene where you got that dentist and he put the scorpion down the dentist's back and kills him. And there's that scene. It's quite funny where the helicopter blows up and they're like holding hands, walking away. That's quite funny. I mean, you got some pretty good action scenes in here. Like, I love the whole car chase in Las Vegas where you got, Bond's getting away from this police officer, and he turns the car on its side. Although saying that, when the car came out on the other side, it was the wrong way round, so they had to explain it in that scene. Talking about the Bond girls, Tiffany Case, Jill St. John as Tiffany Case. I really like Tiffany Case. I know you guys said, in your reviews, she's a bit dumb, she's a bit ditzy. I kind of disagree. When she first meets Bond, yeah. When she first meets Bond, she's actually quite smart. She takes a fingerprint from his glass, and she's quite good at diamond smuggling, and she's a bit of a smart mouth. And I think Jill St. John is very charismatic in the role, and she's very sexy. And I like that whole scene, where she's changing wigs, and he's like, "Oh, weren't you a blonde when I came in?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't like redheads, terrible tempers and all that stuff." And I kind of like the Bonds impersonating this guy Peter Franks, and there's a pretty good I like that when Connery puts on this like accent, he's like, "Hello, are you English? What is?" He's like, "Who is your floor?" That's quite funny. Connery can't do the comedic stuff as well. But yeah, that fight in the lift is very good. I really love that fight. It's a very tension-filled fight, and it's a great fight sequence. And I like the bit afterwards where he kills the guy and he switches the identity, for Peter Franks, because he killed the real Peter Franks, and he puts this card in. It says James Bond Playboy, and she's like, "Oh my God, you just killed James Bond!" And he's like, "Oh, is that who it was?" Like that was quite funny. And we find out she has the diamonds in her chandelier. The Felix Slider in this film, I have to say, he's a bit crap. He's not the worst Felix Slider, but he's better than the one in Thunderball because he gets more scenes with Bond, but he just doesn't do much in the film. There are some humorous moments. The script for this film is very witty. It's very funny. I love that scene where they got the coffin, and he's like, "Oh, that's my brother. We were inseparable." And I love that scene where he's going to Slumber Inc. and they're in the car, and the guy says to him, the mafia guy says, "Oh, I got a brother," and Bond says, "Oh, small world." That's quite funny. Yeah, but there are some good scenes. Like I like the whole scene where he's got the ashes and there's diamonds in them, and they put him in that funeral casket, and they're about to cremate him. And I quite like the lines like, "Oh, a glowing tribute, Mr. Kid," and all that stuff. And then we see that he manages to survive, and I like the scene of the casino. Like I like all the stuff in Las Vegas. It's quite cool. Like that whole scene where he's at the table, and he's like he's gambling, and I like the scene where Plenty O'Toole arrives, played by Lana Wood, who's quite buxom and pretty sexy in the film. Yeah, where she's like, "Oh, hi, I'm Plenty," and he's like, "Oh, well, of course you are. Plenty O'Toole, named after your father, perhaps." So this is a pretty funny Bond film. But yeah, I like the scene where he's with Plenty, and we said she's thrown out the window, and she falls into the pool, and it's like, "Oh, exceptionally fine shot," and he's like, "Oh, I didn't know there was a pool down there." That was quite funny. It is kind of interesting to see Blofeld in the film. We see this sort of after the pre-opening, he sort of disappears until sort of the halfway point of the film. And I do like the moon buggy chase. That's quite interesting. And I like where Bond is, he's dressed up as this guy, and he's like, "Oh, I'm Peter something, checking on radiation shields," and then the real guy comes in through the door, and the guy plays professor in this. He also played Professor Zaroff in Underwater Menace. Nothing in the world can stop me now. The same actor. He's in Diamonds Are Forever. There's some funny scenes. Like I like the scene which is like, "Oh, blow up your pants." Like that's quite funny when she's playing the thing. And I do like the scene with Connery. they come back to find Plenty dead in the pool. And he's like, "Oh, who's your connection?" And he slaps her. And he sort of reveals he's James Bond. Some good scenes. Like I like the scene where they reference that inspector, that bit where he steps out the window and he's on top of the lift and he manages to get inside the top of the White House. And I like the scene with Blofeld and Bond, where he's like, "Oh, good evening, Mr. Bond." Good evening, Mr. Bond. And he said, "Oh, Blofeld," and he shoots the decoy Blofeld. The ending of that scene is quite amusing, I think. And we have some, with some other interesting scenes. Like you got Bambi and Thumper. They're quite hot. Like especially Thumper, the black actress, she's pretty fit. Although saying that, it is kind of stupid how Bond gets his ass kicked there, and they sort of dunks their heads underwater. But I really like Jimmy Dean in this film as Willard White. He's kind of funny. He's like a parody of Howard Hughes. And I like the scene where they're attacked and he's like, they kill Bert Saxby and he's like, "Oh, is that Saxby? Bert Saxby? Tell him he's fired." And like Bond looks at him like, "What the fuck?" It's quite funny. I also like the scene where Shady Tree gets killed and they're like, "Oh, we don't want you to kill him," and like Mr. Wint and Mr. Kidd are like, "Oh, that's most unfortunate." But yeah, I mean, I think the final Unreal rig is, I will say, it is kind of disappointing. Because originally in the film they were going to have Bond chase Blofeld on a salt mine, and he would fall into this salt granulator and get killed, which would have been a pretty cool climactic ending. But unfortunately, I think because they spent most of the budget on Connery's salary, they couldn't really do that. And some of the effects here are quite dated, like that scene where Blofeld gets all the diamonds in the satellite and it destroys the targets. Like some of the special effects there are a little bit dated. But I mean, there is some like funny stuff, like I do hate I do so hate martial music. And that scene where like they switch the tape, and then we see that Tiffany, she switches it back, and he's like, "Oh, you stupid bitch," like you switched the wrong tape. That was quite funny.
Oh god, it's stupid when she's firing the gun and then she falls off the oil rig and she goes, "Oh."
Yeah, I will say, towards the end, she becomes a bit of an idiot. I mean, throughout most of the movie, she's quite smart, but at the end of the film,
showing a bit more cheek.
Yeah. Yeah, that was quite funny. Yeah, no, I mean, throughout most of the film, she's pretty smart, but at the ending on the oil rig, she becomes a bit of an idiot. But nonetheless, some of those scenes are quite funny. Like, I like the bit where Bond gets, Blofeld's batho sub, whatever it is, and like he's like, "Oh, down, you stupid idiot, you could, lower, and he's like, damn you." That's quite funny. I mean, the film sort of played for laughs. It's more of a comedic film, and I don't mind it. But yeah, I do think the final actions in the oil rig is a little bit disappointing. It's a bit disappointing. But yeah, I do like the scene after that though, where they're on the boat and you got the epilogue of Mr. Wint and Mr. Kidd, and they're like, "Oh, the bomba surprise," and Bond's fighting Mr. Wint and Mr. Kidd, and it's quite funny. He grabs the ball and he's like, "Woo!" and he throws him over the boat, and he blows up. He's like, "Oh, well, you could definitely say he left with his tail between his legs." That was quite funny. And actually, the actor, I think, is the father of Bruce Campbell or something like that. But yeah, no, I mean, it's quite funny though. Like at the end, where Mr. Wint, I think he gets burned to death, and yeah, Mr. Kidd's blown up. And I like the last line that Tiffany says, "Oh, James, how are we gonna get the diamonds down?" and it sort of ends like that. So I mean, overall, Diamonds Are Forever. Yeah, I understand why people don't like this film. After the masterpiece on Her Majesty's Secret Service, it is a little bit of a letdown. Originally, they were going to do a revenge thriller with Lazenby if he'd stayed on, but they decided to bring Connery back and sort of amp up the comedy. But it doesn't really bother me, to be honest. I kind of like the fact they went for a more comedic camp tone in this film. I think Sean Connery's pretty good. I mean, he's a little bit out of shape. You can tell that, he's aged a bit, but he's still good in the film. He's better than he is in You Only Live Twice. I like Charles Blofeld a lot. I think he's my second favorite Blofeld after Christoph Waltz. Mr. Winton, Mr. Kidd, I kind of find him quite funny. I mean, in the novel they were gay, and they're quite funny in the film. And it's just a fun film. Some good action scenes. The score by John Barry's not his best, but I do like the bit in the soundtrack. The that's good. Reuse that. So I mean, overall, it's a camp fun adventure. I honestly don't see why people say it's the worst Connery film. For me, the pacing's better than Thunderball. It's just a fun, enjoyable James Bond film. I'm kind of happy that they brought back Guy Hamilton direct it, and it's a fun Bond movie. I mean, it's not the best Bond movie, but it's not the worst either. It's just one you could sort of switch your brain off and sort of have a laugh with it. It's sort of a popcorn munching Bond film, and as a bit of comedic fun, as a bit of a time waster. It's good. So I'm going to close it up by giving Diamonds Are Forever a 8 out of 10.
Cool. Thanks, Jack. Okay, Alan, what do you think of Diamonds Are Forever?
Hello there. Okay, Diamonds Are Forever, the last official Bond movie that Sean Connery did.
Yeah. I'm very sorry to ask you to keep it brisk, just because the time's really getting on.
It's 1 a.m. where you are, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so sorry.
Okay. We're almost there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. This is the last official Bond movie that Sean Connery would do. In my opinion, Never Say Never Again doesn't count, but I guess we'll talk about that some other time. George Lazenby did a hasty exit after On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and the Bond producers said, "Please, Sean, please come back. Please, we'll pay you the moon. Just please come back."
Yeah.
And they paid him a record $1.25 million to come back, which these days is no big deal, but back then it was a big deal. They also agreed to finance 2 film projects of Connery's choice. Connery couldn't really say no, so he said, "All right, I'll do it for you one more time," but that's it.
Alan,
so
I was going to say the 1 million that he was paid nowadays is like the equivalent to like 27 million. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Quite a lot of money.
Like I said, I mean, these days people go $1.25 million, big deal. But you have to understand this was 1971. We're talking nearly 50 years ago. So it was a big, huge deal back in the day. Maybe the highest paycheck many actors would get back in the day was like maybe 100,000. So they gave Connery over $1 million.
Yeah.
So maybe that's how it was back in the day.
And it's on Wikipedia, like the salary they gave him, the $1.25 million, the equivalent today is $27 million. So essentially, if it was nowadays, he'd be paid $27 million. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was the talk of the industry back in 1971. They paid Connery how much to come back? Wow. But yeah, Connery couldn't say no to that deal, so he agreed to come back for this one movie. But Jack, if you like Diamonds Are Forever, that's fine. Some people do. Some people like it a lot. I don't hate Diamonds Are Forever. I don't think it's an awful Bond movie. But for me personally, I mean, for some people, Thunderball is the first disappointing movie in the Bond franchise. Obviously, not for me. But for me, this is the most disappointing. This is the first disappointing movie in the Bond franchise. Diamonds Are Forever. I don't hate it.
Would you
but
not
I can't say I like it.
Was the first disappointing film of the series?
I still give You Only Live Twice a pass. I still think it's a good Bond movie. I just don't think it's great. I think the first 4, including Thunderball, are great. You Only Live Twice, I think, is good, but not great.
Yeah.
But Diamonds Are Forever, this is the first Bond movie that I can't. Oh, and of course, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, classic, love it.
Yeah.
But Diamonds Are Forever, this is the first Bond film for me that I consider to be mediocre. I don't hate it, but I can't say I like it either. It just falls right in the middle. I just think it's average. It's nice to have Connery back. I mean, he's my favorite Bond. But here, I mean, it's pretty obvious he's doing it for the paycheck, not because he really, really, really wanted to come back to play Bond. He's older now, although nothing wrong with being older, but I think he really looks older in this one, and he's put on a little bit of weight besides. And although I think his performance is definitely better, I mean, obviously Connery had a much better time shooting Diamonds Are Forever than he did You Only Live Twice.
Yeah,
I think
it's 4 years off, so that helped.
And he had 4 years off, so he had time to take a break and work on other film projects in that time. But I just think at the end of the day, this is a poorly written Bond film. Again, I don't hate it, but I just think it's average. I agree with what other people say, that they really amp up the comedy in this one. The campiness factor is amped up. And as others have said, I just think Diamonds Are Forever would have suited Roger Moore better than Connery, which is not to say that Connery can't do comedy. Of course he can, but I just think Roger Moore would have fit Diamonds Are Forever better. That's just how I feel. Connery just kind of looks out of place in this movie. It starts off promisingly enough with Bond going on a mission to, a personal mission to find Blofeld and kill him, for the murder of his wife. And I do like that whole introductory thing where Bond's, it's a really quick travelogue. Bond going to Japan, Bond going to this location, that location, where's Blofeld? I will not say this again. Where's Blofeld? And and then he comes across the woman with the bikini, and he comes back on screen. My name's Bond, James Bond. And I'm sure there must have been big cheers in the audience coming up when Connery, we finally see his face, and he says, "My name's Bond, James Bond." That is a great moment.
But that was
and of course, when he, oh yeah, no, it was definitely cause for celebration for many Bond fans, of course, to see Connery back, even though it was going to be for the last time in the official series. But having him back one more time, oh yeah, the fans were definitely celebrating that, and that's great. Him tracking down Blofeld in the lair and then shoving him in that mud and saying, "Welcome to hell, Blofeld." That's great. And then of course we get the classic Bond theme from Shirley Bassey, "Diamonds Are Forever." Great Bond theme. I love it. It's one of my favorites. Great to have Shirley Bassey back singing the Bond theme. But then the main part of the movie begins, and it's just too campy. It's but sending Bond to Las Vegas. I mean, as others have pointed out, I think you might have said this in your review, Ollie, that they paid Connery so much money that they really didn't have that much money left over to build, sets or whatever. So they must have figured, okay, let's just send him to Las Vegas. That's a big flashy place, we can send him to, and that'll save us money, even though there is the oil rig battle.
Of the film. That's the problem for me, because they paid him so much. It cheapens the rest of the film for me, which is a shame.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you there. I mean, of course, there is the oil rig battle at the end, but even that's kind of disappointing.
Over before it begins.
It's not staged very well, in my opinion. But I mean, it's not without its good moments. I mean, the car chase, where Bond's in the big red, was it the Mustang, and he flips it, sideways. It's going on the two wheels, even though there's a little editing trick that was done during that sequence to make that work. I mean, that's fun. I do like the fight in the elevator, him and a bad guy fighting in an elevator. It's, it is reminiscent of the fight in From Russia with Love on the train, although I think that's arguably the better of the two fights. But this one is still good with the fight in the elevator. There was definitely tension there when Bond nearly gets incinerated alive. He nearly gets, in the cremation place at the funeral home. Although he gets saved at the last minute when they pull the casket out, it saves him. But that's definitely a tension-filled moment. So I like that. Yeah, the Las Vegas locales are cool. It's been a while since I've been to Las Vegas, but yeah, Las Vegas, yes, big, bright, flashy place. You know, there's good Las Vegas locales there. But again, they're really amping up the campiness in this movie, and it just doesn't seem to fit Connery all that well. Even though his performance is good, he's certainly much more enthusiastic here than he was in You Only Live Twice. But you know, storytelling wise, I thought You Only Live Twice was a bit more interesting than this. A campy Bond film doesn't seem to fit Connery all that well. I think that's all I have left to say about that. It's nice to see the regulars: Bernard Lee, Desmond Llewellyn, Lois Maxwell. Regarding the new people, you know, Jill St. John as Tiffany Case. I mean, beautiful woman. She looks spectacular in the bikini, but I have to agree with what others have said that she devolves into a bimbo by the film's end. I mean, she starts off, you know, intelligent enough, but then her character just devolves into this dumb broad.
Yeah.
Basically, she's just a dumb broad. No wonder Connery says to her, "You stupid bitch! You put the wrong one in." You know, with the tapes at the end. Yeah, the tape confusion thing with the cassette tape. Again, I mean, good actress, beautiful woman, but the character is just so poorly written, and she's just, at the end of the day, she's a dumb broad. The character, Tiffany Case. Let's see. Then there's Lana Wood as Plenty O'Toole, named after your father, perhaps. Lovely, lovely woman, although she doesn't get too much to do, and then she gets offed in the swimming pool. But when she's there on screen, she's good. I have to say, I have never, ever liked Mr. Wint and Mr. Kidd. I find them annoying. My issue with them is not that they're gay, because it's hinted at that they're gay. The fact, you know, they kill some guy with a scorpion and then they walk away holding hands. And then Mr. Kidd's remark when they're on the plane and they see Tiffany Case and he says, "Oh, she's attractive for a lady." Okay, we get it. They're gay. That's not my issue with them. I just think they're really annoying in the way they talk. Let's do this, Mr. Wint. Okay, we'll do this, Mr. Kidd. Oh, look at that, Mr. Wint. Yes, I see that, Mr. Kidd. Blah, 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 Mr. Wint. Blah, 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 Mr. Kidd. I mean, that's their whole banter through the whole movie. The guy playing Mr. Wint, Bruce Glover, he's a good actor. I thought he came off all right. The guy playing Mr. Kidd, Putter Smith, terrible actor. Turns out his main thing, Putter Smith, is that he's a musician. He's not really an actor. He got pulled into
he
the
never
movie.
Acted before dying forever. That explains his sort of weaker performance.
Yeah, he's just not an actor. His main thing is working as a musician. So in his defense, you know, that's the main thing he does. But he got dragged into this movie to play Mr. Kidd. Just not much of an actor. And I just find the pair of them, you know, just annoying. Even though Bruce Glover comes off better as Mr. Wint, but I just think they're annoying. What else can I say about them? I know it's really late where you guys are right now, so I'm just going to say I'm just put off by the campiness being amped up. Charles Gray as Blofeld, good actor, but he's one of the weakest Blofelds because he just plays Blofeld like this fop, you know. And the one scene where they put him in drag was ridiculous. I just didn't care for him much as Blofeld.
You can't blame Charles Gray though for him being.
Well, no, he's not blaming Charles Gray, but
not blaming Charles Gray, but you know, I mean, he was a good actor. Although when I think of Charles Gray, I think I'm always going to have the most fondness for him as the narrator in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. He was great in that. You know, I love that performance, and of course his previous performance in You Only Live Twice. Even though he got killed off pretty early. He was good in that. He was a good actor. He was definitely a good actor. But again, I when I think of Blofeld, I think of Telly Savalas. I think of Christoph Waltz. You know, for me, those guys are the best Blofelds. Charles Gray didn't quite work for me as Blofeld.
No, we will see Blofeld in No Time to Die, which is good.
Yes, Christoph Waltz coming back as Blofeld. That'll be good. So it's nothing personal against Charles Gray. Good actor, but I just don't think that he worked as Blofeld for me. That's just how I feel. The last thing I'll say about the film, you know, the oil rig battle at the end, I don't think it's staged very well. And yes, it does end too quickly. I think it's not. I mean, okay, there's explosions. Some stuntmen do some flips in the air, but it's just not staged particularly well.
Bambi and Thumper.
Oh, Bambi and Thumper. No, thank you, Bambi and Thumper. I never liked Bambi and Thumper. I think they're both too butch looking to be Bond girls. And again, okay,
for a fight scene. That's all it was.
Yeah, the fight scene is pretty silly. How they're knocking Bond around, and then he finally subdues them by in the pool by just dunking their heads under the water, and that's it. I mean, they're both like muscular women. They still have their arms and legs they can fight him with, but Bond just dunks their heads under the water and they're completely subdued. Okay. Jimmy Dean was good. I liked him as Willard White. He was very funny, although he was mostly a singer, and he was also famous for Jimmy Dean sausages. Didn't act too much, but I thought he was pretty amusing as Willard White. So to wrap it up, Diamonds Are Forever. I mean, it's not without its good bits. It's not without its entertaining moments. It is nice to have Connery back. His performance here is better than it was in You Only Live Twice, but I just think the movie is just too darn silly. I don't think Connery fits a campy Bond film the way Roger Moore could fit a campy Bond film, beautifully. And for me, it's a big disappointment that Connery went out with this one. It's nice that he came back for one more, and I'm sure he had a fun time shooting it, and he got paid really, really well. Well, boy, did he ever. But for me, it's the weakest Connery Bond film. It's a shame Connery had to go out with this one, but oh well, he's not going to be the first Bond to go out with a weak Bond movie. Hopefully, No Time to Die will break that curse for Daniel Craig. We hope so. We really, really hope so. So, in conclusion, Sean Connery, you are my favorite James Bond, and you always will be. But Diamonds Are Forever, disappointing way to go out. I don't hate it, but I can't say I like it either. For me, it's just an average, mediocre Bond film at best. So I give Diamonds Are Forever a 5 out of 10.
Ooh. Well, and you said that at the 5-hour mark, which is interesting.
Wow.
But okay, we've been on for 5 hours, so I will keep this as concise as I can. Diamonds Are Forever. Well, I pretty much agree with Alan, although I think Alan's going to be slightly more generous in terms of ratings. But I've changed my opinion about this one. It's gone down. I mean, I used to consider this to be a bit better than Thunderball, but I changed my opinion, and now this is my least favorite film in the Connery era. I don't hate this movie, but it's the first kind of crappy Bond movie for me. It's not great, which is a real shame. And again, Connery is kind of out of place in this film. I mean, despite the fact that he's back, I mean, it is really nice to have him back, and he definitely makes up for George Lazenby in the previous film. But the fact is, the film surrounding him just isn't good. And Connery, I mean, he's clearly enjoyed himself. His performance is a bit more refreshed, so that's nice. But the script here is very weak. Connery's also put on a bit of weight, and he's looking a bit older. He's kind of let himself go a bit, but he kind of gets away with it, I guess. To me, this film is also kind of boring. I find that it drags in a few places, and there's not really an action scene that gets my blood pumping other than the elevator fight, which is probably the best one in the film for me. The Mustang chase is okay, I mean, I guess, but I'm not really thrilled by it. I mean, the moon buggy chase is one that everyone loves, but I can't get into it. I don't see what's so good about it, but that's just me. Also, the Bambi and Thumper stuff was really silly as well. I don't know why they did that. It just literally, they were just going to throw in another action scene in there. And the fact that they called them Bambi and Thumper is just silly as well. But the fact that Bond apprehends them by ducking their heads under the water, what? That's just ridiculous. It's just stupid. Felix is not very good in this movie either. Almost wasted, to be honest. Charles Gray's Blofeld, I like the performance. I think he's good, but I just don't like the scene when they put him in drag. It's totally unnecessary, and like this film goes too far with its campiness. Like, I'm okay with campy Bond films. I'm perfectly happy to sit back and watch a campy Bond film. I think it's good to have a laugh with Bond, but with this one, I just can't. It's just too silly. It goes too far. It's not funny. It's crass, really. And I'm also not really a fan of Tiffany Case either. I mean, I respect your opinion, Jack, and that's fair enough that you like her, but I didn't really like her that much. She was okay at the start of the film, but yeah, she descends into basically a complete Dumbo. She's just a ditz who walks around in a bikini. She's, all looks and not very many brains.
The thing is, I find it weird because at the start of the film and throughout most of the film, she's pretty intelligent, but by the final scene, she becomes an idiot. That's just weird.
It's almost like they wrote a different character. It's strange. And yeah, there's that kerfuffle when she switches the tapes over, and then Connery says, "Oh, you stupid bitch! You put the real one back in," which is annoying. But she's slightly annoying, but nothing major. There are far worse Bond girls, of course, but. And there's that amusing moment when Blofeld says, Tiffany, showing a little bit more cheek, aren't we? He sees the tape that she stuffed it down the back of her bikini. It's quite amusing. The oil rig finale is a complete waste. It lacks any stakes or tension, and the final confrontation with Blofeld, it just doesn't go anywhere. It's just I don't find myself excited by it, despite the fact that the music is trying to excite me. Not good enough for me. I mean, the final fight with Winton Kid isn't bad, I suppose. Even if it is a bit silly. Winton Kid themselves, I've never been a fan of them really. I've just found them annoying, to be honest. They're not the worst characters in the series, but they're not. I don't really look at them with much regard. I mean, it's not the fact that they're a gay couple. I mean, that's fine. I don't give a shit what sexuality they are. It's the fact that as characters they're just annoying, and I just don't really get on with them very well. The MI6 regulars are good for what they have. They're always good. The Shirley Bassey song is magnificent. I love the Diamonds Are Forever song. It probably is one of my favorite Bond themes, actually, but I don't know if it'd be in the top 10. I'd have to think about my list and see which ones I like. I guess it might be. It's very good, but I mean, Goldfinger is the better song, and I like the title sequence. It's quite good with all the diamonds, and the imagery in the sequence is very well done. I think this Bond film lacks a certain glamour, especially after You Only Live Twice, because they go to Las Vegas and it's not the most glamorous location. I mean, it's all right, but it's, when you're there for the whole film, it's, not quite the same. But because they paid Sean Connery so much, again, it cheapens the look of the movie, which is a real shame. But there was the only way they were going to get him back, so I totally understand why they had to do it this way. But this movie does look a little cheaper in comparison to some of the previous ones, which is a shame. But well, if the audience wanted Connery back, this was the only way they were going to get him. So, yeah. I mean, the opening scene is pretty good because it sets you up to think that this film is going to be a gritty revenge movie. I mean, had Lazenby stayed as Bond, they might have done that. But, it's a real disappointment because Blofeld is, presumably taken out in the first scene. Obviously, then... we assume that that's kind of wrapped up, but it's a real shame that the film doesn't kind of honor that anymore. It's like they just then afterwards they forget about On Her Majesty's Secret Service, which is a shame, but never mind. The music score I think is actually kind of disappointing. I think it's not one of Barry's best. Most of the score is do, 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 and I just find it kind of dull to listen to. It's not like it's terrible. It's just it's just boring. I don't get much joy out of listening to the soundtrack. There's a couple of good tracks, don't get me wrong, but it's not great. Also, actually, there's a good scene when Bond is in a coffin and he manages to get out, and then he's crawling through the pipes, and he talks to a rat. Actually, it's like, oh, one of us is smelling pretty bad. I think it's me. Sorry about that, old boy. I think that's quite funny. It's quite a nice moment. But also Plenty O'Toole, played by Lana Wood. She's completely useless. I don't know why she's in the film. I mean, she's just there to be a sexy Bond girl, which is good, but her character's useless to the story. It's a real shame. Wasted potential. Again, the pacing kind of drags a bit, and I don't really care for a lot of the action. It's just I don't know. Diamonds Are Forever is not really one that I've been able to get into very well, which is a shame. And again, I know Connery had to come back because they really needed him after Lazenby left. And, well, I mean, they paid him so much money that really affected the rest of the movie, which is a real shame. And it's a damn shame you have to go out with this one, really, because it's not the best way to go out. But at least it goes out on a performance-wise on a better note than You Only Live Twice. So I guess can't really complain in that respect. But
I'll give him that. His performance is better, definitely.
It's a better way to go out than Never Say Never Again.
Yeah, well, that doesn't count because it's not official and it's a remake. So, but yeah, I mean, Guy Hamilton's direction really, I think, is all over the place in this film. It really just goes too far with some of those campier elements, and it doesn't work. It really doesn't work for me. And again, this film probably would have suited Roger Moore a lot better, to be honest. But there we go. I mean, it is the last Connery film of the official series, and this is what we got. So, but I have to be honest and say that I'm not a fan of it. So I'm going to give Diamonds Are Forever a 4 out of 10. It's not great, and I don't really rush back to it, to be honest. It's not one that I would rewatch very often. Okay, so that's it. That's the Sean Connery era of the official series. So before we go, because we've been on for ages, we will just very
Wow.
Yeah, 5 hours, 10 minutes. My God. Before we go, we will just quickly rank each of the movies as well as rate them and then give an overall score out of 60. So I'll start with Alan, and if we could keep our summaries brief as much as possible, if that's okay.
Yeah, mine's written down and ready to go. So here you go. Dr. No, I give 8 out of 10. From Russia with Love, 10 out of 10. Goldfinger, 9 out of 10. Thunderball, 10 out of 10. You Only Live Twice, 7 out of 10. And Diamonds Are Forever, 5 out of 10. So in the ranking, at number 6, Diamonds Are Forever. Number 5, You Only Live Twice. Number 4, Dr. No. Number 3, Goldfinger. Number 2, From Russia with Love. And number 1, going against the majority, I know, but my opinion is my opinion. Number 1, Thunderball.
Woo! Excellent. And your overall score out of 60?
60, that would be 49 out of 60. So
Wow.
Overall, an excellent era for Sean Connery, even though the last 2 films, the quality was going down, but overall, excellent Bond. 5 out of 6 of his movies, I think, are good. Or great even. So overall, a great era for Connery.
Excellent. Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much. So, Jack.
Oh, well, if I had to rate them out of 10, Dr. No, 9 out of 10. From Russia with Love, 10 out of 10. Goldfinger, 10 out of 10. Thunderball, 4 out of 10. You Only Live Twice, 7 out of 10. Diamonds Are Forever, 8 out of 10. So overall, that's 48 out of 60. And if I had to rank them, number 6, sorry, Alan, would be Thunderball. Number 5, You Only Live Twice. Number 4, Diamonds Are Forever. Number 3, Dr. No. Number 2, From Russia with Love. And number 1, Goldfinger. And overall, in the Connery era, I think it's a bit of a mixed bag. I think his first 3 are excellent, and then after that, the quality sort of deteriorates. Thunderball, I'm not a huge fan of. The Twice is good, and Diamonds Are Forever are good, but I think his first 3 are definitely better than his latter 3. But overall, I still think it's a pretty solid era. 48 out of 60, so it's still a pretty good era. Only one film out of his 6 that I'm not a fan of, and that's Thunderball. But yeah, so on to you, Ollie.
Right. Excellent. Thank you, Jack. That's funny. You guys have 1 point difference. Okay, so yes, Connery's era. It's very good. It's very good, and it's the first prominent era of the series. It's very, very good. So in terms of ranking the films, I would rank Dimes Are Forever at the bottom, followed by Thunderball. Sorry, Alan. Then You Only Live Twice. Then Dr. No. Then From Russia with Love. Then Goldfinger. And rating them, Dr. No is an 8 out of 10. From Russia with Love is a 9 out of 10. Goldfinger is a 10 out of 10. Thunderball is a 5 out of 10. You Only Live Twice, 7 out of 10. And Dimes Are Forever is a 4 out of 10. So my overall score is 43 out of 60. So I definitely have the lowest score, but still, it's very good, actually. I mean, anything sort of under 40 wouldn't be quite as good. But yeah, so that's pretty good. So, Alan, you had 49, didn't you?
Yes, 49.
And Jack had 48, I had 43. So that's pretty good, I would say. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that pretty much wraps it up. So tune in next time when we will. Oh, yeah. Whew, yeah, it's been a long hangout. Tune in next time when we won't be on. Yes, I was just getting to that.
I was going to say the George Lazenby hangout's going to be a fucking dawdle.
Yes, yeah, I was just about to say that. Yeah. Tune in next time when we reflect on the George Lazenby era, which is one movie. So we shouldn't be on for 5 hours. In theory, we shouldn't be on for 5 hours. But also, we will also in a double bill. We'll be doing a hangout on the Rise of Skywalker, Star Wars Episode 9. Woo! Which we haven't done yet. So that at least fills up a bit more time. So yes, tune in next time for that. And please leave your comments down below on what you think of the Sean Connery era of Bond. And I hope you've enjoyed this. And thank you to our people in the group chat, in the comment section who joined us. So Sam, Lauren, Titanium Turtle, who I've just seen, and Harry as well. Thank you very much for coming in, which is great. And we will be back with the George Lazenby reflection, which should be very short. So, yeah, thank you very much to my guests, Jack and Alan. And
thank you.
It's been great having you guys and hearing your thoughts. And I'm going to go to sleep now. So thank you very much all for listening. Is there anything you guys want to say before we finish?
Yeah, that's... sorry, you go first.
Just to say thank you all for listening, and I know this has been a very long hangout, but if you've been listening all the way through, thank you so much, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah. All I'll say to close off is let's make sure that the Roger Moore reflection is not 6 hours, because that's 7 films. So let's try and
it's fine.
Keep ourselves.
Well, if anything, we can start a bit earlier. We may have to start a bit earlier. But
well, let's try and keep the next. Well, let's try and keep the Roger Moore reflection down to at least 4 hours or something. Like, we can time ourselves to make sure we don't go on too long.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, I don't think we should go any more than 5 hours, because otherwise that is very long. But anyway, we'll discuss that nearer the time. But thank you, everybody, for listening. And I'm Ollie. This is Jack and Alan. See you soon. Bye.
Bye.